Greetings, fellow night owls, cosmic wanderers, and seekers of the unexplained. You've just tuned into the Twitter space that transcends time and space. Welcome to Cosmic Chords and UFO Boards, the ultimate guitar jam session. I'm Art Bell, and if you thought radio waves were the only frequencies we're exploring tonight, think again. Prepare to be serenaded by the ethereal strings of the universe as our hosts Logan and Al strum their guitars as if guided by interstellar muses. This isn't just your run-of-the-mill session. To the Twitter space that transcends time and space. Welcome to Cosmic Greetings, fellow night owls, cosmic wanderers, and seekers of the unexplained. You've just tuned into the Twitter space that transcends time and space. Welcome to Cosmic Chords and UFO Boards, the ultimate guitar jam session. I'm Art Bell, and if you thought radio waves were the only frequencies we're exploring tonight, think again. Prepare to be serenaded by the ethereal strings of the universe as our hosts Logan and Al strum their guitars as if guided by interstellar muses. This isn't just your run-of-the-mill jam session. This is where musical vibrations meet cosmic reverberations. So sit back or lean in, set your mind to wonder, and let your soul take flight. We're harmonizing more than just chords tonight. We're synchronizing our very consciousness with the mysteries of the cosmos. Logan and Al are not just virtuosos on the fretboard. They are virtuosos of the unknown. Between riffing on their six strings, they'll be riffing on some of the most mind-bending, enigmatic topics you could imagine. UFOs, extraterrestrials, and perhaps even the odd guitar solo that's literally out of this world. So tune up your air guitars, align your chakras, and let's delve deep into the rabbit hole where the music of the spheres and unidentified flying phenomena collide. Remember, in this Twitter space, the only limit is your own imagination. Fasten your seatbelts, earthly inhabitants. The stratosphere is just the beginning. With Logan and Al as your celestial pilots, we're not just hitting high notes, we're reaching for the high heavens. Strap in, tune in, and let's rock the cosmic boat. Over and out.
All right, good to see everybody, all three of you. Hallelujah, you made it. What do you think, Al? Uh, are you excited to be here? What do you think? You think this is gonna be like really awesome, or what do you think of? I mean, if I had to like give an opinion about anything, um,
I don't remember asking you about your opinions, of which I don't give two hairy ass shits about.
oh, well,
Literally made my day, night, and currently right now.
Yeah, I love the intro. That was great.
Yeah, I love sitting around for 10 minutes for you to play your intro. Awesome.
yeah, yeah, no, that was brutal. I just wanted to have like nothing on the air, but that
You're
was really
good. I
good.
get
Like,
it.
I okay. So yeah, what do you guys want to hear? What do you want to play?
Your
Red was
mom.
doing sad faces. I don't know if Red can get up or not. He might be trying to.
Oh, he's not requesting. You trying to get up here, Red? I sent you an invite.
Red, red, go to bed. You have a dead animal on your head.
Hey, Al, you got your electric plugged in.
Indeed, I do. I just give me a minute. I'm fucking with a couple of things actually. Yes.
Did you hear my song, Red?
What was your song?
Okay, yeah, now that Logan's mic is muted, else can hear it better. Because you want to hear this beautiful voice sing. Um, I said, red, oh my god, red, red, go to bed. You have a dead animal on your head. And then my voice broke.
I always forget that, but people bring that up a lot when they mention my head that it's like a dead animal. And I was like, oh yeah.
I know. That's why it came to that's why it came to mind. I was like, I've heard someone or I've seen someone use that as a diss
The
towards
hate
you.
groupers love that one. That they're like, and you have an animal carcass on your head.
Yeah. It's okay. My name is Dead Bluebird.
You have to hit him back with like, okay, you sheep hair wearer, or you. I don't know what's polyester made out of.
Blue ribboners.
Polyester.
Rotting
I have no idea.
vegetation. You just wear your rotting vegetation or something. I don't know.
Howdy,
Come up with
buddy.
something dumb. Alien.
Wait,
Logan, you're
what?
in the interdimensional realm right now.
Oh, now I can see him. There we go.
Heather's got that broke service.
Yeah, what the fuck did you share up top? I don't like it.
It was one of the chupacabras that Logan made yesterday. It was just hella funny. He honestly still looks better than his current profile pic.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna stop giving him a hard time because he actually can't change it. So I'm worried. I don't want to make him frustrated. It's like, bro,
Don't pour
He
shame
just gotta
here.
wait for his he's he just gotta wait for his verification to come back through. You know, I was updating my profile, just like redoing the font, and Twitter kept making me verify my identity. And then I wanted to change the font for my name again, and every time I try to do it, it won't let me. It gives me an error. I'm like, you're a bastard.
maybe we should all change our profile pictures to stupid aliens in support of Tupacabra so he's not alone. I would totally, if someone gave me a dumb, cute alien, I would do it in
It's like
support
when
for
everyone
sure.
shaves their heads kind of vibe, but just with the really disturbing AI photorealistic picture.
Heck yeah, bro, shouldn't have to be alone out there looking dumb. I'll look dumb with him.
I think he did it on purpose because he'd been talking about the uncanny valley, and then he goes and he posts something like that as his
Did you
profile
do a
picture.
recent space about like Uncanny Valley or something, Heather?
I mean, I could.
No, that was a joke. Remember that one time you like did a Twitter video about like the thing you just had a space about or something like that? That was hella funny.
Yes. Oh my God. Yeah.
He
So
was
it
actually
was
twice.
my very first space. I think yeah. My very first space was about TR3Bs and black triangles. And the very first thing we talked about in the space was Nuremberg. And and then what that's later that day, he made a post about Nuremberg, and that bitch blew the fuck up, bro. That was like, it was like it got crazy impressions and likes and reposts. I was like, what the fuck? I literally just talked about this. I'm the one who reminded him of the fucking case to begin with when back during the summer when he was asking people for ideas for his timeline, little butt munch. He didn't even have it on his fucking timeline. I was like, hey Tuba, do you have a Nuremberg on there? And he was like, no. So yeah, fucker.
Hey guys, I'll be right back. Give me like 10 minutes. 'Cause, yeah, I'll be right back though. Love you.
God bless.
You need to take it off.
Can anyone play All Apologies, the riff?
Does it sound clear?
Play something?
Is it clear? All right. Oops. It died. Sounds like it has too much reverb on it. Am I wrong?
Maybe a little bit. It sounds good though. Ugh. Can you hear my guitar when I play? hear it okay? Okay, as I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I slowly look at my life, realize there's nothing left, as I've been acting right so long. It's just my mama thinks that my mind's blown, but I ain't never fucked a man that did it today. Treated like a pawn, that's all I know. Paradise, hope for one. And your home is my lying child. I really hate to fret, but I gotta live. Baba, baba, Can you guys hear that okay? Al? Heather?
It sounds fine.
Jelaine, you came just in time. I don't know what for though, but yeah.
I guess she got tired of people calling her bitch.
That'll happen.
All right, tell me if this. Uh-oh.
Since you were talking about Nuremberg earlier, why don't you do a space on UFOs in art and history, interpretations through the ages, and great guitar playing. But also, I think it was clipping a little bit at certain points. I don't know if it's possible to like adjust the mics for that or.
Well, is it too loud? I have no idea.
No, it's not too loud. But I mean, it might be for the mic itself though. But yeah, it was. I mean, it might not loud enough for me actually, but yeah.
So your idea for educational space is just like the UFO phenomenon represented in art? Because it's not half bad. That's actually a really good idea for a space. Especially considering that one painting that Dorian Gray found not too long ago. Um, the one that takes place, what was it? South Africa?
1950.
Back in like the 1950s, that one painting where there was a UFOs in the woods and those people were being abducted and there's that one survivor. Um, that's a good one. And then Brandon Fugel, he went and found that one painting of like what was it? Um, the Mary or whoever, or and there's like that UFO looking thing off in the disc background in the sky, and there's like a dude walking his dog, and they're looking at it. So yeah, that would be a good idea. Um, I'm just trying to figure out something. That'd be fun. Okay. You've given me my idea, so I'm gonna research it and I'll figure out when I'll do a space, but that's the one. Thank you.
No sweat. And did you see the analysis I did of that painting by the way with the AI?
About the apartheid and stuff.
I don't remember the apartheid part, but about the UFO like sucking people's things out or whatever in that painting from the 1952, and it like analyzed it and it like described what was going on in it or whatnot.
I don't recall that necessarily. We discussed it one day in a space, and I I like no, I didn't. Can you link it to me so I can see it?
I posted it in FML. But yeah, I'll get it.
You know, it's really unfortunate that group chats and just DMs in general don't have a search function.
No search function. What do you mean? You don't have like that search direct messages thing on your thing?
I'm talking about like if I go into our private message right now and say I want to like search through search for keywords, uh anything, right? Like there's no option for me to like just search. You can do it on Telegram and Signal and stuff, but you can't do it in Twitter DMs unless you can do it on like iPhone or PC. I don't know. I only use it on my phone and I have a Samsung.
All right, I got one more. Maybe I won't make this one clip. I'm dying.
Why are you dying? And why are you only playing one more?
No, I'm just saying to see if it sounds better than it did before.
Oh, okay. I was like, no, don't leave so soon. I think that sounds worse, not gonna lie.
What's that?
Said I think it sounds worse.
Sweet. How does it sound now? Anybody?
Like continuously play so I can tell. Because last time, like before I said it sound worse, it would like fade out and I couldn't hear you. That still sucks too.
Still sucks?
Yeah, I don't know. Logan, does it suck to you? You're a fucking guitarist. Help me here.
Well, no, I mean, I'm saying it sucks. It sucks.
I mean, it sounds okay.
Oh, okay. Your playing sounds. It sounds
It's not
great.
ideal, obviously. It's like, you know, it's like hearing kind of like you're playing through like a crappy radio or something. But I mean, it's better than, you know, than nothing or whatever. It's not like unhearable.
All right, well, I'll just, if it sucks, it sucks.
It's good still. Yeah, that was excellent. I mean, it was a bit rough to hear at parts because like the wave was coming through, but he actually, you know, we have the perfect person here to help us. He's a guitar tech. What's up, Faris? Hey, can you help us here with this guitar sound stuff?
I can barely hear you.
Oh shit.
But there's almost like you're in like being in a tunnel of compressive sound. Like instead of being in the acoustic waves, we're in the compression waves where it blocks a lot of it out. And catching it, it was more of a roller coaster. It would go good for a little while, but then it would have like interference background and totally muffle everything out and go digital for about, I don't know, 10 seconds. But then it go right back into it, and then it sounded really good, but it would also cut out at the same time. The sound would dim down.
That was a
See,
great.
that's
That
what
was a
I
great.
was trying to say. I'm not technical like homie down here, but that's what I was trying to say.
Yeah, would you say I was restarting my app?
I said it was almost being like stuck in a sound tunnel where there's acoustic and compressive waves. We could hear the acoustic like being on a roller coaster. The sound would open up and be able to hear the amplifier, but then the sound would almost immediately start muffling off, and then it would go back into that quiet mode of like compressive sound waves to it blocks out the actual acoustics. But then it was just a roller coaster all the way through. But from what it sounded in the beginning, it was like really really good note for note, but then like it would just kind of real die down and come right back up.
Yeah, that was a perfect way of putting it. That's how it sounds almost every time. Unfortunately.
Are you how
You're really
close
good
are
at what
you
you do,
to
Faris.
how close are you to your amp, and do you have a fuzz buster?
Uh, well, at first I had I mean, even if I use like a proper microphone, I have no idea if the compression is going to let off latency provided. You know what I mean? But I moved the mic around and didn't really seem to make a difference to Heather, which again, it doesn't surprise me because the signal's getting compressed horribly. So it is what it is, I guess.
What kind of mic do you have? Do you have a dynamic mic? Because that might help.
Oh fuck no! I'm using my phone. I'm not. I haven't set up any of my electric shit in a long time. I'm not about to set up a microphone.
Okay, yeah, that would explain it. Depending on the model of phone, because like mine, I set mine right in front of my amp, but I also mess with the volume on my foot pedal too, so that has a lot to do with it. But I set it right next to it, and it doesn't interfere. So I think it may be the type of mic or the actual model of the phone that you have.
I think if I were to play something of individual notes, it would sound clearer. I think the dynamic part of the distortion, I think that's what leads to a lot of the interference as well.
It could also be mixing with the signal of the actual phone itself, like the IMEI serial, or radio level. Kind of like running your old school modem and having a 2.5 gigahertz cordless phone in your house. Every time that the phone ring, it knocks the modem off.
Does that thing sound like shit?
There's a major echo on some of it, like even though that there's an echo on the sound effect that you're using, it sounds like there's also like a millisecond after effect as well.
Touche, but does it sound alien?
Yeah, it sounds like Pink Floydish almost.
All right, well, that's all I was going for, so I guess that worked. Yeah, that thing's actually annoying as fuck. That sounds fucking ridiculous.
You should put a chorus along with that alien sound that you were just doing and have it compressed. That way it stretches out. You can just slide all the way up and down the neck. It won't pick up the half notes in between. It'll be kind of like just like a cosmic whistle.
Yeah, I need to edit the whole thing, really. How the fuck do I... Oh, yeah.
Are you ready to giggle? I'm just making shit up.
Hey man, it sounds good. Keep going. Keep making shit up.
Oh yeah, I can play that one song, kind of. Let's see if I can turn the volume up. Hold on, it goes. I love that song at the moment.
That is a good song. Look up the song 7.
Look up the song 7?
Yeah, look up the song 7.
Why?
Learn how to play that one.
That probably sounded like shit.
It was bleeding in and out, but for the most part, it sounded really cool.
That did sound good for the most part, yeah. Something like that.
I can't remember the fucking song at all.
That sounds good.
Yeah, it's different though. I never play it on electric. I don't really remember it on one. It's an acoustic tune.
You got a whole lot of uniquely out for you. Makes you school.
This is probably gonna sound like shit.
Oh, why'd you stop? Damn it.
Because it gets repetitive.
Yeah, it probably sounds like, I don't know. It probably sounds like shit.
I gotta go for a stress test tomorrow morning. I gotta be there at freaking 8 o'clock for a 4 hour test.
A 4-hour drug test?
Stress test. I had a heart attack back in May, and yeah, I have to go see a cardiologist, and he's doing a stress test on me.
Ah, fuck, man.
Just one of the many health issues that I have. Like, I went into diabetic ketoacidosis and basically puked out my toenails and my toes and, everything else that's been amputated in my body, and started vomiting blood because it's been like this off and on for years, but I totally ruptured everything. I have Barrett's esophagus because of it, and my esophagus is tapered on top of it. So I ruptured all the lining from the top of my esophagus to the bottom of my stomach, and it causes ulcers. But anyways, I was puking so hard that I put enough pressure on in between my chest, my lungs, and my heart, and like I put too much pressure on it and threw myself into a heart attack. And yeah, so now I get to go see another specialist on top of the other 5 that I have.
Oh man.
Thank you, Al. I greatly appreciated that. That was good. I like that.
Anything for you, buddy?
I'm back now too, by the way. I'm still cleaning my basement, so.
You cleaning out your closet? Ah, pick a dick a do.
Weezer Fest, yeah. Play Take on Me.
Hey, you guys know that Electron guy or whatever that was in Old Vet Space?
Brian.
Yeah, I recognized him. I remember him.
I'll be right back.
Right after these commercial messages.
I remember him like flipping out in one of your spaces, I think. I don't know. One space long time ago. Haven't seen him since though, up until now.
Well, did you hear his opinion? His opinion in Kimball Space just now?
Oh, he was filled of opinions as normal.
That's just your opinion.
Who was? I'm sorry, I just got out of the shower.
I don't give a single flying fuck about anyone's goddamn opinion, except.
Oops. I think I picked the wrong one.
I don't remember asking you about your opinions, of which I don't give two hairy ass shits about.
There we go.
Still haven't sent me that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to, Alberto. I'm struggling with finding the file though. I downloaded it. Hold on, I'm gonna do it.
It's funny you say that. My email is Alberto Moonshine.
It's
So
so
y'all
empty.
just gonna ignore my question?
What was your question? Sorry, no, I
I
totally.
said, who was talking shit in another space?
Oh, talking shit. Oh, I don't know if he was talking shit, but it was just this account that I recognized. I don't even remember his old one, except I did remember, like Logan said, his name was Brian. But he was in with a new account, but I recognized his whiny voice. Yes.
Well, I noticed after a while, UFO intro space tonight was unavailable, so most likely made Screen a co-host or something.
Oh, it was made like at what point? Like after
I
my
don't
space
know.
already started?
Oh no, this is a while ago.
It was Tiffany probably.
No, she doesn't have me blocked.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. Stone Dave and I, we're good.
I don't remember it at all. Oh my god, that reminds me of being a kid.
I found it. All right, I found it.
What's that?
I found your audio files. I'm gonna send it right now.
Thank you.
Oh, guys, and also my one cat got outside, so I'm now periodically going out, like every 5 minutes, being like, kitten!
Oh shit! I hate.
Sorry.
Come home, kitty. No, they generally do, but they're little pains in the asses. They love to meander around.
Well, it's like 8 degrees below zero, right? So it's like fridge temperature outside.
Oh shit! How small is said kitty?
He's like a teenager. He's a male. He's a teenager. He knows where his house is, but there's a lady 2 doors down that will like rescue them and then bring them back to the house. So she could have rescued him for the night. It's like, just let him go, dude. But anyways, I'm gonna go back outside and call for my kitten.
Best wishes to the kitty.
See, like in this weather, we worry about them going up in like engine blocks and stuff, right? So it's not so much like, I don't know, I'm just worried he's hiding out somewhere that's not going to be safe later, like an engine block, right?
You know where it's not safe right now? Maine. It's pretty fucked up.
What's happening in Maine?
There's an active shooter for the last few hours in Maine. It's a U.S. Hold up. Let's see. Robert Card, who is currently on the run, is a firearms instructor in the U.S. Army Reserve who was recently discharged from a mental health facility after reporting hallucinations. There's like over 20 people dead and like 60 plus injured. And from what I can tell, they still haven't caught him.
Yeah, he's like trained on how to like use firearms and probably has fucking a ton of them everywhere.
By the way, do not let anyone up, Al. Do not let anybody up, please. Especially not the person currently requesting. We're gonna have to deny your request, sir.
My policy is that unless they literally have had me by said earlobe, it's all up to you there, Captain Stamp.
You literally have to look at people's profiles. The very first thing on his page is a dude fisting
Yeah.
another dude in his ass.
Looking at that one, if you haven't already.
So that was going to go straight to the nest like a million times. You're weird, dude. Super weird.
However,
Like,
up at the nest, I posted a couple videos of my friend's band. One being Reflections, that you'll see the same dude in both the videos, but he's no longer in that band with Patty, the Chinese guy. But yeah, he's doing a project called shit, Buried Alive, Berried. But all his songs are has to do with fruit in different situations, like Armed Strawberry. Pretty cool. But definitely some really, really good, inspiring licks in there. Definitely check them out. They're amazing.
Hey, did you go to a certain guy's Twitter space today? It appears he had one called like chill chat or something like that. No agenda chill or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Never mind.
Uh, I think so. Maybe, possibly.
Was it okay?
Um, if anything, it was uneventful. Otherwise, I would have probably remembered. If something's really good, it'll stick out in my head and I'll remember it. The rest of it, although I'd love for my brain to take it in, but it has this ADHD thing about itself. It'll like throw out shit that I'm probably supposed to be listening to, and it'll just focus in on one thing.
That sounds terrible. Does it sound terrible to anybody else? You really need to turn it up.
Is that any better?
I don't know. You have to start playing. Yep, good.
Yeah, now I don't know what to play. Yeah, it gets old.
Yeah. I mean, not to people who haven't heard it though.
I bet not the people that saw it.
Oh, yeah, them too.
Too.
I got like no audio coming out. I wonder why.
I'm sitting out front in darkness, trying to get my freaking cat inside. And I might just message my neighbor, like, do you have the animal?
What's Kitty's name, or is he just Kitty Man?
Cosmic is his name, but I just go, kitten! But yeah, I named him Cosmic.
Kita. All right, I got one for Logan.
Rising up, back on the street. It's my time, it's my chances. Oh, there you are, fucker. Looking for that guy. I'm looking for my aux cable. Hey, Ocean, what happened this morning? I mean, obviously I fell asleep or whatever, but before that happened, was it anything cool happening?
Yay! Oh, stupid cat. Come on.
Coming at you live from the best base on the planet. KRGA 95.5.
What are you saying?
Al, what happened, Al? And what happened, Norm?
I don't know. I wasn't there this morning. I missed it.
Oh no, I mean, yeah, I know. Oh no, I'm just saying, like, what's up right now? What's
Oh,
going
not
on?
much, man. Just working a shift. Thought I'd see what you guys were up to.
We're trying to have a jam sesh.
Yeah, I know. I heard some stuff there. I was hitting it pretty good.
I got booted, but I'm glad that I did because you know how sometimes when you get booted, you actually hear like the last 10 seconds and like some kind of weird latency issue? It
Yeah.
sounded like shit. My acoustic literally pick hitting the strings than I could the actual signal that I'm playing into, which is sad.
Ocean and Heather are quiet, huh?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Ocean's probably asleep, and Heather's probably asleep too.
No, I just got my cat in from outside.
Oh, right on. What's up, Ocean?
He's out there shaking the treats. Kitten! Fucking almost 11 o'clock at night. And the neighbor came out. Oh, he's over here.
Ah, you were right all along.
Came running.
Little shit.
I mean, they do a nice thing in trying to protect my animals, but it's like if you just let them go, they will 100% come back. But yeah, I don't like letting them out. It's just there's a road there. It's just
Oh,
Finally, I put the speaker back. Holy crap! I had to back out like a few times. I don't know what the hell happened. All of a sudden, like it says you are now a listener. I'm like, holy shit. Okay.
it did the same thing to me, man. But yeah, when I said little shit, I was referring to the cat. Your neighbors, I'm sure, are very kind people. It's just my cats sometimes like they look at me like, yeah, fuck you, I'm running outside.
oh, I like to think they're kind. I think for the most part they're kind, but you gotta still be like a good owner. Like if I just like said fuck it and like didn't try to get my cats back, I think she might be the type that ends up keeping other people's cats if you don't like, you know, actively try to make sure you get your cat back type of thing.
Yeah, I had that happen growing up. Two of my cats actually decided to relocate, but I mean, these people were feeding my cats. Arnold and Ace. Yeah, I named them. But yeah, from here on out, I think I'm just gonna stick to the acoustic until I can figure out something that sounds better, because that to me just sounded like ass.
There was moments of bleeding through that sounded really good.
Touche. Thank you. My cat is currently cleaning herself inside my guitar case. So yet another thing. If you open it, they're all over it.
If you open it, they will come.
Oh yes. She's like, don't mind me, just put my fur in your guitar case. You know, no big deal.
This is a good spot. I'm good right here.
Hi, how are you? How dare you think of putting your guitar away? Yes, I'm going to look at you, questioning your entire purpose of life.
you will rethink this whole putting a guitar away in a case thing. That we're going to rethink this situation.
Yeah.
Yes, Al, I'm licking around my butt area, and yes, Al, probably sometime later tonight I'll try to lick your face. Just maintain calm. Put your guitar somewhere fucking else. I don't care.
Animals are like that, but I enjoy the good first lick own ass, then kiss face maneuver. Too loud. Much too loud. Much too loud. Makes a man wonder. Lower that still. Ba.
That song was a large part of my childhood, man.
How come?
Yep, that and the Cat's in the Cradle.
Yeah, that's a depressing ass song. I don't really even like it, but I like playing it.
What, Tears in Heaven?
Yeah. Big time.
It's beautiful.
I want to learn every breath you take so I can log it and catalog it.
Yeah, that song was written after tragedy, right? So it's like extra beautiful because he didn't create much after that until that song. So it was kind of like, the first piece after trauma, which, is always going to be good, right? And I think he got it out perfectly.
Bum, bum, bum. I really like that setting. That one's better.
Logan, are you using a mic? Like a mic?
I'm just using the one that's on my earphones. Although I could use like a proper one. I should try it. See if it's any better. Ow! Fucking guitar just ripped my fucking hair out.
Yeah, I'll set it up for the next one. I'm like too high. Because I have like an interface and everything. I haven't put it together. Unexpected chicken wings are like the best thing ever.
So check it out. I got this mic. Oh, what are you doing down there? So I got this microphone. Hello, hello. Oh, see, it works. So what I did was my USB like MIDI interface that I plug my guitar into, right? It only has the one input for the guitar, right? But I got like this when I went to get an extra like adapter, like let's call that quarter-inch adapter for like the plug or whatever. I got this like other thing which is like a quarter-inch like splitter. Right? So like now I can put two things in there. Although it's gonna be like a loss for quality, obviously. But technically it still works, I think. Like hold on. Hello, 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 hello. Donkey? Donkey? Okay, that works.
I love it.
Hello, 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 hello. It has the guitar effects on it. But yeah. See if I can play. Actually, yeah, I'll put this. Oh no, that'll create such a weird feedback loop. If I put the mic to listen to it, like, oh shit, that'll fuck it up. Let me figure it out. Oh no, I can't. You know what I can do? Hello, hello. Can you hear me? Hello, hello. Oh, it fucking does work? Oh shit.
Wow.
Hey, I tried talking. Because I mean, if it is coming through this mic, then that means I shouldn't be able to hear you.
Hello.
Is there anybody?
It means it works. All right, let's try it. Oh, don't fall. Let's see if the audio is any better with that mic. Yes, yeah, you can use like thumb
Still
signals.
rubber banding. Still rubber banding.
Oh, rubber banding.
Don't you think, Norm? Like it gets quiet and then loud and then quiet and then loud, but it doesn't cut out all the way.
Oh yeah. I didn't realize my mic was open. Hopefully I wasn't saying nothing stupid.
Thumb signals, welcome.
Where do bad folks go when they die?
They don't go to heaven where the angels fly.
Lake of fire, dry, yeah.
See him again to the 4th of July.
Hey, I can't hear you guys, but was like the audio coming through better than it usually does with the dynamic microphone?
I wasn't paying any attention.
It was still like kind of choppy. Like some of the chords were like cutting out, but then some of them sounded more smooth. So I don't know. I don't know if it's a loudness thing or if it's just like
Too many frequencies, man.
Well, that's just like your opinion, man.
I fucking love that so much.
Yeah, I should put my dude shirt on. The dude abides.
Wait a second. My microphone wasn't even plugged in. What the fuck? How did that happen? I don't know what you were hearing then.
I don't know if I heard anything. I told you I wasn't paying you any mind or anything any mind.
I think it was just coming through phone mic or something.
Let's see if it works. Yay or nay?
Here's something now, yeah.
Wait, was that a yay or a nay or?
yeah, I can hear
It didn't sound any different.
that time it didn't sound like it was cutting out as much. I think it sounded more like clear than before previously.
Nice. I can't hear you, but I can read what you're saying.
Yeah, it's definitely still cutting out after like the first couple seconds or whatever.
Oh man.
I wish someone knew how to play plateau.
Yeah, so it was still like cutting out like it usually does after like the first second.
Well, ladies and gents, I must take off for the evening. It was good to see you all. I'll see you all tomorrow. You all having another space, so take care. Yep.
Oh yeah, brother. I'll catch you tomorrow, Trevor.
Good night.
Hey,
Good
have a
night.
good night and have a good morning too.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. You all too. Bye now.
Thank you.
Ta-ta.
Take care.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, this week Al and Trevor have been my morning guys while Logan is sleeping, while we go on space hunt to try to find a good spot to hang out.
Yeah, that space you held the other day was fucking classic.
We talked for a good 4.5 hours about like technology versus nature, but it's a pretty big umbrella like statement, right? So like I don't know, we talked about AI, we talked about like just you can talk about so many things when you just say something vague like that, right? But it was all good, informative, good talks, I think. I didn't think we had that many trolls come in until later, but then I don't know, later was okay.
And the children, think of the children. But seriously, we talked about education, technology, and children. I mean, I definitely think there was a lot out of that.
Well, and it was like the other day, yesterday, when Logan had a space and Tupa was in there and Red was in there. So I was like stoked to talk to them, and then Open Eye came in, and God love them. But like, I was gonna just leave them for a minute, just so that way those guys would like hang out and talk. And then you or Logan, I'm guessing it was you though, let him up, which is fine because like it's whatever, it's Open Eye, and we all love him and enjoyed him for like a good 2 hours after. But like as soon as like the silliness started, then those guys took off, right? So it's kind of like that's one thing about spaces sometimes is you can't please everybody, right? So, but I feel like we do a pretty good job of keeping Open Eye happy, so he can wait sometimes, maybe a couple minutes, just so we can like have real talk. Because once you bring him in, it's like out the window, right? So you just gotta like be prepared for that when you bring him up.
He's so fun though, and I think a lot of funny, good stuff came out of that, and it seems to be that way almost every time. But you're right, just like to try to let other people talk here and there at least, you know.
Oh
Yeah, he's
yeah, he's so much fun, especially when he starts going on his little racist rants.
I've never heard him do that, but when I brought up the thing about growing your bush out, did you hear that, Heather? It was great. He kind of took wind to that. He kind of loved it, like in a really funny way. And then he started talking about women in general, and it kind of just got outlandish.
Yeah, I mean, like there are times where definitely Heather, you're right. Like he can get inappropriate, and like I have no problem like cutting him off, right? Like, but I mean, I'm not always there, so I mean, he should be able to just manage himself as a person on the internet. And I can't like cover for him, and he's a grown ass man making his own choices, so I get that. But I also feel like I don't know. He does tend to be fairly respectful, I feel like, in the spaces now. I think he's getting better with being respectful. But I also find that if you do a music intermission, sometimes that will give him a break and he might take off for a little bit. If you are feeling the need to have a little intermission, sometimes a nice way of doing that is music. And he's never been offended, I don't think, in doing that. So.
Yeah, I've actually surprisingly, I guess, I've never heard him do that. I just remember one time, Ocean, you called me open eye, and I didn't know what it meant, but now I do, and that's fucking hilarious to me. It's when I had the picture of my cat's eyeball for a while.
Oh yeah, that's back when you were like argumentative Al, because you were just this eyeball that was like, you know, standing up and being like, "This is bullshit" at the time. And I was like, and then I think Logan later was just like, "You remember Al?" And I was like, "Argumentative Al, yes, I do." But you're not argumentative. You just don't put up with shit. So I don't know. I appreciate that about you and about Heather, right? Don't put up with shit, and yeah. And you're not unnecessarily mean either, right?
I admittedly sometimes get angry, but I take my time and I have apologized to quite a few people through DMs because I do feel like an asshole later on. The emotions get the better of me. And I still haven't heard that clip of you channeling me. I need to I need to somehow find that.
I can go find that. Yeah, but I don't know. Sometimes I do notice people just need to be. I need to go get smokes. People do need to just be like knocked down a peg sometimes, and I'm never the one that's gonna do that unless it's like through telling a story in which I hope humbled someone. But sometimes people just I could tell, and so it's nice that there's people that can do it in like a kind way, right?
Yeah, I feel like a jackass in how sometimes I'm an asshole in defending myself, but it's when other people attack other people that's when I snap.
Oh, I mean, uh, I've had shit talked about me and how apparently I push my atheism in spaces because the majority of time I talk about it is when I have to come up to defend myself against blatant fucking disrespectful generalizations about atheists by people who I consider friends, and they know that I'm an atheist, but they'll still sit there and say like hateful things and like mean things. It is like, what are you even talking about? Like it drives me up the wall. But yeah, because I want to come up and defend myself, now I'm somebody who is pushing my atheism on people. Is the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
I have never, not once, heard you do that ever. I
Thank
know.
you.
Yeah, me also. Like, you've never you've like stated your opinion, but you've never like told someone else that they should be atheist just because you are. Like, that's not your attitude. You're just like, this is why I think that's dumb, right? It's pretty much the same as Taylor. The same as how Taylor kind of approaches shit, I think, right? Like, I don't know, you're not trying to push it on me. I don't feel any kind of way like that. I only ever prefaced the thing about you before is because I've brought up religion before, and then you like sometimes get a little bit triggered by it maybe, so then I tried mentioning it before I brought it up, which only made it worse. So I'm like, God damn it. But yeah, I don't know. I definitely don't want to feel like I'm attacking anybody, including atheists, because just as valid as everybody else, right? Who the fuck knows? Maybe there is no God. You could be just as right as these other people that think there is a God. So it's like whatever.
Yeah, the thing is with people on spaces is I hear a lot of people will start off with, well, I used to be an atheist. First off, don't come at me with that bullshit ass line. I don't want to hear it because then you're going to give me some super spiritual woo shit right afterwards. And you know what? I don't think you were an atheist. And it's just a way uh religious people like to try to make an atheist feel like, like we're kindred spirits of sort, kind of. It's like it's a way for them like to find a way to try to relate to you, but most of the time it's just bullshit. They're just blowing smoke up your fucking ass, and they think that you're not gonna fucking peep that, but I do.
Heather, I love this, and you're gonna hate me because I was once an atheist.
I'm
Well, no, but
gonna
here's the
throat
deal.
punch you.
Well, no, here's the deal, though, right? Is that my analytical theism? You have never, not once, ever given me any shit for it, right? I did. I mean, I read Sam Harris in high school, Hitchens, all of that stuff, and I still identify with it. And I totally understand what you mean is that some people just take that's the thing that kills me about some atheists is that they take it as a literalism, that like it's a personal attack. And I say that about any kind of ideology, right? But I have mad respect for you because I've never not once heard you do that. You've never thrown anything I've said into question because of it. And that's just like why I appreciate the this group of people because it never seems to be that way until the outliers come in and then it becomes this like shit throwing contest. And I never understood why some people love that in spaces, but they do.
Yeah, like certain people come in and try to interject Nephilim, for instance, in to every conversation, no matter what we're talking about. Somehow, some way, they gotta like try to interject and put Nephilim, and I'm gonna keep saying Nephilim that way because it's fucking annoying. And it's just like it's like every fucking conversation gotta like, it's just like slip that one fucking in there.
Those
It's
are the
like
giants,
with
right? Nephilim are
with
the giants.
yeah, the Watchers, the
Right,
fucking,
they said
the
aliens bred
ones,
humans and made
yeah,
Nephilim.
the giants from
It's
the
in the Dead Sea
Bible.
Scrolls. It's
So
in the Dead
fucking
Sea Scrolls.
stupid. And and then people wonder why I get annoyed. It's like, no, that has nothing to do with the conversation at hand in any way, shape, or form. Like, what the fuck are you even talking about?
You're making me feel like a Hare Krishna because, Heather, have you heard about the Anunnaki?
But I feel like
No, Al, please tell me about the Anunnaki.
if the conversation was about that, like you wouldn't care. You're not like hating on the fucking Nephilim or whatever. You're just like,
No,
it's
if
just
it was,
because the conversation's towing one thing, someone comes in and it doesn't really matter what the
yeah,
topic is.
listen,
People do that.
I love mythology. That shit's awesome. It's fun to read, it's fun to think about. Uh, Mythology is cool. I enjoy it. Um, but there's a time and a place, and you really need to read the room and like read the conversation instead of just like jumping in the conversation and trying to like force it to what you want it to be instead of what it is. That's what gets on my nerves.
Heather, have you considered devoting some time to our Lord and Savior Nimrod? I really, I think you need to give Nimrod some time.
But no, I am curious though, Heather, do you believe like in a collective consciousness? Like not God, but do you think that there is like a collective consciousness, not a being, but like as far as like the Akashic record or whatever? Like what do you believe in as far as like consciousness?
Um, so I think that there totally could be like a collective human consciousness. Um, I have this weird view I've brought up a couple times, but it gets like shoved to the wayside. Nobody ever wants to talk about it. I think maybe because it's slightly unnerving, but here's my thought. Okay. Um, so you know how way back in the day there were less humans, and we hear about all these stories about people with these abilities, or this esoteric knowledge and all that shit, right? Okay, what if it's because, and nowadays we don't have that as much, right? We don't even know how the fuck they're able to build some of the shit they were able to do back then, right? So we lost some of that knowledge. So my thing is, maybe it's because there's more of us and it's thinned it out, right? It's like super thin. So it's like, we're all just like kind of barely getting just enough for us to function on the daily, right? Some of us none at all. Um and I think that if there were less of us, that we would probably regain, because it wouldn't be as thinned out anymore. We'd probably gain some more of that collective consciousness. We'd probably get a lot of that knowledge that's been lost to us, probably get that back.
Damn, that's a quantifiably interesting way of thinking about it. Like,
Is it?
I
there's only
I
so
look
much.
at it. Sorry, go ahead now.
Well, no, it's just like there's only so much paint in the bucket.
I was looking at it as like a resonant frequency type of thing. So, like, say if you live in a village of 20 people, right, and you're living close with nature, you're going to resonate like with the earth more. But, like, the further you get away from nature, the more you're going to resonate. Your whole city will have a resonant frequency, and then people will, because we're water, we will actually like resonate differently based off of like areas that we're at. Um, and I don't know about like losing, like I don't know. I just wonder if like now if all of a sudden everybody is living in such different environments that aren't Earth, which is our one common resonant frequency, if it's just harder for us to connect vibes when like our vibes are now so vastly different because we're not connected to that one thing anymore. You know what I mean?
Um, so here's what prompted that whole thought process. Okay, so Anne Rice is my favorite author, and she wrote a book called Prince Lestat and the Realms of Atlantis, and it's one of the last books of the Vampire Chronicles series, right? Okay, so anyway, it really delves into the character Amel. Amel is the spirit that created the vampires. Okay. So when Amel, he was like the super strong spirit, and he would hang out with these twin witches, and then the queen Akasha, she came in and like fucked him up, and the spirit got mad and attacked her and entered her body. Okay, and then he was like really strong inside of her, and that created the very first vampires. All right, so then as more vampires were created, he started losing his powers because it was like this web, right? So like he got stretched super thin. So his consciousness, he lost grasp of it, right? Um, it wasn't until Akasha woke up when the vampire Lestat woke her, and she came and she started killing all the vampires across the world. She didn't know what she was doing, but deep down inside, she was actually strengthening Amel by severing all those little ties, all those little webs. When she killed a vampire, she cut that fucking tie off. So now all his consciousness was amassing back into one particular form. And then he was able to freaking break free of the vampires, still allow them to live and get his own body back, right? And so it's just like that's what prompted the whole thought process on if there were less of us, maybe we would be more whole.
I understand what you're saying, right? But what if it takes a very large amount, a critical mass of connections, in order for there to be a catalyst, right, for certain individuals to reel in those said connections? That's just kind of the way that I'm thinking about it. But I actually
Yeah, that's why I
completely.
said I think a lot of people turn down wanting to talk to me about it because it is unnerving to think about. Because in severing ties in order for us to get our collective consciousness back to where it was once before, a lot of lives would have to be lost.
I'm trying to picture like a good metaphor for like for my brain to maybe make sense of it, and I'm thinking of just like a cloud. So like a cloud forms over the ocean. It's one big cloud that's like a big collective consciousness, and then like it rains down, which becomes like individual again, right? So like if you just have like one big cloud, then that's going to be one big collective conscious that you're connecting to. And but like what if there's like different clouds and they never connected? Like what if now because there's so many of us, it's like we don't share the same cloud necessarily, and we don't spend enough time in the cloud and being like rain, you know? I don't know how that works out in the metaphor, but like I don't know, I'm just trying to like understand how that could work, like applying like an idea like that.
I'm not saying my idea is an idea that we should apply. I don't I don't agree with uh killing off a huge chunk of humanity in order to gain this collective consciousness back. It was just a thought that I had as to maybe that's why we don't have nearly the knowledge it seems our ancestors did. Maybe that's just because there's more of us and it's so stretched thin.
Well, I don't want to go murdering anybody, just so you know. I think that people are, I don't know. We're hacking each other up enough already, man. We need to stop. Yeah, but I see where you're coming from, where that could be a theory, and it could be like right, and along with other theories, that could be right too, right? Maybe there's a way we can strengthen
Yeah.
as a group. Like maybe we just aren't using our power, but if we all like tune back in on how to use it, it would be like so much more stronger than before, maybe.
Yeah, that's kind of the weird thing about it, right? Is I think that each one of those points together is kind of what's going on. I think it is spread thin, but I also think that because it's been spread thin, that certain areas it's condensed more so than it did before. I don't know. I just feel like some of the individuals that I've spoken to over the last year or so, it's astounded me the multidisciplinary nature of their research, and I feel like we're kind of in a special time, at least for that. Uh, Definitely, and I think you can say the same thing about not just research, but the way that people communicate with each other. I think that with technology over the last 30 years, I do feel the conversation has changed, and the quickness that you can enter into like a serious conversation is perhaps accelerated. Or, and by a serious conversation, I mean like a real conversation. And I've noticed that in certain individuals as well. So I think things have changed. I do think things have thinned out, but I do think that the concentrations of it have become quite novel and wondrous to see.
Do you think gravity affects it? It's a silly question. You don't have to answer.
Well, can you further it a little bit more than that?
I was just supposed to say, because you were talking about how, yeah, it's thinned out, but in certain spots, maybe it's amassed a little bit more. So I was wondering if maybe there's a gravitational pull, some sort of force working on it to make it kind of pool in certain areas and be thin in others.
Yes, absolutely. I think that what that boils down to is that and I think I've said this before quite a bit, but I think consciousness is gravity. I think that awareness is gravity. And I think that certain individuals act as gravity wells for others. And you can think of that as like intellectual minds. You can think of that as orators, people who can speak well. Or you can just think of it as someone that has a very high emotional intelligence, that they have the power to affect other people. Therefore, it's like their gravity is that much more through their awareness. And that's kind of like what I'm getting at, is that I feel that you're absolutely right that there's so many of us that it has cut not only consciousness thin, but therefore it has cut education thin. It has cut resources thin. Um, so I absolutely think that you're right. And the fucked up thing, though, too, right, is that if you're to take it not just consciousness, but then resources, resources are pooling in certain areas. Look at the Western world. So I think gravity has a lot to do with everything because you can relate it to psychology, you can relate it to resources, you can relate it to just about everything because there does seem to be these areas that it condenses and then we formulate around them. And it's peculiar. It's like how 2/3 of the world's population lives within 8 miles of a coast. I mean, that's a fact. It's just very strange how we gather in certain areas like that. I don't know. I definitely think you have something there with gravity.
What's so strange about it? Who doesn't want to live by the beach?
I haven't laid out on the beach in years now.
Well, thank you guys for letting me actually talk about my little idea. That was great.
I think that's something to definitely consider because even if it's not 100% true, what if there's like factors that do play into like that and what the fuck's going on? And I think it's silly to just be like focused on all these other things and just like missing clues, right? So, yeah, and it sucks that it's because like I don't know, you feel like you're unable to share it. No one should feel like that, right? We all try to make sure everyone feels heard, so that includes you too.
Oh, I've brought it up a couple times in spaces and it's just been steamrolled over and ignored, and I wasn't able to flesh it out a little bit more, so I finally got to do that tonight. So that was good. I felt good.
The best analogy I can come up with is that metaphysics, politics, psychology, those things, like, you have to respect other people and meet in the middle, that everyone has their own experiences. But if you're having a conversation over like mathematics or something, right? Everyone's going to lose to the mathematician or engineer, quote unquote, lose. You know what I mean? But that's one of the things I feel like is happening in spaces, is that suddenly, politics or mathematics, you're right or you're wrong. Like, there are absolutes, like 1 + 1 = 2. You can't get away with 3. And then you have the goalpost movers, and it just gets so incredibly frustrating. That you're absolutely right, is that the fact that you can't have that conversation in many places, and people will just shoot it down because they take it literally. They like take offense to your idea.
Now I'm thinking though, like if there was an apocalypse and a whole bunch of people passed away, and but we're going with the whole theory of like this thinned out collective consciousness, what would happen then? Would it be like a spring and all of a sudden everyone would just be like enlightened, or
I don't know. That's a good question. I don't I don't know if it would spring. Or check this out, maybe it is like a melt. And if enough of us get cut off all at once, it can turn into its own self.
Well, here's the fucked up thing I'm going to say, right? So let's say a large amount of people die. Well, all their energies are absorbed by those that continued after them through emotional trauma and stresses upon their very metabolism, and that may open up the conduit to receive consciousness. So it's almost right that if a family members, they lose those that they love, those stresses are going to affect their minds incredibly, but they're also going to be absorbing the wills of all those people because they still exist within their mind. So that's actually a fucked up way of thinking about it. That yes, perhaps the next group of people after said apocalypse would be that more akin and an open conduit for that very nature of consciousness that we're kind of talking about. Electron, go ahead.
So that's a really interesting concept, Al. So let me run this past you all, and I kind of want to get everyone's opinion on this, kind of going along the same topic. So throughout human history on this planet, there have been several instances where humanity was almost wiped out. I think it's like 3 or 4 times where we would go from millions of people on the planet, and then some sort of like ecological natural disaster would happen, and we would be reduced to like less than 1,000 people. I think the last time it happened was during the last ice age, where everyone on the planet today, our DNA, we're all related to basically the same, I think it's like 600 or 700 people. That 10,000 years ago, there was like millions of humans running around, and this ice age happened, and we went from millions of people and we went down to like 600 humans. And so everyone that is descended today, or everyone that's alive today, is descended from those 600 people that were able to survive and managed to escape that apocalypse. So humanity is actually like very, very good at surviving apocalypse.
Hey, Electron, real quick. The last actual major bottleneck was the Mount Toba eruption, which was 76,000 years ago. It took us down to roughly 2,000 to 5,000 breeding pairs, and that's the actual reason why we have blue eyes, is because when it was reduced down to that number, the mutations actually caused that recessive trait to become something that was exemplified in our genetic makeup, the blue eyes.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. It's happened several times. Like they say the same thing with like how we came up with not only blue eyes, but we came up with other recessive genetic qualities like the RH blood type. Once upon a time, all humans had positive RH factors, whereas once there was another bottleneck where somehow we developed an RH negative. And yeah, to your point, it's happened several times. But my question though is, what do you think? Like, so our current predicament, how would you explain our current predicament based on the, I would say, past trauma that we've experienced as a species? And do you think that trauma is like passed down through our DNA? Like, do you think, you know, like it's speculated that DNA is able to hold information or is able to pass down certain information? Do you think that certain trauma, like species on a species level, do you think that is also able to be passed down, like in those bottleneck situations where we're faced with extinction, apocalypse, and then somehow we're able to emerge, survive, and continue and flourish?
Well, absolutely. So currently, our understanding with telomeres and the data transfer of DNA, right, is that 1 gram of DNA contains about 218 petabytes of information. That's roughly 260 million gigabytes of information in that 1 gram, right? But the thing that's actually more interesting about it is that the holographic nature of reality is that within the DNA itself is probably just about every single experience and everything on 2D, and it may be accessible through light within the cell of DNA. Trauma is definitely passed on. It affects the fight or flight response. It affects the very metabolism which runs our brain. And oddly enough, in some of the studies done on rats and stress, they produce more dimethyltryptamine under great periods of stress. Therefore, there is an argument that that is part of the conduit which provides a greater access to consciousness. That under high moments of trauma and duress, the brain actually secretes more dimethyltryptamine, which, I mean, there's the component of that it helps us with dealing with death and dissolution, but it is also a fact that it intercalates with DNA like a perfect key, and it opens up some neuronal activity and access to things that we don't fully understand. One of the harrowing things about this, though, is that it makes the cyclicity of catastrophe almost seem like manifest destiny, because we're under a period of great stress right now. We've introduced things to our metabolism that are changing them rapidly, such as technology, the internet, artificial light, right? Well, it's kind of turning this human nature neuroses into a psychosis. And in a psychotic outbreak, there could be a manifestation of catastrophe. So, I mean, it very well could be this thing that is imprinted in us that once we become aware enough of our environment, we our minds become a little bit too enlarged, and then the basic fear, that primal fear that has driven us in the first place, it actually might trigger us toward catastrophe so the system can reset itself. And that seems to me to be something that Mother Nature has done across the board, regardless. I mean, you brought up the Ice Age, right? Well, we've been in an ice age for 2 million years. We've been experiencing an interglacial from the last glacial period. And it's roughly, each interglacial is about 15,000 to 16,000 years, and the glacial periods are about 60 to 80,000 years long. One of the events you were talking about as far as a bottleneck was the Younger Dryas event, where we came out of the last glacial period, and then all of a sudden we got nailed by a fucking comet that broke up over North America again, and that sent flooding around the world. It reset the clock, because when all of that fresh water was melted from the ice cap over North America by this meteor explosion, It offset the salinization of the ocean and fucked up all of the energy gyres. So we went back into glaciation. Like it was a catastrophe. It went both ways. And these things have happened multiple times. One of the things that people don't understand, like they talk about how we're in the Goldilocks zone, right? That Earth is in the perfect spot. Well, our civilization has been experiencing a Goldilocks zone of lack of catastrophe. It's a matter of time. And I think it's printed in us.
So then how would that impact future consciousness? Like, so I agree with you. Like, it's a ticking time bomb for some other natural catastrophe to happen, whether it be, crustal displacement, meteor impact, super volcano eruption, you name it. It's just a matter of time. How do you think that will impact our future consciousness? Do you think it will aid it? Do you think it'll, impede it? What are your thoughts?
Well, if I could share real quick, I just threw up in the nest. There's a study that was done. This is a study where they told people they were given a prize. Then they tricked them. They said someone stole their prize money. They ended up getting the prize money back, but they were still allowed to punish the person for stealing from them. And so they found that people with a certain gene, when they had been told that more money had been stolen, so like higher like loss, right? So like more intense feeling or whatever. Once it was over like a certain amount, the people with this gene would like punish to the like nth degree, right? So they would punish like the maximum amount. Even though they got their money back, they would still punish like the maximum amount for the theft, with this gene. So it's kind of interesting.
Hey, Ocean, that's fucking crazy because monoamine oxidase, that is what keeps dimethyltryptamine from being produced. That is completely fucked. That is incredible that you just posted that. So that means that individuals with more monoamine oxidase, right? That means they can't produce as much dimethyltryptamine. They can't access their data point, and therefore they're crueler to other people. That is fucking incredible. I can't believe you just posted that.
Yeah, and the punishment was hot sauce in the mouth. So they would give them like maximum amount of hot sauce if they had this gene. I think other people, some of them would, some of them wouldn't if they didn't have the gene. And then like if the numbers were lower, so say someone stole like 25% or whatever, they weren't nearly as bad, right? They weren't like maximum amount. But yeah, it's just kind of like there's obviously like just a threshold in which some people snap. It's just that's kind of what that study was showing.
Yeah, that's amazing. I'm definitely going to read more into that. That is absolutely wild. But
There's another, I also shared the one about the rabbits and the submarine. It's kind of a sad one, but I can find that one and share it. That one's about, I think it's about DNA too. And then one about transferring DNA in just water, like using frequency to copy the DNA's like structure essentially, and then being able to recreate it just by using that frequency. There's a couple different studies I got. I'll put it.
Yeah, that's wild. That really is. Electron, real quick. As far as consciousness, I think that the consummation, or whatever you want to call it, I think it's very simple. I think that oneness has been something that has been achieved by many minds. I don't think there's really much to go further than that. Love, the integrated understanding of the all in eternity. The thing that is not good is that some people think about like a cyclical universe, right? That entropy would increase, like the second law of thermodynamics. Therefore, like it wouldn't necessarily work, or it would reach a point where there's no turning back. That's what I think that we have reached as far as a biological entity. I think that through the iterations where we currently have the brain that we have, that hubris, like entropy, has been gathering with each iteration, because we reach these bottlenecks, right? And we get wiped the fuck out and kind of have to start over. But it seems like the hubris and greed has grown through each iteration, and now we're reaching the ceiling of it. Because what we've done is stolen all of the metals from the surface of the earth that we can, along with hydrocarbons, which we've been taking out as much as possible. So what we've really done is used all the resources to such an extent that this is the last time around. The next iteration isn't going to be able to do this whole technology bit to the level that we did. Because they're going to have to relearn it, etc. And by that time, a lot of this shit is going to go by the wayside. It's going to take a long time to come back. I think that that's a huge indicator that we're going to reach some kind of ceiling, and I think that technology might be a catalyst for reaching that ceiling. But the thing is, the irony being is that the ceiling is something we've already been to before. It's just that this time around, we really pulled the trigger ourselves instead of nature. That's what I think is going on. I think that we're essentially inviting a catastrophe upon ourselves so we can realize something that we've already realized before. That's the irony. That's why it's going to be like almost like a deja vu, because it's terribly simple. It's the golden rule. It's Newton's third law. For every action, you have an equal and opposite reaction. And I mean, look at what we've done to the world. And we've stolen all the resources. We've fucked everything up. So this does seem to be the last time around. And I'm saying that as far as technology and what we're used to as being our world, because after whatever happens, it's going to be a reset back to a long time ago. And it's not going to be quite the same after this, because I'm hoping that it's going to go back toward a reintegration with nature, because we've externalized ourselves so much from the natural world that we've murdered it, raped it, and pillaged it. And I think that's what the lesson's going to be, is look at what you did to yourself. You already knew not to do this, but look what you did. And that's what I think it's going to be. That's the analytical psychology of the world kind of deal.
Right. At least on this planet, anyways. And that was kind of like where I wanted to kind of, I guess, get your opinion on, is because they kind of going to Logan. Also, thanks for the space. Cosmic connections. They say that there is a, and this is studies that they've done on, contactees, experiencers, that those that have had contact, those that have had experiences, there's usually some sort of trauma that precipitates, or maybe, as to your point, maybe activates something in our brains or something in our consciousness that allows or facilitates that experience, or that contact to take place. And on the next iteration, when that next bottleneck happens, I think you're absolutely right. We've kind of depleted all the resources on the surface of this planet anyways, that the next iteration, their only option might be to actually, not only transcend on a conscious level, but transcend kind of on a planetary level as well. Like GTFO, get the fuck out of here. That, you kind of have to, find that next place where you can live harmoniously. And more importantly, will we take those lessons to that new place, or to that new home where we can live in equilibrium with that environment? Or are we going to carry that negative, trauma, that negative information in our DNA, and unfortunately repeat that process, over and over again? Or will we be able to break that cycle?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. My personal interpretation is that we're in a closed system. I think that we're going to either destroy ourselves or be taught a lesson by nature first, and I don't think we're ever going to leave the planet. I don't think that's ever going to happen. That's just being quite honest.
So
I
you don't
think
believe in the entire like Elon Musk going to Mars, or the fact that maybe we are not the original inhabitants of this planet. That there's some evidence to suggest that we didn't even start here. That maybe we came from somewhere else. So you think that we're like this is it?
that there's a very good chance that they helped in our modification of DNA. They could be of higher dimensions, interdimensional, etc. But no, I still come back to this: is that I think the Watchmen are never going to let us leave, ever. I think that may be one of the things that's going on with the UFO phenomenon, and you may have heard me say this earlier, but I think they gave us the Promethean fire, and then once we started fucking off and harming the planet and potentially killing ourselves, that's going to be when they come back and take it back and make sure that we can't use it. And it's just really weird because I think that we're going to cause our own destruction simultaneously as Mother Nature does her work. And I think that the UFOs are going to happen simultaneously. So I think it's going to be four things. I think some people are going to see God. Some people are going to see UFOs. Some people, it's going to be a natural catastrophe. And then the rest of it will be nuclear warfare. And I think it's all going to happen at the same time. And yeah, that's how fucking crazy I am.
So
I make that bet.
you must get invited to all the holiday parties with that outlook. Must be a hit, anyways.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a good, as good a guess as any guess is gonna be. Feels good.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I just to be really quick, I honestly think that we're evil. I think that we're both. We're a dualism, and I think the only thing worth sending out into interstellar space are probes to further life, to plant life, to let it start over again. Because I feel like once you get to a certain level, it's kind of like the Fermi paradox, the great filter. Where is everybody? The Kardashev scale. I don't think we're ever going to leave. I don't think we're allowed to. I think that if there are watchers here, that they are of either higher dimensions or they were designed by machine intelligence that is beyond space and time.
But I mean, like we've already left, though, right? Like, isn't that like we've already left? We've gone to the moon, right? So if the Watchers like really wanted to keep us here on Earth, wouldn't they have prevented us from like going to the moon?
Well, we haven't been back in 50 years. We should have bases up there with the expectations of even Werner von Braun that we would be at Venus well already, Mars included.
Mm-hmm.
There was a complete stoppage to everything. And again, I'm not trying to say that I'm dead serious about this, that it's something to consider. I just don't think that we're going to colonize other planets. If, for instance, it's rumored that in the 70s we found life on Mars. If that's the case, then we're fucked. That was the last thing we ever wanted to find on Mars, because as soon as we found life on Mars, that means that the great filter is real. Life is everywhere, but it gets wiped the fuck out. We never wanted to find life on Mars. That the implication is direct. It's a mathematical fact. It would then confirm the great filter, that life is everywhere and it just dies. It's not allowed to move very far. It's not allowed to communicate with itself, and it's just via entropy, chaos, and chance, the uncertainty principle, that eventually you just get wiped the fuck out. And there's every reason to believe we did find life on Mars, and that's one of the reasons why they don't make a big hoodoo about it. Because that would mean life is everywhere. Then where the fuck is everybody? They're all dead.
Well, I mean, that kind of flies in the face of like the UAP phenomenon, though, doesn't it? Because I think that, like, yes, I think there is, like, you're right. I think there is a great filter, and I think that what science tells us is that our reality, the universe, is a very, very harsh place. That it's not all sunshine and rainbows, and that for us to even get to this point. Is kind of a miracle all in itself. And that, yes, you're right, that if we have found evidence of, molecular life on Mars, that the universe is in fact teeming with life, but that there is somehow this filter that, because of the harshness, prevents it from maintaining or sustaining some sort of intelligence. But with UAP, what that indicates, and with the experience and the contactee phenomena indicates, is that there is other intelligence, and that somehow they have made it past that filter. And so while the universe may be teeming with life, it may not be necessarily as abundant with intelligent life or with conscious life, and that poses a whole different speculation. But in terms of you brought up the Fermi paradox. I think the Fermi paradox is basically, it's no longer a paradox. It's been answered. There are many reasons or answers to why we don't see the abundance of life that we should. And that's for a variety of reasons. There's the zoo hypothesis, there's, many other theories as to why they're not interacting with us. And I think you hit on a good point that, if we are as barbaric and as inhumane as we display ourselves to be, who the hell would want to have, interaction with us? Who would want to, come knock on our door? Only those that, possess the technology that, displays superiority over our own civilization would even consider, coming and knocking on our door. So I don't necessarily agree with the great filter, hypothesis, because I think the very nature of the UAP phenomena kind of negates that clearly something somewhere has past that great filter, and it's not just one or two or three, but possibly less than 10, and that we're not unique. Nothing in this universe is unique, but we belong to something, maybe that has been able to survive that great filter. And maybe that technology or that civilization is what has gotten us there. And that's kind of what I bring up about the DNA and the trauma, and maybe passing information, from like horizontal DNA or horizontal DNA information transfer, where you're able to pass information down through a civilization that hopefully will get you to a point where you can survive that bottleneck in the great filter process.
I don't disagree with you. There's a couple things. No, just real quick. I don't disagree with you at all, but there's a few things that are interrelated that if there are interstellar travelers, then they are time travelers. They are harnessing quantum gravity, and they have the ability to manipulate time and space. So therefore, time goes out the window, and the great filter can still be true. They can be somewhere else that the miracle of life, that it was actually possible, right? That it broke through. The great filter would still be true. That 99% of us were fucked. And if they are interstellar travelers using mechanized vehicle craft, right? Once again, they have reached such a state that time is irrelevant. And they very well could be designed by machines, have bodies that are made to withstand such craft, etc. But then I also said that I didn't leave out the higher dimensional entities. And that is what I feel is more likely because mathematically, to our understanding, we live or could live in 12 dimensions. We experience our three, the fourth as time as such. But the other dimensions are all wrapped up in something that, of course, it's named after the people who founded it or created it, but the Calabi-Yau manifold. And this manifold contains all of the higher dimensions, and it's everywhere around us. That's where I think they're coming from. As far as the craft and interstellar travelers, I mean, that could be them as well too, because if they're coming from the fifth dimension, it would take their incredible understanding of our 4D block universe of how to access it and how to show up. Because I mean, to even try to wrap our heads around that is incredibly difficult. But I think they're from higher dimensions. Because if you think about it this way, is that we could be the only life that made it this far in our 3Ds with time. That with the anthropic principle considered and the highly unlikely nature of life as we currently understand it, we could be that one slice that it actually happened. Therefore, the higher dimensions all come here and visit because they're like, look at this shit, bodily form. Wow, let's design something so we can go down there and check it out. That's what I think we're experiencing. I think they're from higher dimensions. But as far as whether or not they could be interstellar travelers from our own observable universe, I mean, once again, if they're manipulating space and time, that kind of evokes the fact that they're most likely traveling in a 4D block universe. So they're most likely of higher dimensions at that point. And that would be accessible via the machine intelligence that most likely created them after they created it. And that would be AI. And whether or not it would have access to these higher dimensions is something that, I mean, I think that's beyond us all to consider. So I definitely think that they're of higher dimensions, and the Great Filter and Fermi's paradox and the Olber paradox all are still confirmed. We could just be that one slice of the multiverse, and once again, there's an infinite amount of iterations of us as well, but we could be that one slice, because if we were to change some of the fine-tuning constraints of the universe to a very small degree, none of this ever would have happened. So I think they're from higher dimensions, and that still allows for not letting us off the planet because there's nowhere to go.
So you don't subscribe to the Galactic Federation?
It's not that I don't. I mean, I think it's incredibly intriguing to think about. It would make the dark forest hypothesis seem to be correct, that everyone is just kind of keeping it quiet.
Right. No, exactly. Exactly. That's why I bring it up. And it's been postulated for many, many years that that would be the case, especially with like, certain, high level government officials coming out and confirming in different ways that there is this federation of species, of NHI that exist. And it always seems that there's a mix. And I think you're right. I think there are higher dimensionals, but I think that there, are definitely, NHI, that exist in this, 3 dimensions plus 1 time dimension. And somehow they're all interconnected.
Well, that's where I draw the line, though. I don't think traveling back through time to us, the interstellar travelers, I think they're traveling forward through time and they're in our past. Because if you think about general relativity and the nature of light, I think that is the case. I think that they were in some of the early galaxies of the early formation of the universe and they traveled here to the future. I think we are the future, to them at least. But once again, if they have a full comprehensive manipulation of space time to travel such distances, again, it just to me it almost starts to evoke the higher dimensions anyway. But I totally understand what you're saying because it would be incredibly interesting if there are bodily NHI and the higher dimensional entities, like whether or not they go at it. Whether or not we're caught in the middle between the higher dimensional entities and the other entities that are within our realm. I mean, talk about fucking spicy.
Right. No, exactly. That's why I bring it up. It's a very interesting concept. And I think that there's some, I guess, circumstantial evidence within our own, within our own framework or understanding of the universe, which is, I mean, in no way complete, but in our little peep through the keyhole type situation, like both situations, there definitely seems to be plausibility between both realities.
Well, I suppose it gets even spicier, right? So let's say that we have interstellar travelers, fellow species in our observable universe, right? We're caught between them and the higher dimensionals, in the higher dimensions. And then there's all the plasma entities all around us, all the other entities of the electromagnetic spectrum that we can't see. So it's like we're stuck in a big old fucking party. And we think we're alone, and yet we're surrounded by them everywhere. It's just that we can't see them.
Well, no, they are everywhere, and that's what the dark biome, or theory that postulates that, as you said, higher dimensions. It's not that these higher dimensions are kind of stacked on top of us. These higher dimensions are actually all around us. We just can't interact with them. And as you stated before, we can only perceive a very small percent of visible light. And even our most advanced mathematical physical equations say that there's 90% of the universe that we just can't interact with. And that's like matter, physical energy, stuff like that. And that there's literally 90% of the universe that exists that we just cannot see. We can't interact with it. It doesn't reflect light. But it nonetheless exists because it has weight, it has mass, and we can weigh it to a certain degree. And maybe, like I said, maybe there are entities that can phase shift, in and out of, those higher dimensions. Just like we can, we can interact with lower dimensions in our physical reality. We can interact with 1 dimension, 2 dimensions, 3 dimensions. We can perceive the 4th dimension, but we really can't manipulate it in, certain ways, because for us, the 4th dimension is basically just one way. It's one direction. Einstein says we can manipulate it going backwards, but that takes, extreme amounts of energy. But either way, the 4th dimension, time, is kind of abstract to us. Whereas if you were part of this other, 90% of the universe, maybe you could, interact. And, as it's been postulated by other scientists, maybe that 90% is where the dark biosphere exists, that there are entities that are out there that can interact with us, but we can't interact with them.
Well,
Right, like that's where Gary Nolan comes in with his metamaterials. Part of his speculation is that what we consider a metamaterial is actually just the physical manifestation of a higher dimension interacting with a lower dimension, and whatever they leave behind, whatever artifacts they leave behind, are those metamaterials that we perceive.
Yeah, I hear you. I've kept up with all of that stuff on the Shadow Biome and Gary. One of the things I do have to say though is that some of the higher dimensional entities we can communicate with, and the only reason why I say that is that I've done ayahuasca and dimethyltryptamine for a very long time, and after diving into that dimension enough times and objectifying it as much as possible. They're autonomous. They have their own sovereignty, and they do things that are seemingly fucking impossible. They're so impossible that in having the experience, I often came to the conclusion that I died because there's no fucking way I'm seeing this. It's hyperspatial, hyperdimensional. The way in which they move is self-transmutating. There's no other way to put it. And that's one of the reasons why I got so deep into the phenomenon. Other than I've seen some shit in the sky, don't get me wrong. And I had sleep paralysis as a kid and some weird shit happened. But, it was my experiences in the psychedelic realm that these entities aren't just in our own heads. There's something going on underneath everything that like you said, we just don't see it. We lack the frame rate. We lack the electromagnetic photonic lenses to be able to absorb it. But definitely, there is some way of trying to communicate with them. It's just that it's incredibly fucking difficult.
So I've never done D. I've experimented a few times with other stuff, but never D. And I never went that far. I've always been very fascinated with people's stories because I've I've witnessed some pretty crazy shit around people that have done like DMT, and they were able to like relay information that they should not have known, which is like super fucking crazy. And so I'm very curious, so I've like talked about this with lots of friends and stuff. Did you see the mechanical elves, or what did you see on the other side? Because it's usually described like very similar like fashion. Usually people describe the same thing, and usually it's like mechanical gnomes or mechanical elves or mechanical dwarfs. Like, what did you experience?
Well, I started off just smoking it through a glass tube, and that was very mechanical. A lot of people, including myself, because it takes a while to really truly break through. The smoke is very pungent. It leaves a film in your mouth. Your entire body, you end up tasting it, breathing it, seeing it, feeling it. This taste, and it's very organic, yet it's it's very almost alien, right? But through just glass, it was the self-transforming machine elves. It was very mechanical, very kind of machine-like and yet fractal. And these entities, the best way I can explain it is that they were more Euclidean, sharp edges, like I said, mechanical. But when I started to break through that, it became extremely alien. It was no longer this self-transforming machine elf. It was this alien kind of, you could even say insectoid, because once again, with just the glass, it was sharp edges. It was very fractal, like in that nature. But once I combined it with cannabis, that's when the game really started getting going because it started to become more organic. I think that there's a synergistic relationship between tetrahydrocannabinol and dimethyltryptamine. oddly enough, during one of my mushroom trips, I was presented with the molecule in my trip of tetrahydroharmine. I had no idea what the fuck that was. I wasn't well read into any of this shit. And 3 years from the night that I had that trip that I saw that molecule, I took tetrahydroharmine, and then I ingested just about 0.4 of a gram of DMT for my pharmawaska trip. And you go from, what it can be considered alien or these elves, right? And you're going to see full on people. It turns into a movie. It is beyond real. The only thing that is so bizarre about it is that it's like turning the contrast all the way up in a movie, in that you're turning it up so much that the color is vibrating. And I ended up finding out that within the quantum world, it's called Brownian motion. You're essentially seeing that 90% of the atom that is just air, that is just nothing, and you're seeing things vibrating. And the entities themselves at this point, they do move quickly. They look at you, and when you look at them and they look back at you, they then know that they can travel through you. And that's one of the things that they do to blow your mind. They show you things within their hands that are impossible. And because it's hyperspatial, you're seeing things at such depth that it really is mind-blowing. And I'm going really long-winded at this point, but
I love it.
if you break through hard enough, it's no longer like a morphological entity of color and hyperdimensionality. You see actual people. You see, it's not just entities anymore. I saw actual people. At one point, I was surrounded by it was like a procession of people on each of my sides, and they were leading me toward this bright light. That bright light was just my ego returning, but it kind of felt like I was dying, and that white light might be coming out of the womb again. There is a lot of parallels between the DMT experience and near-death experience, and I actually have a biological condition that might have made me prone toward having that kind of ego death trip. But I smoked probably between 3 and 4 ounces of it over a few years, so I tried every possible way of doing it. So everything that people say is true. The only thing that I didn't really have happen, I mean, I had the mother goddess. I had one playing me an instrument. I had the trickster god, Hermes, the Joker. I saw a lot of shit like that, but I never had the alien experience of literally feeling like I was being abducted, because that is very much prevalent, but I never felt it. The entities will travel at you, through you, try to manipulate you. They can be macabre. They can be almost kind of cruel, but that's if you give them that kind of attention. It's definitely a very strange ass world.
Do you remember the instrument they were playing?
It was like a flute, and it was a woman.
Yep. It's always a flute. It's always a flute. That's so crazy.
Blue. She looked like a very feminine Shiva, and I ended up finding out that it was most likely Parvati, something along those lines.
That's crazy. No, I love hearing people's like stories on DMT, because they all say the exact same thing. And what you just described, I've heard at least a dozen people describe the exact same thing. So like, it's very
Pavarotti was there?
What was that?
Pavarotti was in like everyone's DMT trips?
Pavarotti? I hope so. I mean, what better trip than a fucking Pavarotti trip?
Hell yeah.
What about you, Logan? Have you ever done DMT or any psychedelics?
Yeah, but I'm not a big fan of it. It kind of I don't know. I understand like that our reality is like greater than like we perceive it is, and I I have like doing those kinds of things help me to like I guess expand my mind or like in certain kinds of ways. But I mean, so did like traveling the world. I mean, I think that expanded my mind way more than doing any kind of substance that ever has. Uh, I much prefer like those kinds of like mind expansive things. Like I those things were like fun to experiment with or whatever. But I don't know. Like, that was all good enough for me.
That's why I don't recommend it to anybody. It was personally, I had a death wish. I didn't give a flying fuck. I had many reasons to be angry with my existence, right? So I figured, fuck it, I'm just gonna dive into this dissolution thing because at least I'm feeling some kind of connection with something. I don't think anyone should do that shit because it can completely dislodge you from reality. It helped me a billion times more so than the terror, but it was terrifying. It was absolutely terrifying. And I'll say that to anybody. And I'm saying that because I was literally filling a bowl and smoking it out of a bong. Like I went full on. Like I wouldn't recommend doing any of it to anybody.
Hey Al, let me ask you like since you have some insight here, like so this person I know that had like a that would like do this. I got these anyway. The person that has like this DMT pen, right? Like they would do the DMT, and to me, like I thought they were just like they really enjoyed it or whatever. But they told me that every time they went to go and do it, they had to like really like psych themselves up to do it. Like because it was just gonna be like they're kind of scared of it. But I felt like, well, if that's true, then why are you reaching for it? If it's like that, then. But can you explain how that could be?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I got to be honest with you, Logan. I mean, every time I do it, I feel that way. Every single time. And that fear is like a fear of God. It's a sacrament. It's literally going to dissolve everything that you've ever been if you do it correctly in seconds. If you don't have the power to let go, you're going to have a bad fucking time. But if you can let go, what you experience, you're integrated with the all, you are the universe. That's all I can say to you. It's ineffable. It is the most powerful thing I've experienced in my entire life. It made sex seem like a fucking charade with a mannequin. It is the most incredible, powerful thing that one could ever know. If it
Then
surpasses
why have a fear?
because it's terrifying, Logan. I mean, me personally, as soon as you smoke it, what you just did just killed you. That's how powerful it is. That's ego death immediately in seconds. Your body, your psychology comes to the conclusion that what you just did fucking killed you because what is happening is that fucking crazy. That's how powerful it is.
Is there anything you can like equate it to? It's like the kind of terror that you have like before you go like on a roller coaster, but you're like, I want to go on that roller coaster anyway, kind of thing.
No, it's far worse than that. Imagine literally smoking a bowl of weed, and then once you're done with the exhale, you put the bowl of weed down and you come to the conclusion that you just killed yourself. That's how powerful it is. If you do it correctly, if you zero a hit, you take the largest hit that you can, hold it for as long as humanly possible. Within seconds, you're fucking gone. Gone.
Because it's a drug. It's a drug that you like DMT molecule. Like, don't you? Doesn't your body use it when you're born and then when you die? So literally, like upon your death, like when you are about to expire, your body processes, your brain processes the DMT molecule, right?
DMT is present in every single living motherfucking thing. It can be extracted by every single plant to a certain degree. Yes, after 7 weeks in the womb, dimethyltryptamine starts to be produced within the pineal gland within the little baby brain. It has actually been shown that up to 7 weeks after a person dies, if they're left alone, their cortical, not their cortical, their endocrine system and pineal gland are still producing dimethyltryptamine. We produce it at all times. We produce it in our lungs, in our brain, in our blood. And the reason why it occurs so quickly when you smoke it is that it's one of the only things that can cross the blood-brain barrier immediately. And why? That's because your body recognizes it and knows what to do with it. The only reason why psilocybin mushrooms take so long is because that they're 4-phosphoryloxydimethyltryptamine. That phosphoryloxy group causes the metabolization to occur over 4 to 6 hours. That's the only difference between the two. Psilocybin mushrooms are orally active dimethyltryptamine due to 4-phosphoryloxy. That's it. That's the only difference. Well, that and you don't smoke mushrooms, but
Right. No, it's crazy, dude. It's crazy. Like the entire DMT molecule, like I find that thing so fascinating. We studied it in college. And like ever since college, I've always had a really interesting fascination with DMT and the effects that it has on the brain. More importantly, the consciousness, like because people seem to have a shift in reality, a shift in perspective, very similar to like when you do psilocybin or LSD, you have a shift. It changes your perspective on life. It changes your perspective on everything. But DMT seems to be one of those things that, like you said, it changes your outlook on everything. Like you think you've died. You think that you have absolutely killed yourself.
yeah, and that's why I haven't.
Ego death.
Well, that's why I haven't touched it in 3 years. Every time I do it, it's the same experience. It's the same exact thing, and I know what's coming. Once you do it enough times and you've blown the doors off, you go to the same place. It's actually almost unnerving. I've always used music to get there. I think that, it's not necessary, but if you want to go straight to the point, pick a certain song. It'll work every single time.
So then is that why you make the connection to like with your DMT experience? Like does your DMT experience inform your opinion on like NHI being higher dimensional? Is that where that comes from?
To a certain extent, yes, but when I talk about that stuff, I'm open to all avenues. I just share a few particulars of it because those are the ones that are gravitating closest to what I've experienced. You know what I mean?
Right. Interesting.
Were you guys disagreeing at all, or you guys pretty much agreed on everything?
Yeah.
Who, me and Al?
Yeah, it seemed like you guys pretty much agreed with everything with each other.
Yeah. No, I really like hearing from Al. He has a very unique perspective. I mean, we started talking in the previous space, and he brought up some really good points. Yeah, I agree with what he says for sure. I like to hear from all sorts of people, Logan. Like I said, I don't shut anything down. The universe, the world is way too crazy to limit your perspective on reality or subjective reality.
Yeah, man. That's like what the definition of mental health is, like accepting reality on reality's terms. Like we gotta take it all in, all aspects of it. That's all real. I mean, even like the retards. I mean, like they got some good points too, sometimes. But yeah. I mean, I found what Al was discovered you like in April, I think. I saw him talking in another space, and I was like, dude, you got to come hang out with me, man. And it's been a love affair ever since.
So
Yeah,
Logan,
wait.
are you still in Mississippi, Logan, or are you back in
Oh
Cali?
yeah, I'm in Cali. I'm back home. Yeah, we probably shouldn't talk about that in space because God, people have got to be fucking super tired of hearing about that bullshit. But yeah,
Well, I was just curious. Al,
yeah,
where are
I'm
you
back.
at? What part of the country are you in?
California. I'm in Huntington Beach.
Oh, nice. Okay, also Cali. All right, cool. West
Are you saying
Coast
that you're
is
in
the
Cali
best
too?
coast.
Oh, you're in LA, or where you at?
Yeah, I'm in LA. I'm in West Hollywood. WeHo.
Yeah, nice. I was there like a couple months ago. I went to this like steakhouse. It's a really like, oh, I don't know, it's like a really nice one. It seemed like a nice one. They had like a bowl inside, and it's busy. You know the one I'm talking about?
Steak. There's like tons of those, dude. This is LA.
This one's like more of like a famous one, kind of. Just like this one, like if I said it, you would know it for sure. Like I'll never think of it, but
Okay. Where are you at now
I
then
mean,
in LA?
I mean, what?
Like where in the LA area are you now?
I'm not. I was only visiting there because I was with that girl at the time. She came out to Cali to hang out for a little while,
Oh, gotcha.
and now I'm back in Huntington Beach.
Very cool.
Yeah, where you been, by the way?
Dude, I've been traveling crazy travels all over the place. I was on the East Coast a little bit. I was overseas for a little bit. Like you
Why?
said,
Just
4
to
months.
travel?
What was that?
Well, just like to travel and whatnot.
A little bit of business, a little bit of pleasure. You know how it is.
Oh, nice. Yeah, yeah. It is nice. I love traveling, man. I very much do. Uh, yeah.
I mean, Mississippi, though, that's something else.
Yeah, fuck that place, by the way, man. Like, that place sucks. Like, it's fucking humid as fuck. You're always miserable, man. Like, the second you step outside, you're sweating. It sucks, man. You go outside at 3 in the morning, you're just fucking sweating. Fuck that place.
Yeah, the one thing I remember about Mississippi, so like I used to be stationed down in Georgia. So like we would, party in like Mississippi, Georgia, Florida, Alabama, all over the place. The one thing I remember about Mississippi is like just like you said, it was hot and humid all the fucking time. It would be like 2 o'clock in the morning and it feels like a million degrees with like tons of humidity. And then the one thing that I remember were like the bugs, the mosquitoes were like the size of bats, dude. They were like these huge fucking mosquitoes.
Yeah, man. Everything's bigger there.
Yeah, dude, it was wild. Yeah, not a fun place. Not a pretty place.
Plus, they have like one of like the highest like crime rates in the country.
I believe it. I definitely believe that for sure.
Yeah, slogan. I don't feel any need to do any more internal discoveries. I want to travel. I hear you loud and clear. I'm done with my days of going around inside the good old brain hole. I want to go so many places.
Yeah, man. Like, I didn't realize like how like I guess like sheltered I was until I started like traveling. I just I don't know. It's never something I thought that like I don't know. I thought I was like pretty smart and like knew a lot. I mean, I would never have thought that like just traveling would like kind of do what it did to me. But it really kind of does a lot.
Yeah, especially falling in a shit pit, you know? I'm so jealous of you going to Australia, dude. Like envious really, but kind of jealous. I want to see Australia so fucking bad, dude.
Yeah, it is nice. It is pretty nice. I mean, like I said, like the pay there is pretty good too. It's pretty much like everywhere I went. It's pretty much like California weather there. It's pretty like perfect really. It's nice.
Oh man, you just made me think of the last time I was in Long Beach. It was just so cool, dude. Just fucking walking around at like 3 o'clock in the morning with my guitar, like random ass people out on the beach. Like, do you want a beer, man? You know, cool, man. Like, it's I don't know. Huntington Beach was kind of too ritzy, but Long Beach was a lot of fun.
Yeah, Long Beach is way better to like hang out in than Huntington for sure. I used to live in Long Beach for a little while. I had a girlfriend that had an apartment there, but where in Long Beach were you? Like, why did you go to Long Beach?
My brother lived there, and it's actually kind of a cool story. I got lost and went to the wrong apartment complex, and some people saw me and they were like, "Yo, like, come in." I ended up meeting these people that one kid, like, his family owned a vineyard, and this other kid was a grower. So we ended up fucking smoking and drinking, and I was playing guitar. And like, eventually, my brother was like, "Dude, where the fuck are you?" I was like, "Oh, I'm a couple streets down. I got lost." That's just like kind of I don't know. It may seem cliche, but it just seemed mad cool down there.
Yeah,
That's
it
definitely
is. It's
par for
super
course.
chill.
Yeah, par for course for sure.
Oh, damn, sorry, I hit the wrong button. I meant to hit the requested button. We got Taylor and Ocean coming up. Yeah, but yeah, I mean, I miss Long Beach because it's like it's way super chill. There's like a ton of like for where I lived, I was just like walking distance to this like Second Street, where like there's like a long like lane of like places to like hang out, bars and cafes and like shops and stuff like that. It's a super chill. Then like the beach is just like maybe 5 minutes walking from there, so it's pretty chill lifestyle there.
So, guys, I found the clip and I put it in the thread.
What clip?
I'm so excited.
Of me channeling my inner Al.
Oh no! I thought you did that in the DM.
Did I do it in a DM as well? If I sent you a DM where you feel like I was channeling Al, definitely let me know.
Oh wait, no, that was me that was doing it. You told me I was doing that. I forgot.
You were reading out something that he had written. I'm not sure if it was a DM or not, but you were reading it out and then your voice just started to, yeah, I don't know. It was good. There's a little bit of the arguing beforehand. You can probably skip ahead some of that, but it was for the context of my outburst.
Here, why don't I just play it for everybody? What the fuck am I doing?
I'm
Here we go.
fucking dying laughing over here.
Come and knock on my door. Three's company, two. Okay, here we go. Oh wait, you can't hear it through my Bluetooth probably.
I haven't looked at my phone since the last time we were talking about Nephilim, and I see Taylor's here now.
I saw Taylor this morning too. She was in here talking about the Nephilim.
Taylor, I learned that in Norse mythology, the harvest gods, they have a song where they praise the king of the corn.
Wow. You still
They're
looking at that?
that's the Vanir gods, so like the gods that use magic, not the Asir gods, the ones that used power, like true power, right? So the harvest gods used magic and they fought the other gods. But yeah, they would like and they would do like sacrifice, right? So I just wonder.
Right now I'm actually looking to like the origins of like Islam and like the Catholic Church, and like there's a lot of similarities between the two. Actually, it's pretty crazy. And they like this video I posted on Twitter. He like shows pictures of like the Pope kissing like the Quran, and like how the Muslims or whatever people that follow the Islamic faith like revere the Pope, and also they like revere Mary. They have like a lot of writings in the Quran about Mary, which is very interesting.
And like there's people that say that Catholic Church actually started the Islamic faith to like come against like the true Christians. Also, like in Morals and Dogma, like by Albert Pike, who is like a high level Freemason, talks about how Allah is their father. And once you get like to the higher levels of Freemasonry, it's a lot of Islamic faith in there. That's one example with like Morals and Dogma from Albert Pike.
It's weird
Yeah,
you bring up Albert Pike. I was just reading about him earlier. But oh my God, hey hey Ocean, you even said that you were channeling your inner Al in it. I didn't know you actually said that.
I did.
Dude, okay, we had to hear this. This is hilarious. Okay, hold on.
I'm very good at mimicking humans. Well, honey, I can mimic probably the most authentic person on this planet because everybody else is always fucking around. Full of shit. Whatever. You're all correct. You're all so marvelous.
And you're really dismissive and minimizing and like egotistical and kind of like
very good at
asshole-ish.
I'm very good at mimicking humans.
Well, honey, I can mimic too. Like, hello, this is me, and I'm just like so like in myself. And oh my gosh, your voice is just too much for me. Stop talking. Oh, you're just a frequency. Oh, shut the fuck up.
Damn.
You're just a frequency.
It's disgusting. That whole mentality is disgusting.
We gotta be kind to each other, and there's been a lot of unkindness out of you, miss, and we want to be kind to you. So give us a chance to be kind to you, damn it.
But I am a good person, not a nice person. Let's just put that down.
We're not trying to be mean, and if we could be nicer in a way, let us know in a nice way. I'm trying to be accommodating for you. But you gotta not be interruptive and mean to people in the space. I think that's a fair ask. I'm trying to channel my inner Al right now, if you couldn't tell.
I think you did that right after I think I was doing it, didn't you?
That was in Citizen Space after yours crashed.
Yeah, I was there for that. I remember that.
They were really going at it. Oh my God. That's Angela, right? And what's her name? L?
L Poetry 01017. Yeah, that one.
Wow, they really that was pretty heated. That was just so fucking good. Thank you for finding that.
I was like, Miss. I didn't know what to call her. I didn't want to be rude.
Ocean, what day was that?
Oh. Give me a minute. Oh, of course it signed me out.
I'm trying to find my recording of. I think I recorded me saying what I said. I think it was a voice memo. I think. See if I can play that.
Well, Taylor, how was your day?
I was actually off work today, so I didn't do much. I went and picked my car up, and that's about it. And right now I'm learning about like the origins of Islam.
Nice. It's actually fucking beautiful out today. I don't know how it was for everyone else, but
I was rambling on earlier about different studies. I did post the second one. I was talking about the DNA genetic information can be transmitted into water that when the DNA and the water are subjected to an electromagnetic field of 7 hertz frequency. So the idea is you can like pick up the vibration from it and then send it somewhere else and then recreate it in water somewhere else.
Yeah, I heard about that. That's crazy. Wait, did they have the nucleus present in the water that they exposed the frequency, and then it like came into the right orientation?
I'm not sure, and this is what baffles me is like, you could have say you have one single piece of DNA. Like, I don't know how many like compounds that actually is. Like, if you had an ingredients list, but you have that, and then you steal its vibration, and you record it, and then you send it somewhere else, and you play that vibration. Like, it would have to get those compounds from what is in that new environment. So, like, if it's on like a metal, like copper wire or something, like or like a steel wire, like I don't know how it's getting whatever the fuck it needs to become a single piece of DNA. You know what I mean? Like, it's not a whole creature, but it's still a single piece of DNA. So, like, where are those, like, unless those compounds are in the water already, but I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, so I just read the abstract. If you combine DNA with water and the 7 hertz frequency, right? That allows for the transfer of the data into the water. And then if you bring another volume of water over and you turn on the frequency again, then the water that has the DNA data can then actually share it with the other volume of water via the waves. That is fucking wild.
What you say?
All right, DNA alien technology, yes or no?
I think that's nature's technology.
Hell yeah.
Wait, Watson and Crick actually said that. They said that DNA was so crazy that it must have been some alien creation, and it's just so fun.
That's exactly what I was going with, Taylor, is exactly that, is that evolutionary biologists, some of them, they claim that there's no way nature could have made DNA, that DNA is so complex that the evolutionary processes that we're aware of could not account for DNA, right? They can account for RNA, right, which is the predecessor to DNA, but DNA is so complex that it had to come from somewhere. And so DNA alien technology, yes or no?
I say no, because we have discovered helical structures in inorganic space dust. Has nothing to do with carbon. Therefore, the potentiality already exists. I think that if you want to call it the universe's will or God's will or random chance and fluctuations, that I think it actually did create itself. I really do, because if inorganic space dust is creating helixes out in the middle of fucking nowhere, then, I mean, given enough time, once again, time is relative to us, and we don't really know whether or not the Big Bang is an absolute. Think of it this way, right? Why would it have to be alien? That's like the singularity in our cosmology. Just because we can't explain it, we're saying that it's something that happened all and everywhere, and yet there was no scaling. And yet we have no complete concrete evidence other than light scattering. And again, I'm not shitting on the Big Bang. I'm just making a comparison that I do think that it very well could have created itself. But whether or not that creation is from the environment or the fluctuations necessary, it kind of brings about the anthropic principle anyway.
Right. Well, it goes along the notions. So that, like, this is the summation, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that like Earth, planet Earth is, a couple billion years old, 5 billion years old, or whatever it is. DNA, if you reverse engineer it and you take it back on a long enough timeline, that DNA is actually 10 billion years old. So that DNA actually predates not only
Everything.
exactly. That DNA not only predates not only our own Earth, but also DNA predates most galaxies and most stars. And so that DNA is actually like this very odd, peculiar molecule. And if it didn't come from the stars, right? Because we know that, in order to have, certain, elements found within those molecules, those elements come from stars, like the heavier elements. They come from the fusion and the death and the rebirth of all these stars. So if the elements weren't even around, and the stars to make those elements weren't even around for the molecules of DNA, then where did DNA come from?
Well, and
It's a very
I
interesting
have a
theory.
question too, because I was under the impression that so creatures, like when you look at like the very first organisms, like single-celled, whatever, when they got to that point, they could trade like RNA, but they weren't able to have that like DNA structure until they had like a nucleus, right? So once they had the nucleus that housed that DNA, that's when that DNA was now like in a safe enough environment where now it can like reproduce and store. Like at least that's the impression I was under. Like up until that point, if there was DNA, like maybe in like a cell that didn't have a nucleus but had like cell walls. I don't know. I just don't think that's how it works. I don't know. Taylor might be able to correct me if I'm wrong, but.
But like, okay, so like, Al was saying something about the helical structures coming about naturally. So what about like the code of the DNA? Because that's what baffles me the most about the origin of life. Is like, where did this complex code come from? It's like more complex than a computer code, and like we know computers don't code themselves. So like, where did the code come from?
Computers don't code themselves? I thought they did.
Did the first computer code itself?
I wish they did. That'd make my life a lot easier. But yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Binary. So computer code is binary. DNA code, it's what? What would you even call that? Whatever base 4 is.
Quaternary.
What was that?
Like quaternary.
Yeah, quaternary. There you go, quaternary. Base 4. The base 4 is orders of magnitude above a binary system. So you're absolutely right. Like, and why don't we find any binary DNA? You would think that, if natural selection or if evolution was a thing, that before you got to a base 4 pair, you would at least find some evidence of a base 2 pair, a binary pair. But all we find is RNA, and all the RNA we find is basically exactly half of a 4-pair system. So yeah, where did DNA come from?
I say the higher dimensions, because if you're going to say where did DNA come from, then who made the DNA that made the DNA? It's turtles all the way down, right? It's the chicken before the egg. It's the snake eating its tail. So that's why I think the higher dimensional component is so interesting. And if you're going to define God, then God would be of the fifth and higher dimensions, because he would see us as a 4D block universe, and that would give him complete omniscience and omnipresence upon the entirety of space-time. So it's actually a very interesting conundrum.
Well, and what if we did start out as like 8? We were just like a creature that didn't need a pair to reproduce, and then when we split, now we're just literally half of everything, because before, no need to have a partner, you could just reproduce on your own, asexual or whatever, and then now you need a partner, you literally had to pull everything in half. So we're literally actually half of what we're supposed to be. Maybe.
Yeah, no, Al, I think you're maybe onto something, and that's kind of what I've always thought. That's why I think it's alien, and by alien I mean non-human intelligence. Is that maybe in the early universe, consciousness didn't really need physical body. Maybe consciousness existed in kind of an energy form very early on in the universe, and that's what we perceive as the higher dimensionals, is that they're just pure energy, and that in that pure energy state, these intelligent beings that were around for billions of years was like, hey, let's experiment with some of this 4-base pair and see what it gets us, and see how far we can take it. And that's where DNA comes from.
Yeah, and it gets even weirder because if you evoke the holographic principle, right, we could just be a hologram projected off of a 2D surface inside of a black hole that we're merely just integrating with the radiation and the heat that is passing by the inside of the surface, and the 2D is therefore creating this 3D manifold. And our time is just the heat moving through it. And once again, that would be a closed system, and this 5D or higher dimensional entity could merely just be like, hey, look at this cool hologram. Let's start messing with the 2D surface and see if we can get some stuff to live on its own.
Yeah, and not even live, just like reproduce on its own. Kind of like how we're already kind of experimenting with synthetic DNA, right? Like we can actually create synthetic DNA based on silicon molecules, and we can actually get silicon molecules in DNA helix to actually replicate. And it's not a perfect replication, but it is a replication in artificial DNA. And if we're, discovering this now, maybe that technology or maybe that capability has existed for far longer than we think.
But silicon's not a very good base of life, kind of like carbon.
Right,
Because
exactly.
silicon isn't as reactive as carbon, so it wouldn't really be sustainable.
Right, no, exactly, and that's the problem with the synthetic DNA right now. And the only reason they use silicon is because it's easily understood. We can understand the conduction, we can understand how the molecules interact. But you're absolutely right. It is a imperfect system. But the breakthrough was the fact that we could have synthetic DNA in the first place. I mean, that's a huge thing. Like that you can have DNA that's not based in carbon. Mind blown, right? Yeah, it's not perfect though. But then again, what is perfect that we do?
Well, that's one of the other interesting things that the 5D entities most likely don't experience time, obviously, the way in which we do. So, therefore, they could have a very, very great interest in us because we're in this bodily form, experiencing time, and it just may be incredibly intriguing to them. If not designing DNA, then manipulating it. So there's really so many options with it that's incredible. And since they don't experience time, they very well could have planted it in the very early beginnings of the universe, and we would have no fucking clue.
Well, no, exactly. And kind of going back to, the conversation that we were having before, where, DNA will carry certain information, and not only that, but like higher level of information, like we were talking about trauma, where DNA can actually transmit levels of trauma, or rudimentary information, like you were saying with what was it, like a gram of DNA or whatever has so many petabytes of data, which is a huge amount of information that can be passed along in a very simple molecule, like, to be honest, like when you think about it. And that very simple molecule, basically has been going on and replicating for the past 10 billion years is the number that I heard, that basically they're looking at.
Yeah, that's what makes me consider panspermia. Taylor, are you a big banger? What's your cosmology? Away from the phone. Hey, Ocean, what about you? How do you think that the universe came to be?
Connor's here. What's up, Connor?
In Norse mythology, they talk about Muspelheim and Niflheim, the land of the fire and the land of the frozen ice, and then the Ganunga Gap in between, and that's where the tree is, the nine realms. But I don't know, Big Bang Theory, multiple Big Bangs. I'm not sure.
I see. We got JT, Huddle Meow, Mala H, Spike, Sam M, Matthew, and Troubled Minds down there. What's up, guys? Anyone's welcome to come up and hang out. Including Connor, who's not here anymore, bastard. But anyway, yeah. What was the question, Al? What do we believe in?
Well, these days we have the FLRW metric of the cosmology. No, I'm just asking you, are you a Big Bang guy? Do you think the universe bounces? Do you think that the universe is going to end up in heat death? Like, what's your say?
Nah, I don't think it's in heat death. I think it'll just probably just extinguish itself. Just like I kind of envision like our whole universe as just like someone flicked I don't know, they like lit something and flicked it, and like our entire existence is like the motion of that thing that was being flicked, kind of just flying through the air. We're kind of just experiencing that in slow motion right now, and that's our whole existence is that thing flying through the air on fire until it eventually burns itself out before it lands and extinguishes.
Nice. Yeah, I understand that. It's just within the formulations of mathematics and physics that we've developed, it just seems like if it is a closed system, it might be doing this forever, ever, 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 or not.
Like a simulation.
Well, no, I mean, there's a potentiality that the universe may not be expanding, it may be expanding, but let's say it is, right? And then it goes into heat death. Eventually, what could happen is that with all the dark matter and black holes, it could collapse back in on itself and then do the whole thing all over again, like a heartbeat that takes trillions of years.
Yeah. So what do they say? This is like the 84th rendition of the universe, something like that. We're in the 84th.
Well, the fucked up thing is, right, is that if the Big Bang, let's say that the singularity doesn't exist, but essentially it's called the dead cat bounce, is that the expansion and the collapse actually happen at the same time. But the fucked up thing is that the iterations would be nearly infinite. And because time doesn't exist, it would mean that all of these expansions and contractions are happening at the same time. It's just that why there's one world line that we're experiencing, we can't fucking explain. So technically, you could think of it that it's not just we've gone through 75 iterations, we've gone through an infinite amount of them. It's just why are we in this one right now?
It's just the way the cookie crumbles, I guess. It reminds me that I Oh, okay. So I want, and like the whole idea that like this isn't like our. Well, you were just saying like this is like a, I don't know, probably like our 100th like cycle around, right? We're just constantly reset, constantly or whatever. We're just constantly like fucked with, or you got the Tower of Babel happens. So like we don't want you guys communicating with each other. We don't want you like I think they were saying this morning that like I think it was a Star Captain or whatever his name is, the pirate guy. He was like they did like the Tower of Babel thing because they're catching on that like these aliens had like a like nefarious like, agenda, and they don't want the humans to like be like telling each other about that, so or whatever. But anyway, so anyways, I created this like prompt about I wanted it to like come up with like a narrative that's like alternative to like our history, right? Like what if we were like the hundredth or like the thousandth like uh civilization that's just been recycled or whatever. So I said like you are an expert ancient astronaut theorist and archaeologist, adept at theorizing about past civilizations and their potential extraterrestrial origins. Your tone of voice should be friendly yet professional, collegiate yet witty. It should be educational and persuasive, but also personable and creative. Your goal is to motivate and engage the reader in a technical exploration of an alternative narrative of human history. Your primary task is to craft a comprehensive and thoroughly detailed alternative narrative to our history. Theorize about past civilizations, how they fell, and how they could have been created by aliens that have been recycled generation after generation throughout history. Explore the possibility that our current generation is potentially the 100th if not 1000th cycle of this process. As you delve into these theories, remember to provide evidence and rationale for your claims, drawing from your expertise in ancient astronaut theory and archaeology. Use language that's human-like, concise, and use data, be punchy, yada yada yada. Blah, blah, blah. Ask me questions that you would feel would help improve your results. Use a combination of proven ideas to produce creative results. Think outside of the box, and your narrative should be well structured with yada yada, where necessary to help guide the reader and emphasize key. Anyways, I gave it like this whole prompt, right? And it kind of like gave me like something that's kind of beautiful, but not really like super creative. But I'll post it like in the threads. You can see like the things that it came up with, like an alternative version, you know.
Yes, please do. Well, I'm currently at the garage getting high. It is 3:07 in the morning. Uh, Calling Major Tom.
Oh man, that's gotta be like the greatest, one of the greatest things I've ever heard. Okay. Um,
So what if the theory of the Big Bang, or what we perceive as the Big Bang, which is more or less just the cosmic background radiation that we can observe, is just the latest iteration of the multiverse, right? That basically all possibilities that could exist have existed and will exist.
Well, yeah, like that's what I was getting at with the the expansion and contraction, right? Is that this could just be the latest bounce that we could be going through different iterations, but we would never know because in every single bounce there is it's called a total recall that it's going to remember all of the same trajectories, but the world line isn't necessarily going to be the same. That the smaller degrees of freedom are they're elastic, but and every single iteration, we're going to have suns. We're going to have the conservation of energy, angular momentums. We're going to have the 4 fundamental forces, but the small deviations, the impacts between planets, the impacts of meteors and comets upon bodies, those smaller deviations are going to change. Therefore, literally everything that could possibly happen, it has already happened an infinite amount of times, but depending upon entropy and the second law of thermodynamics, what world line or amount of connected trajectories are being currently gone through as a world line is completely dependent upon that second law of thermodynamics of the heat going up and down through the heart of the universe, which would be all of the trajectories mapped out in space-time. That was terribly heady, but also very high.
Yeah, you believe in time travel, Brian?
I know time travel exists. We're
Like the
doing it right
DeLorean?
now. We're doing it right now. We are time travelers.
Indeed.
But yes, if you so like going back to what you were saying, Al, 4 fundamental forces. I think the 4 fundamental forces is actually incomplete. So our standard model of physics is incomplete, and I think that when you start when you really start looking at the UFO, UAP phenomena, it kind of starts to unravel the 4 fundamental forces argument of the universe. I actually think there's maybe 5 or 6 fundamental forces of the universe that we haven't quite figured out yet. One of the fundamental forces I think is consciousness field, that there's just like gravity permeates everything, near and far. I think consciousness, there's a conscious field and it permeates everything, and with the, I guess, incomplete model of our universe, I do think time travel is possible for this very reason that, and this is what we do know about quantum entanglement, right? That if you are able to quantum entangle 2 particles, you're basically able to instantaneously travel or pass information from one to the next, from point A to point B across vast distances. So with that very notion that, we have red shift, blue shift, stuff moving away from us, stuff moving closer to us, that at one point, all matter was closer to itself, and that distance is just an illusion. And because distance is an illusion, I think time is also an illusion, and that we're able to, very similar to like how we break the sound barrier, right? Once upon a time, like literally like 100 years ago, people thought that, Chuck Yeager, he was the first human to break the sound barrier in California. Once upon a time, the top physicists of their day thought that the sound barrier could not be broken, and that if you approached the speed of sound, that your molecular makeup would literally shake apart. And the theory was that as you approached or surpassed the speed of sound, that you would accumulate so much heat that you would basically just fall apart, and that you would burn up. We now know that to be false, and that, once you break the sound barrier, you create what is known as the sonic boom, and you're able to move faster than the speed of sound. I think the exact same thing happens with the speed of light. I think the light barrier is just another thing for us to break, and that one day we'll be able to travel faster than the speed of light, and that the light barrier is just, something else we have to get over. I think the time barrier is the exact same premise, that there is a barrier to what we consider the first dimension of time, or our first dimension of time, and that through quantum entanglement, we will be able, or if we haven't already, achieved time travel. And I think that's how time travel is achieved. So yeah, I think time travel is absolutely possible. And I think that may explain part of the UAP phenomena, is that they might be time travelers, not from, as Al said, not from the past, but actually from the future, because it's actually, according to entropy, it's easier to travel backwards through entropy than it is to travel forwards through entropy, just because of the variations in the calculations. So technically, you can travel backwards into time a lot easier. It would require less energy through quantum entanglement than it would be to travel into the future, even though we're traveling into the future now at a very slow speed, very slow rate. So yeah, I think time travel is absolutely possible and achievable, and we will do it.
Let's do it. I put that story in the thread, by the way. I put 2 of them so far. I think I did a third one, but yeah, man. Like, I've never heard someone say that before. Like, well, you see people say that, like, you can't go backwards in time, right? That's what you're saying, right? They're going backwards?
Yeah, backwards. Absolutely. Just like quantum entanglement, like all points in space and time are connected. Think about this. Like, if everything was, if in our distant past of our universe, and we know through the red shift, blue shift phenomena, the like observable universe, that shit is getting further apart, and that matter is moving away from other matter. Galaxies are moving away from each other. But more importantly, galaxies and matter are actually moving away from each other at an increased rate. So as time goes on, the rate of expansion is actually increasing. And we really don't have a firm understanding as to why that is. There's a couple good theories out there, but everything is moving apart faster and faster. So in our distant past, once upon a time, everything was closer together and everything was quantumly entangled. And because everything was quantumly entangled, that means that in our observable universe, all matter that we interact with is actually, all space and time is actually connected. And because all points in space and time are connected, and because they're quantumly entangled, that means that you can pass information from one point to the next, from one point in time to the next point in time, whether it be past, present, or future. You can move that information instantaneously. That's what Einstein called, spooky action at a distance. And that's why, Einstein's theory is incomplete, because it really didn't take into account quantum entanglement theory. And because everything is quantumly entangled, and because all points in space and time are connected, we can move from one point to the next point. And in essence, what you're doing is, when you're moving from one point to the next point, is you're actually time traveling. You're moving through space and time into a higher dimension, into a lower dimension.
But Electron, real quick, I have to point out a paradox, and this has to do with the relative state formulation, the many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics, that
In order for them to travel backward in time, they're actually going to a different branch and a different iteration, because if they're moving backward, that means we can move forward with our time machine. Because if they're reaching backward, that means that the collapse of the wave function has already happened. So therefore, if they are going backward, they would have to actually reach a destination that it has already been opened because of retrocausality. So they would actually be going to different branches, so to speak, of the iterations of the universe. That's one of the giant paradoxes about time travel, is that once it is evoked, it collapses the wave function, because not only are you opening up the door to traveling into the future, so to speak, but it also is beckoning the reaching backward through time of everything after that, because it's already collapsed and happened, and therefore it's accessible to that point in time that the conduit is opened of said device. It's not even the grandfather paradox. It's the paradox of decoherence between all of the branches of the many worlds formulation of quantum mechanics. I agreed with a lot of what you said. I mean, gravity we don't even have as a force. Our failure to unite general relativity and quantum mechanics has a lot to do with how our cosmology is a complete joke. When I was referring to the four fundamental forces, all I was talking about is that that's all that we currently have, and that's why I brought up the metric, the FLRW, and it's like making fun of it at the same time. You know what I mean? Because I do think that this universe is infinite in its trajectories. It doesn't mean it's infinite in everything possible, but possible within some kind of constraints, of which we've witnessed some of them. At least within our dimension and what we experience as time in these three dimensions. But I do think that the paradox of the time machine is very difficult, though. Whether or not it's decohering from a branch and going into another, and whether or not the conduit has to be opened in order for it to be accessed.
Yes, that is correct. And that actually stems from the grandfather paradox. But there's actually a workaround to the grandfather paradox in an infinite universe, right? So an infinite universe in an infinite timeline. So the workaround is that we know that entropy always has to increase, right? And that while time travel into the past is possible, that doesn't necessarily negate the increase of entropy. And the workaround to the grandfather paradox is that if you go into the past in this universe, in this timeline, and say you try to kill your grandfather, right? And we're all familiar with the grandfather paradox. The universe that you travel into the past of, the law of entropy has to be conserved. Therefore, you travel back into time. You travel back into time to, say, kill your grandfather. You would be unable to kill your grandfather because the law of energy, entropy has to be conserved. It always has to increase. So you're on your way to kill your grandfather and you get into a car wreck, or you try to kill your grandfather and you're unsuccessful in killing your grandfather for whatever reason. In that instance, the law of conservation of energy and the increase of entropy is actually both conserved, with the quantum entanglement still being maintained, because you're still, as the time traveler, right? You're still part of the universe. You don't, like, when you travel back into time, you're not separate from the universe, right? Like, you're still part of the totality of the system. And in traveling back into time, right, you yourself, in trying to negate your own existence, you yourself would be wiped from that timeline through any number of causality effects, is the theory that's currently kind of accepted.
There is another paradox, though, that if they're traveling that time to come here and visit us, then the paradox then once again would be that through causality and the effect of an energy upon a system, we would then become entangled with them, which would then not allow them access back, and it would once again change the timeline here. So
yeah,
hold on. The grandfather paradox has to do with affecting the past. That's not what I'm necessarily talking about, but it is at the same time that if they're coming back here, then they're entangling themselves with our system unless it's coming from a higher dimension. But even then, that interferes with the whole decoherence principle between branches and or dimensions, the accessibility to our understanding. But
no, because when you so as a person traveling from the future to the past, you as the time traveler, you are quantumly entangled with matter of the future. And because of that quantum entanglement, when you travel, it's basically a one-way ticket. So when you travel into the past, you're not going to be able to hop from the past to the future again. So when you travel into the past, it's basically a one-way ticket.
Yeah, that's what I was.
And on that one-way ticket, you basically have subjected yourself to the causality of quantum entanglement of that time that you yourself find yourself in. It's not that you're quantumly entangled in that universe at that time. It's that causality has now cut you off because of the conservation of energy and the increase of entropy that has been cut off from you being able to travel from the past to the future at that point. It's just like information, right? Like I can send a message, right? I can send a message from the future to the past. We've done this theoretically in quantum computers, that literally you're able to receive a message before the message is ever sent. Right? Think about that. That's some crazy, spooky stuff, that you can receive a message before the message is ever sent. But you can't send a message before it is received in that timeline. And that's the causality effect, is that once you kind of cross that bridge of entanglement, once you travel backwards or forwards, you're basically stuck in whatever timeline you decide to travel back into.
That's pretty much what I said. I definitely agree with you. It's definitely a terribly interesting topic at hand. That being said, we've been going back and forth for quite a bit. I mean, we got Citizen, Pathfinder, anyone else? I'm working on going through the requests. This app sucks.
What's up, skanks?
Oh, sorry, man. I wasn't looking. I was doing that whole thing in the thread with posting the stuff, but yeah, sorry about that. You got them up anyway, so who cares? What's up? What's up, Playboys? You want to get down on this time travel discussion?
Dude, do I ever? As a matter of fact, I'm traveling through time at the moment. I'm watching the clock tick, and it's quite epic. It's very late or very early in the morning, and I was summoned by this post, a reference to the epic space about humans and all this. And I didn't know what it was in relation to.
So I'm assuming that this conversation has made a lot of assumptions in order to actually become a conversation. And am I correct in that?
Depends on whether or not you want me to be pedantic about what you mean.
Well, I'm making the assumption that y'all had glossed over specific areas. And the only reason I asked that is because it would be pedantic for me to bring up the question I was going to bring up. How exactly are y'all coalescing all of the atoms that you're entangled with to even think about using quantum entanglement as time travel?
Well, first and foremost, I wasn't. I was just explaining the paradoxes involved as such. Um, I don't
I can answer
necessarily
it.
think it's possible.
I can answer it.
Yeah, go for it.
It's frequencies. So really, what reality is dark energy with a frequency, and Einstein himself also agreed that time doesn't actually exist; it's just merely an illusion. And the way that I like to think of it is that, you know, when we say that certain things take time to occur, well, they don't actually take time, they take processes. So, like what Electron was talking about with sending a message to the past and then receiving it in the future before you've actually sent it. So, what's actually happening is you're not actually interacting with the past, you're interacting with the processes that we perceive as having already taken place. But because time isn't actually real, you can change those processes and see the change occur in what we perceive as now. So, and
Understood
this
my.
is sorry.
So even if you're using frequencies as far as harmonic resonance goes, um, there are atoms in my body that are entangled all across the universe. Literally, I could be entangled with a star. I could be
Yes.
entangled with a black hole. I could be
Yes.
entangled with another human. So if I coalesce those atoms from all of the other atoms that are dispersed everywhere in the infinite universe that I'm entangled with, I am literally taken from the universe.
Well, you're part of the universe. Quantum entanglement really has to do with where you came from. So, I mean, yes, we're part of all of it. Yes, we came from all of it. But the strength, I guess, of those connections has to do with how we split. So, I mean, I guess if you look at like synapses, um, like in your brain, they're all connected, but like some of them are closer than others. And especially like if souls split, like with twin flames and stuff like that, even if you're not near each other in a physical sense, you still are in a quantum sense, because that strength of that connection is stronger because, I mean, even though time doesn't exist, it appears that process is closer to you, if that makes sense. So yes, those connections could theoretically be made weaker, but yeah, because of the process that, like, in the way that we would perceive it, we would say that it split more recently, but you know, time isn't actually what people think it is.
So yeah, at no point in this conversation did I bring up the word like in invoking time in any way. I'm just talking about the physical atoms that I'm entangled with that are all over the universe. How do you manage to coalesce all of those at one, locate them, two, bring them to the spot in the timeline that they have to coalesce at, that you have to teleport
Hold on.
instantaneously to.
Pathfinder, you're like 2 hours late to this conversation. We've already gone over a multitude of things, and we were talking about potentially a higher intelligence or something of a higher dimension achieving this capability of altering space and time. We're not saying that we're about to do it nor formulate it. And again, this is something that's been going on now for at least 2 hours. I mean, it's 3:30 here, far longer than that.
No, that was the whole point of my initial preface of my question. I was thinking you guys made a lot of assumptions, but then as I asked my question, I had somebody in the audience literally say that they could directly answer what I was asking. So that's why I continued.
Yeah. And just briefly, I won't go on about this, but the reason for separation, because like sometimes we think, why aren't we closer to some of these quantum connections? But the reason for separation is literally expansion. So by choice, we separate to expand. And then when when that expansion has reached certain goals, I guess, then reunification might be your next goal. But sometimes you may feel like you want that reunion before things have kind of expanded to the point that was the original goal. I don't know if that's really making sense. So sometimes you kind of have to wait until it expands to a certain point.
May I jump in here?
Go for it.
I think that the only one I'm connected to here is Citizens. That's probably why I saw this space. It's a very interesting conversation. What I will say is there's a gentleman named Aldous Huxley in the 1920s or 30s, I believe. He experimented with mescaline, and he went to an art museum, and he kind of came up with this thesis that certain chemicals, if you look at your brain as a valve, you can either open the valve or close the valve, and drugs like alcohol would close the valve. Certain things like mushrooms would open the valve to certain other realms, which what caught my attention was the space topic. Is it possible to leave the planet? It's definitely possible to leave other realms of consciousness. Um, and I've experimented with plenty of um, valve openers, I would say, and it is very possible. I don't know anything about this. If we're talking about science and building spacecraft to leave the planet, I can't tell you about that, but I can tell you about um, experimenting with consciousness and like Alan Watts. I read a lot and listen to a lot of Alan Watts. I'm actually writing a piece right now where I include him in. But he is kind of, I would say, the godfather to the beats, or the early hippies before they were infiltrated by kind of a more Marxist doctrine. Um, and his whole philosophy was, once you get the message, hang up the phone. It's better to become one with the universe than just to spend 4 or 5 hours with it. So he discouraged people from taking these drugs every week, and actually kind of practice it. Um, I think that it's kind of a cheat code. I've tried, meditation and things to um, you know, offload my consciousness or get. But I think that once or twice a year I will take a little bit of mushrooms and just check in with um, with with how my consciousness is doing. And that I don't know any of you, so it's nice to meet you.
Marlon, it's a pleasure. It's a shame you missed Alan Watts's nuclear cannon. We talked about DMT for like an hour, like 3 hours
Oh,
ago. Uh,
yeah, I've done DMT 7 times, man. I actually in college I met a guy who was able to make it, and these things just like come about, and I'm like, wait, you can make it? And he's like, yeah, let's. All we need is $200, and uh, we need it was like hostilis root bark or something.
Mimosa hostilis. I actually contacted Rick Strassman in October of 2005.
Yeah.
And he sent me a signed copy of the spirit molecule, and he actually entertained talking to me for a couple of years.
Yeah.
And I extracted it for a long time.
Yeah, and it was like he's like really all we need is like $200 and we can make a lifetime's worth of this stuff. And again, like I've done it 7 times. It's not really that to me. It's the only benefit of it is it shows you that there's something else that is way beyond ourselves. I prefer, taking like a gram of mushrooms and interacting, and it'll remind you if you a lot of the time it'll remind you if you are lacking in a certain area. It's kind of like taking a personal inventory, but it connects you straight to just like peyote would be native to the to Native Americans. I think that mushrooms are native to Europeans, and like when I take mushrooms, I don't take that much because there's no need, but it kind of resets me, and it puts me in tune with nature, powers in nature that remind me, okay, I need to be better in this area of my life, or you know what, you're doing pretty good.
Yeah, real quick, Merlin, if you ever want to attempt the good old mescaline, San Pedro cactus is completely legal. I used to grow it in the backyard. A lot of these things can be found, just they need to be resourced. I don't recommend it whatsoever. It's everyone's own choice, but it will definitely show you the ground of all being,
So
and then there is
I'm
something
very
far beyond
I'm very
that as
curious.
well.
I'm very curious about it because and I see this as a recorded space, so I'm just going to be a little hesitant with my wording, but we'll say that I've come in contact.
Oh man, I hate to leave on a cliffhanger there. I just need to make sure we understand something. Every single space that you go into is recorded. This one has like a recording symbol at the top. That means that like the everyday people, the public, can go by and click on your profile and play it or whatever. But every space is still recorded. Whether that recording symbol just means like other people can play it on your profile. But if you didn't know, like you can always still just ask Twitter for your data, and they'll go ahead and send you any space you've ever had, whether you were recording it or not. I just got 160 gigs of my own data back from Twitter. That's how many spaces I've done. But yeah, just so you know, in case you thought that like like you're, I don't know.
Yeah, it takes it off the billboard, but
No, I know.
it's
I've held spaces a lot for a long time. I've retired at this point. I was more of a history space guy. But anyways, in regards to we were talking about mescaline. There is a kind of like a research chemical called 2CB that a friend of mine introduced me to that is very close to the visuals of mescaline. I wouldn't know how to. I can get my hands on a lot of things. Mescaline is not one of them, but 2CB apparently is very close to mescaline, and it was a very beautiful experience. I felt almost like I understood um, anime people because I felt like I was in an anime for about like 4 to 6 hours. And like I don't really watch, like I don't watch anime. I don't understand the anime people. But when I took this, I was like, oh my God, like this is visually beautiful. Like I feel like I'm in an anime.
Um, 2CB is an analog of phenethylamine, which is mescaline, and Alexander Shulgin is actually the man who created it. He created that analog so he could get around the legality component of it. He's also the gentleman who created MDMA.
MDMA is my
I
favorite. I literally every time I do it. So I met up with some. Um, I was very fortunate that um, a mutual some friends from Twitter know that I'm very passionate about Lana Del Rey. She's one of my favorite artists, and they bought me tickets to one of her shows. And you know, we took some MDMA, some very very clean MDMA, and when it hits you, it feels like this is just how humans. This is how you should feel. This is for me at least. I always like I take a deep breath and I'm like, oh, this is what living should just be like in an ideal world.
Well, Merlin, if you want to read Shulgin's work, phenethylamines I know and love, and tryptamines I know and love. You can go to arrowhead.org, and I believe they have all the PDFs up
I'm
here.
familiar with
Like,
Arrowhead. I'm curious what you you know I'm just kind of jumping in here, you know, a couple hours late, but what do you think the benefit of like I don't think that just anybody should experience DMT. Um,
yeah, I've been saying I don't recommend it to anyone. I think it can be absolutely terrifying if you go far enough with it. Certain individuals are prone to having a little bit of a freak out because there is a high acceleration in your heart rate, beats per minute. You can feel a center kind of building and pressure in the center of your head. Your breathing can be
That's actually
constitutive.
that's actually counter. I think you're correct, but that's counter to what Terrence McKenna would say, um, because if you listen to Terrence McKenna, he always advocates that when you smoke DMT, there's no physical reaction. It's all mental, but there's a physical reaction.
Well,
Um,
there's some bad shit I have about Terrence. I loved Terrence McKenna. He was like a father figure to me. But to be honest with you, I mean, one of his sayings was, if you're not afraid that you took too much, then you didn't take enough. He was telling people to take 5 dried grams and sit in silent darkness in their fucking apartment.
dude,
In
that's literally like I don't.
1988, Terrence had a bad trip. He stopped taking mushrooms. He was a fucking liar. He didn't tell people to be careful. He did to an extent, but he never admitted that he freaked himself the fuck out. And that's not being a man. I lost all respect for him. His brother Dennis wrote The Brothers of the Screaming Abyss. It's a biography about the story. And Terrence lost his marbles and he didn't admit it. And he went around shilling his talk, making money. And I don't blame him because you got to make money somehow. And he was a great fucking talker. He was an orator and a bard, a true Irishman, but he was also a fucking liar. That's why I hang him in the same hat as Timothy Leary, although he was far smarter. Terrence was an extremely smart man, but he lied. He should have warned people. He himself, the man, Terrence, freaked himself the fuck out on mushrooms. 1988.
And think about what he did for well over a decade after that. He went around telling people 5 dry grams, silent darkness. Don't think about your neuroses. Don't think about the potential problems that could erupt. He didn't give a fair warning, and that made him a liar.
No, and
That's
that, and
why I say to not even bother with these things. If of your own accord you feel the need to do it, by all means educate yourself. But I don't think anyone should do them.
well, that's why I think that's why I brought up Alan Watts before, is because he kind of coined the phrase "once you get the message, hang up the phone." Again, for myself, I've taken that dosage of mushrooms, and it's been it was hell and heaven and hell and back. But like a gram will at least like kind of I can check in with how my condition checking in on how my condition is in. But the honesty of that is where I think Alan Watts lays more with, like, once you get the message, hang up the phone. There's no reason to keep going back and back and back. I think that it's an experience that you can't get without. I look at. I have tried. I've also done like sweat lodges. Um, I've done things, but like nothing compares to the cheat code of just taking some psychedelic mushrooms. Um, I've tried meditation. I've tried yada yada, and they get you to some form of higher consciousness, but it's not really like what it is. But once you get there, there's no reason to keep going back, because then you get it. Then you've seen it, and there's really no reason to go back over and over again.
Absolutely, and I'll end on this. I've been reading Alan Watts since I was a kid, right? I've said that quote a million times. Once you get the message, hang up the phone. But and this isn't to judge him, yet it is at the same time. But he was never able to hang up the phone because he died from ultimately drinking himself to death. He had 4 wives. It is much easier said than done. As far as the message behind what he said, it's absolutely true. Because if you don't remove yourself from the situation, you're going to take a subjective experience and then it may go into grandiose lofts of ideation, because you need time to integrate and then ultimately leave it behind altogether, and to try to get to that same mind space, contentment, and peace without needing some kind of external modification or stimuli to get there, because it's something that we have the power to do within each and every single one of us. And that's the real teaching behind the whole thing. Even though, to go as far as being able to communicate with other entities, that's the kind of shit that you got to go monk ascetic style if you want to go that far. But other than that, the peace that's granted by it is something that is accessible to everybody, and it doesn't take a plant or an extraction from a plant to get there. So I definitely agree with you.
Why I jumped in kind of is because I'm writing a piece now. I haven't written I'm writing a piece for a magazine right now, and it's kind of, if you're familiar with Alan Watts, then you are familiar with the Beat Generation, which is pretty much like coined by Kerouac, and what I'm attempting to write is that the beat spirit reappears throughout time. I think that Watts was a beat. I think that Hunter S. Thompson was a beat, even though they weren't necessarily born in this specific time period that is categorized as the beat time period. after World War II. The beat spirit is essentially just it reoccurs, and it's kind of like the right wing hippie, and it's not necessarily like a libertarian. It's really just it's about true freedom and liberation of the spirit, and people that would say that Hunter S. Thompson is not a beat. I would argue to death that Hunter S. Thompson is a beat. That is a man who is. I have to. It's really tough because I'm writing it now. So, but it's an interesting topic that I hope that people will read, and I hope that people will, consider. I don't know what kind of space we're in here now, but there is this kind of room for like a right wing hippie.
I look forward to reading it. I love Hunter S. Thompson, and I completely agree with you that he was definitely a part of the Beats. I actually think that I remember reading something that he even kind of acknowledged that himself because that's what he cut his teeth on.
Well, and it's funny you mentioned that because Alan Watts always says you cannot bite your own teeth, or you cannot cut your own teeth. Like there's so many good metaphors out of Alan Watts, and we're blessed to have his lectures on YouTube documented because I mean he died in I think 1974, and
Who did? Alan Watts?
yeah, Alan Watts. I think he died. I believe.
Dang.
What? I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying, damn. I thought he like. I didn't know it was that long ago. Damn.
Yeah. He died in like 1974, and like he was one of the most influential people in my life. I caught on to him when I was like 17, and I'm a little bit of like I guess you could call like an old head millennial, and for me it kind of pieced together Eastern philosophy and Western religion, and in a way that I could understand it, and to be able to listen to some of his lectures from like the late '60s, yeah, he definitely died in like 1974. I think that I'm pretty positive about that. But the fact that we have the privilege to listen to that, I mean, God, I can't imagine what my life would be like without having been able, like I have his book actually, The Way of Zen, sitting right next to me, but it's just not the same as listening to one of his lectures because his charisma is bar none.
Yeah, I have like over 50 gigs worth of his stuff if you want any of it. He discusses Carl Jung during one of his talks, and it's I think it's arguably one of the most incredible things I've ever heard anyone say. Because to hear Alan Watts talk about Carl Jung, and I mean, my God, I mean, yeah, you're right though. He an absolute orator. That stuff's been around for a long time on torrents. If anyone here wants to grab that stuff, there is a huge catalog of material of his that just to listen to, because like Marlon saying, his voice alone, and he is a funny motherfucker. He makes people laugh at least once every couple of minutes, if not less.
Who are you talking about there?
Alan Watts, and he makes his he makes himself.
No, he's that funny.
He makes himself laugh, which is also, you know what I mean. He was he grew up studying. He got his either doctorate or just under doctorate in Western Christianity, like what would you call that? Um, Fuck, I'm sorry, I'm really blanking. It's 3 in the morning, and I've just woke up. But in religion, he got his doctorate in religion, and then he decided to go to the East, and this was during the 50s. And he studied Zen Buddhism, and then he came back and kind of synthesized Zen Buddhism with Christianity and Abrahamic religions during a time when the hippie movement was going on, which was very important to have a figure like that. And even Kerouac, well, when I recommend Kerouac to people, I always recommend reading Dharma Bums rather than On the Road. Like, yeah, if you want to be if you want to be um, educated on the matter, you should read On the Road. But really, Dharma Bums is a much better read, and it reads smoothly as kind of like a novel, and it's a novel of On the Road, but Watts is a brief character in Dharma Bums, and he's kind of like you could call like the uncle, and he is kind of like that uncle because the Beats were essentially right wing hippies. Um, and that's where the hippie movement went wrong is when they got well, I don't know what space I'm in right now, but what I would say is the hippies went wrong when they got infiltrated by Marxism, and that prior to that there was a kind of hippie movement with the Beats that had nothing to do with Marxism. And Alan Watts is definitely anybody who is into spirituality of that nature should I would recommend exploring that at least.
Yeah, my favorite. What he used to say, "Follow your own weird," is what he used to say. Isn't that like one of his quotes?
You follow your own weird, exactly, and that's what I like. That's what I love about, and that's why I kind of don't. I've evolved, I guess, through my years on Twitter. Is I don't really identify with any group. Like I am a I am a weird. I'm a weirdo. Um,
God bless America.
yes.
Where would we
Yeah.
be without America? We wouldn't have the weird people that we have and the ability to experiment and, concoct all these atrocities if we weren't free to find our weirdness.
Is that the tune in, drop out guy that you're talking about?
No, that's Leary.
That's Leary. You got to be kind of careful with Leary. Leary, that's a tough subject to go to breach because um, he
Just ask Richard Alpert, later Ram Dass, how leery was.
and it's weird because like I like some of what Ram Dass says, but I don't think that his overall message is beneficial. Um, I I think that I think that it's not beneficial. Uh, Ram Dass is weird. He kind of creeps me out a little bit.
Hey, for people like me who are a little fresh, what do you mean by you kept calling them their beats? Like I'm like beatnik? Is that what you mean?
So yeah. So I'm writing a piece currently on the beat spirit. Um, the beatniks are a group of people that came back from World War II, mostly Americans. Well, yeah, so Americans that came back from the Second World War and saw the white picket fence, golden retriever, mortgage rates, and they said, "Fuck that! We just killed a bunch of our own people. We're going to hit the road." They were the hippies of the 50s. They came back from this war. They said, "Fuck this," but they never referred So Nick is a Russian term that was applied to them. Like any of the actual beats only referred to themselves as beats. It was later kind of written that they would be called the beatniks, and that was through Russian Marxists. That Nick is a derogatory term. So that is an important distinction. But it's kind of it's a style, I would say, and that's kind of what I'm arguing in my piece, is that I mean I'm not gonna go back this far, but I mean you can go back as far as the Wandervogel movement in the early 1900s in Germany, which was like a nudist hippie movement in Germany. But I mean, I touch on Waylon Jennings, Townes Van Zandt. It kind of hippie cowboy type of spirit.
Hey Merlin, real quick, Logan, it's Americana noir. That's the best way to put it, with a tinge of Kafka.
A lot of those World War II guys, a lot of those guys started the first motorcycle clubs, did they?
Yeah, very, very Kafka-esque, as they would say, very Kafka-esque. So, Al, actually, I have a question for you, Al. So, in the conversation, you mentioned that you would not recommend, like psychedelics or like DMT to like most individuals. I wanted to get your opinion on like some of the recent research they're doing with like psilocybin or even DMT for that matter on like PTSD or like traumatic events, talking about what Marlon was just saying about, returning veterans, returning people from like combat zones, stuff like that. What is your opinion on, or what have you read on, treating, PTSD or individuals with traumatic events using like DMT or psilocybin under maybe like clinical or let's say even like monitored environments?
I would like to jump in after his response. That's okay.
Yeah, well, absolutely. I mean, John Hopkins has been doing tests with those that are going to die in the hospital. They have been giving them psilocybin for quite some time under a therapeutic setting, and it has been absolutely wondrous. As far as PTSD and everything, I think all of those things are great. What I'm talking about is crude, making it at home, getting it from someone else, etc. I don't recommend any of that, and I say that solely because that was my own choice. It is anyone else's choice, but I don't recommend it. As far as DMT, there's actually some very interesting things about it. I had a traumatic brain injury, and 90% of the individuals that had the injury that I did died within roughly a year of the injury. I had a subdural hematoma with a midline shift. My entire brain shifted half an inch to the left. They had to remove some of my left temporal lobe. Now, they thought I was going to be a vegetable. I woke up from the coma and told my mother to go get fucked because she brought a yoga ball in the ICU room. And then I asked for a glass of water. My father danced around in circles. It was fine. But the fucking damnedest thing is that it might have been all of my tripping on DMT prior to tripping and hitting my head on concrete that actually saved my fucking brain. that I prepared myself for those moments, those fight or flight with the DMT experience, that when I hit my head, suddenly it was like, all right, game on, we know what to do. Because I should have lost a shit ton of memory, a shit ton of motor skills, a lot of things. But somehow my brain was able to protect itself. And here's the fucking kicker. In some places, they actually have DMT injections for those that are in car accidents so their brain can fucking calm down. They have this. I'll have to find the papers for it, but in all sorts of instances where people are really badly injured, they've found that injecting people with dimethyltryptamine actually helps the system, helps it across the board, especially the brain. So, I mean, I agree with all of that stuff. It's in the medical setting, etc. For those that are, near death in the hospital, I think that a psilocybin experience is incredible. These people are saying it's one of the 5 most important experiences of their entire life. And this is as they're coming to the fate of their mortality with their family members. And as far as post-traumatic stress and veterans, I absolutely think that these things should be used and facilitated. It's just that I absolutely cannot stand the fact that there are charlatans making it at home and then people upon rides in places that they're renting out, or even worse, the shit I on down south. I don't even want to go there, but a bunch of charlatans, a bunch of people with false direction and false pretense idealism are leading people down paths that they're not properly educating them on them, and it's not under the right setting whatsoever. That's why I don't recommend it, because if you're not going to make it yourself, you're going to seek it from other people, and if you don't know what you're doing, you're going to deal with a fucking clown.
I do want to just add here because okay, first of all, I relate to what you were saying because I've had severe traumatic brain injury. I was jumped and I'm a pretty well skilled Muay Thai fighter, jiu-jitsu, but I was jumped by 3 gentlemen and thrown into a dumpster, and the pretty much entire left side of my face is titanium, and I'm lucky that it looks symmetrical and pretty normal. Like you could never really tell, thanks to Western medicine. But I experience migraines. I experience things, from that injury. But when it comes to PTSD, I have a thesis, and I can only speak from it from the vet side of things. But I think that PTSD mostly comes from being in prey mentality. And I think that you see it come up more. I think that within like special operations, special warfare, and I'm in, not anymore, but I've been in these communities, within the Navy. You don't see as much PTSD because they are most of the operations are predator operations. You see more PTSD come up within, I guess you would say, like grunt operations where you are out on patrol and you are prey, and that kind of transverses, and this is a sensitive topic, but like when you get into victims of sexual assault, they're in a prey mentality. That's what PTSD really is, I think. I think PTSD is being prey, because nobody ever wants to be prey. and I think that there's ketamine therapy that I think has helped people. I think mushrooms, I would only recommend ever kind of microdosing, never, never more than a gram, just to dip your toes in. But I think these things can help. But I think PTSD essentially comes from being in prey mentality.
I couldn't disagree any further with you. Post-traumatic stress disorder is from any traumatic episode that you endure a great deal amount of psychological duress and or bodily harm. You don't necessarily have to feel like prey for that to happen. It can be involuntary. You can blow up on a minefield. You can get into a car accident. You can be molested by your uncle. I don't think they all have to be encapsulated by the term of feeling like prey. Um, a lot of post traumatic stress comes from the inability to integrate something that happened that affected the proximity of their life for a very long time, and it still permeates through their very being and personality as is without treatment.
So you bring up an excellent point, Al, in that like the reason I bring that up around like PTSD or anything traumatic and using psychedelics to correct that or to shift the perspective. Obviously, for those that don't know me, I'm a veteran. I've served, with folks, and they've been through some terrible instances. Marlon, I don't know you from a stranger on the street, but I also worked on special operations in the Army, so we were on the other side. And it's crazy because what affects one person will affect another person completely different, and you will have two people that go through the exact same experience. One of them walks away with PTSD, the other one walks away without PTSD. And what's interesting in some of the studies that I've read, and kind of going back to some of the topics that we were talking about previously about time travel, right? So we all know like mental time travel, where you go through something traumatic, like you mentioned, Al, like a car accident, and you are continuously reliving that car accident, or you're continuously reliving that moment where you're blown up by a bomb or whatever it is, and the mental time travel, where you're literally projecting your psyche, kind of going back to the Jungian thought. You're projecting your psyche and reliving that past time travel moment. And with psychedelics, whether it be psilocybin or DMT, that shift in perspective will, at least from what I've been able to read, that shift in perspective will break kind of that time travel, that mental time travel perspective. But it affects everyone differently, and I've been in combat, I've seen some crazy stuff. I've been tested for PTSD. I've talked to, folks about it. And I have, like I said, I have no problems. I can integrate what I've been through into, my daily life. Others, as you indicated with your TBI, that's a pretty traumatic experience. Being jumped, that's a pretty traumatic experience. And I would not refer to those individuals as gentlemen. Like anyone that jumps you, they're animals and they're acting in a brutalistic kind of way. But everyone reacts to traumatic experiences differently, and we are always mentally time traveling back to those experiences. And what I find interesting with psychedelics is that it will break that mental time travel sequence, that your brain is somehow able to, maybe going back to what Leary maybe talked about, is accepting that new reality and then moving on from that new reality based on kind of the Jungian principle of psyche, which is like once you are able to filter out those emotional experiences and logically process that emotion, then you kind of get over it and you kind of are able to move on, not living in the past and going through that mental time travel, but project yourself into the future, and actually focus on healing and focusing on getting better. And I find it very interesting that there are still folks that look at PTSD or traumatic therapy using psychedelics almost as like this taboo. And I've always wondered like why this isn't more mainstream. But Al, I didn't know about the injections of DMT in certain hospitals. Like that's like super fascinating, or like near death experience.
What I'm curious,
like that's also.
I'm curious to talk to you about this because where I disagree with Larry, and again, I've done pretty much every psychedelic you could experience, and I don't think that it's for everybody. And where I think Leary went wrong, and whether he was co-opted by the CIA or not. Who's the guy who wrote One Flew Over the Cuckoo Nest? He was I forget the guy's name. My dad met him. My dad was.
It wasn't Kubrick. Kubrick didn't write One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, did it?
It was. Hold on. If you give me a second, I can just look it up.
It was Ken Casey.
Yeah, Kesey. My dad met Ken Kesey actually at a bar after a Grateful Dead show because my dad used to follow that. My dad's been to fucking 600 Dead shows, but he wasn't like a fucking hippie. He was like a preppy deadhead.
I'm just saying, you're the deadhead. Is a preppy deadhead. That's hilarious.
Yeah. Like he was like he would tell my grandparents like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go look at colleges in Connecticut for 2 weeks, and then he would just go follow the dead. But my dad sat next to Ken Kesey at a bar one time, and Ken Kesey had some weird. It was this weird control he had over. I don't know how to explain it if like unless you've done psychedelics, but like everybody in the bar was acting wild, and Ken Kesey whistled, and everybody in the bar stopped and walked out of the bar. And my dad was literally sitting right next to Ken Kesey when he watched this happen. Everybody that was involved with the dead and that show walked right out of the bar.
So are you saying that like people that were like on psychedelics or that were experiencing the effects of psychedelics because of the show walked out of the bar?
Yeah.
Is that what you're insinuating?
Yeah, like everybody that was there. It's really difficult to explain, but
they were all on the same channel, and he just like snapped his fingers, and they all took off.
Yes, that's exactly it. Ken Kesey lost it a little bit, I would say. I think that he fried his brain a little too much but he was on point. I think that he had his finger on the button. Again, with my father, he was essentially like a preppy hippie, which is weird, but I appreciate it because it has helped me shape. Okay, these are my right wing views, and these are my left wing views. Not that I have really, at this point in my life, I don't really have views on either side of the aisle at all. I don't really care at all. I care about my friends, and I care about my family, and that's about it. I'm tired of.
Right, but going back to the Leary thing, I mean, he was an FBI informant, and like he and the CIA basically came up with LSD and drugged lots of people using certain like methods.
Leary, if correct me if I'm wrong, and again, my phone is on my charger right now, so if I'm coming through poorly, just let me know. But I think Leary and Ram Dass shared space at Harvard for a period of time.
I believe that yes, that is correct. But the kind of like where I was going with this, and with the PTSD and the therapeutic, aspects of psychedelics, is that really I think what Leary, and like I said, I'm not a Leary fan. I see the pros and the cons. Like I said, and my grandmother actually studied under Leary in college, which is like a crazy thing. She has some wild stories about Leary and some of his theories.
He did more damage to.
Yes, way more damage. But where I was going with this is that what they were on, and I think the CIA was definitely onto this, is control of the mind. Right, that's really what they were trying to achieve: is being able to control the mind, whether you're controlling your own mind or whether you're controlling someone else's mind. It was all about controlling and processing the effects that the mind produces. And when it comes to PTSD or traumatic events, those are the most glaring events of an uncontrolled mind. And why am I on echo? Can you hear me now? It's about mind control and being able to control one's mind. And Al, to your point, I think you're absolutely right in that we don't need them. Like psychedelics, we have within ourselves the power, the aptitude to be able to get over those things, on our own. And yes, there are those folks, that try to sell those shortcuts, and they are the snake oil salesmen that promise you a great experience and it ends up the exact opposite. But I think it was you, Marlon, that brought up kind of like the cheat code, that sometimes the cheat code helps. I'm a big gamer, like I've used a few cheat codes in my day. And those cheat codes kind of help sometimes. And I think that's where Leary and where maybe the CIA went wrong, is that rather than looking at it, through a therapeutic lens, they solely looked at it through kind of a control mechanism and through a control lens.
What I'll say to that is I have the reason I am on Twitter in kind of the sphere is because of a good friend of mine who he was working on his doctorate. He was he was very smart. He just also was very depressed, and he took his own life. And he found we found him the day before my birthday, and hold on, let me just reorganize myself. People like that are almost too smart to exist in society. What were you talking about before? You're talking about
So about Leary, talking about mind control, being able to process those emotions on your own, PTSD, therapeutic psilocybin.
oh yeah. So I that really so I found my best friend dead in his chair. And you know, it was a traumatic experience, because he again was my best friend, and I came to terms with his death through ketamine, and for the first, and then I rented a cabin with a couple like hippie girls, and we took some mushrooms, and I faced that, and it was very dark. It was very uncomfortable, but I accepted his death, because I did everything I did. I did everything I did that I could do to keep him alive, and I have no guilt that I at least didn't try to keep him alive. And you know, could I have written the stuff down and gone through a therapist? Maybe, but doing it through, taking some mushrooms out in a cabin in the woods with some hippie girls that knew the trauma that of finding your best friend dead. I think that for certain people that is, that works out better. That helped me more than going to a fucking therapist.
Oh, totally, dude. Yeah, give me the cheat codes all day long in that situation. 100%. Well, and that's my point is that, going back to, because we have those traumatic moments, right? When we all mentally time travel back to those moments, but being able to distance yourself from that mental time travel is really only achievable in a short period of time, through those cheat codes, right? And that's where, I kind of come down, kind of opposite, maybe Al, where you were at. I think more people should use psychedelics because, frankly, I think there's a lot of people in our society that have undiagnosed trauma and they're running around making decisions that are impacting other people, not realizing the tertiary effects of those decisions. And I've always had very positive experiences with psychedelics. I've never had, like I said, I've dabbled a few times. I've never had a bad experience, and it's always been like, it's funny that you say the top 5 experiences. I use that exact quote. Like when you said that, the hair on the back of my neck actually kind of stood up, because I say the exact same thing. In my entire life, my use of psychedelics is 100% top 5 experiences, because it's a profound shift in your perspective, and you get to realize not only things about yourself, but around this physical reality that we kind of take for granted sometimes. And so, I fall down on the side, or I come down on the side, I think more people should use psychedelics. Maybe, Al, to your point, maybe for most people, it should be monitored, or it should be under some sort of supervision, and that's why I like the South American methodology, where you have like a shaman, you have someone that's like more experienced, that kind of ushers you through the process and kind of guides you through everything.
Real quick. I don't think that it should be, and I don't recommend it under therapy. I'm just saying that I don't recommend it at all, that it is everyone's own choice. It's my own way of washing my hands like Pilate. I think that they're wonderful things, but at the same time, I'm not recommending anyone to do it, because there is a mild chance that if you don't prepare yourself accordingly, that you're not going to have a good time. And that's just being honest.
Well, no, totally, dude. But that's what I'm saying is, like, that's why you have like a shaman that ushers you through the process. Every single time I have ever done something that alters my state, I was always given advice, and the advice was always 3 things. These are the 3 things you have to have in order to come out of this experience in a positive, enlightened kind of way. 1, you have to have a good headspace. You have to be in a positive headspace where you're not thinking about your neuroses, you're not thinking about your psychosis, you're not thinking and dwelling on whatever problems you have in life. So you have to have, hold on, let me finish. You have to have a good headspace. 2, you have to be with people that you trust. You have to be with people, friends, family, strangers, doesn't matter. As long as you trust them, you have to at least have some sort of relationship with the person that you're with. And that's where the shamanic, guide kind of comes into play. The third point is you have to be in a safe space. Your space, when you are in that headspace, your physical space has to be sacred. Like, it has to be safe, and you have to be free of harm in that safe space. If you have a good mental space, you have good friends, people that you trust, and you're in a good physical environment, in my experience, I've always had a great time, and I agree with you, Al. Like, if you don't have any, like, they have to all 3 be there. If any one of them is missing, yeah, you're probably not going to have a good time.
So I agree with you on point 2 and point 3. I think that your point 1 is valid. However, if you are not in a good headspace, you're correct. You're not going to have a good time. But I think that that's not necessarily a bad thing. If you're with good people, if you're in a good space, so part 2 and 3 are taken care of. If part 1 is off and you are not in a good spot in your life, I think I don't believe in a bad trip. I think that if you are in a bad spot and you are with good people, are in a good space, but you're in a bad place personally, I think that's beneficial.
sorry, I just had to do a little housekeeping. Antarctica, what's up?
Hey man, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, it's an interesting subject. I wanted to jump in with my own experience, if that's okay.
Please do. Please do.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm like 55, and I experimented with LSD in the 80s when I was in my teens, um, as we do. And I'm sure this is global. This isn't like just in the UK. I'm sure that all teens will experiment unsupervised or with the supervision of their peers. Certainly not shamans. I didn't. I In the 80s, from what I knew of shamans, I didn't correlate them with psychedelics at all. I just saw them as figures from American cowboy and Indian movies. Unfortunately, that's how brainwashed society we were. However, I started selling LSD, and believe me, we had some amazing times. I just want to jump in on the last guy that said he didn't believe in bad trips. Well, I've had a couple. One of them resulted in me jumping out of a car while it was like traveling at 20, 30 miles an hour. And I believed I was 20 years old. I knew nothing about quantum traveling, time traveling, anything at all, but apart from what was in my own mind. And my mind told me that I could jump out of the car and that the grounds, which was tarmac, would demolecularize and allow me to pass through. However, as soon as I jumped out, doubt set in and I bounced off the floor like a rag doll. And how I didn't die that night, I don't know. I literally landed on my head. I was concussed. My friends shit themselves and they had to go and get someone to like restrain me because by that point I was on in another world, in this world. What I was thinking and believing was so correlative to the stories of people jumping out of windows, and these people that do these things, they're not stupid people in the daytime, like the scientists that jumped out, that was part of the MK experiments, these weren't stupid people. But when your mind is in that realm on the dark side, um, it is fucking dark. I to this day can still feel that day I was face to face with Satan, and it was horrible, like the worst experience. And unfortunately, the word flashback, it doesn't exist for no reason. Flashbacks happen. I've had a number of flashbacks, and not always after the use of psychedelics either. Sometimes it would just happen like in the daytime randomly, where I literally get taken back to that like that temporal space of that occasion where I'm reliving those same thoughts. It's like a recontinuation of unfinished thoughts that I had when I was 20. It's like an unfinished conversation that I can never complete. It's heavy. I've never sought therapy for it. I mean, I've sought therapy for other um, components of my life, which I've had to. But I've always, it's like a skeleton, really. So I'd never venture. I still smoke cannabis. It's the only thing that I can trust that I'm not gonna, you know, I've got like a 90% chance that I'm not gonna be having episodes like I did with the LSD. I don't know if anyone's ever read any Castaneda, but even Castaneda, when he's experimenting with mescaline, the mescaline has a god, mescalito, and if you take mescaline, mescalito can either warm to you or treat you like a rag doll. i.e., he can give you the worst time, and death could even be at the end of that occasion. But if Mescalito warms you, you'll have the best time ever. Like the most euphoric, beautiful time. When Castaneda takes it, he's literally naked, dancing and playing with a dog for like 24 hours in front of all of the other initiates and the shamans. And even the shamans were flabbergasted with how Mescalito had treated Castaneda. But I'd never, I would, sorry, I'm going to land my plane, but I would never recommend to other people to take it. I do believe that there is help, if you microdose in small amounts, but I wouldn't ever push it on. And when I, I've also been spiked, by the way. Spiked with LSD is like tantamount to like attempted manslaughter, in my opinion. So just be really careful with psychedelics because not everyone can adjust to them. And then you have to live with them afterwards. That's the most important thing you have to remember. You have to be a strong person. Thank you, guys.
Antarctic Monkey, thank you. I don't know if you heard what I've been saying over the past like 10 or 15 minutes, but that's precisely what I was getting at. That it's a personal decision and it's something that you have to live with for the rest of your life. I try not to scare people about that, but it is very much true. And I thank you very much for sharing that. It is I mean, I'm an odd bird. We were talking about, being your own weird, embracing that, uh, integrating that. But I think there's a calling to certain people, but even then, that calling, it could go anywhere. It is a power greater than we understand. And I mean, even if you think you have your neuroses in check, even if you're having a great day, you have the perfect time, it might turn on you. That's just a fact. It's an incredible power and force. But I mean, you can be having a great time, and then all of a sudden, your unconscious is just like, by the way, baby. And that's why I don't recommend them to anybody because there were times that, I mean, bad trips are real. I mean, I wouldn't trade them for anything because of what I learned from them, but they were terrifying. Eternity with insanity. And like you're saying, when the energy, when that Satan looks at you, that is something you will never forget for the rest of your fucking life. You see the macabre, you see the utmost abject evil, and you see it as if it exists for eternity. So you can also see the godly, the divine, the illumined universe, the fractal beauty of the all, the oneness, love, but you never know what you're gonna get. It ain't a box of chocolates, but it's definitely a heavy substance. And it's just funny what you brought up about mescaline because when I harvested my cacti and I drank them like a fucking nutbag, I tripped for like close to 36 hours. It was a female presence as far as the mescaline was concerned. I'll never forget this for the rest of my life, but I had one of those long haired rugs right in my room. I fucking put on Pink Floyd and I think about a good 2 hours just melted away. I was one with everything. But the weird thing is like I said, it was like this feminine energy because it was like happy go lucky, like everything was good. But I also think that if you do ever go to those dimensions, make sure you have good music cued. Make sure you got good tunes because if you need to, that can bring you back down from cloud nine or the deepest alcoves of hell.
Hey, Al, can I just chime in on what you just said there? Yeah, as you just said about Pink Floyd. Obviously, Pink Floyd is one of the greatest things to listen to under psychedelics. But obviously, some of that music that you're listening to from Pink Floyd is actually about Sid Barrett, who was a former member of Pink Floyd. that lost the plot because of LSD. The same with Peter Green from Fleetwood Mac. Fleetwood Mac wrote some of the greatest music ever before it was sabotaged with the girls. But Peter Green is one of the greatest, even after his moments of losing the plot with LSD. But it completely transformed his life. He was like a shell of a man to communicate with after. I mean, he took a lot of LSD. But I mean, don't forget LSD as well. What always used to fascinate me was how how little you actually need to get the effect that you actually have. For me, that was just phenomenal. How such a tiny item could have such an influence for such a long period of time. It's wow.
Millionths of a gram. And yeah, don't forget about Brian Wilson of the Beach Boys. He went fucking. But yeah, the thing is about Sid, though. I mean, I do know the stories. Sid was locked in a closet after taking too much LSD, and then he locked some girl in a closet and beat her with a violin while on LSD. He was hanging out with the wrong crowd. They were all dosing each other, and yeah, he definitely rocked himself. But he also, from what I understand, I mean, he led a solitary life afterward, and it's not like he was completely damaged. I mean, he also didn't like the whole fame thing. I reached pretty far into Sid because I jumped off the fucking cliff and somehow hit the edge beyond the cliff. Then I scraped my way back up, but yeah, Sid's case is very sad, but hell, the fucking music that came out of it. I mean, Piper at the Gates of Dawn is one of my favorite Pink Floyd albums, but we wouldn't have the rest, arguably, if what happened to him didn't happen. So it's like the good old alchemy, right? It's like something glorious came out of those black holes in the sky. But yeah, I mean, Brian Wilson's case, that didn't end very well. It is. It can be a beautiful thing, or it can be hell. It can be both at the same time.
No, you bring up a great point. Pink Floyd, perfecto. Like, I don't think there's a greater album to actually listen to when you're going through psychedelics. But that's the irony in it, right? Like, that there are these musicians, these artists, maybe they're sensitive, and on these psychedelics, on these mind altering substances, some of them just can't handle it, which I kind of want to get your opinion now on this. It's pretty common knowledge that, musicians, artists, they dabble in mind altering substances. And based on some of the conversations we had earlier with, DMT and maybe being able to access an alien realm, or a shared universe with these higher entities. Do you think there are musicians that have encountered this on their trips? And if there were artists that you thought would have these experiences, which do you think would be most likely? I have my answer. I think Pink Floyd absolutely saw some shit. Like, they absolutely saw the other side. They saw the dark side of the moon, and they wrote an album about it. More contemporary, like for me, my generation, I would think Beach Boys, yes. Red Hot Chili Peppers. Like, some of the stuff that Anthony Kiedis writes about, or Flea, they write about, they definitely saw some shit. What are your thoughts?
Without any question or shadow of a doubt, Jim Morrison, The Doors, and the band Tool, and King Crimson.
Tool's a good one, actually. That's a good one. Yep, Tool for sure.
Led Zeppelin.
Led Zeppelin?
Led Zeppelin.
Yep, totally.
It's strange that Frank Zappa never took drugs, don't you think?
That's the wonder of Frank. He just loved himself some cigarettes. Hell of a musician, though. God, what is it? Watermelon and Eastern Hay? That shit can make me cry in a certain kind of mood.
Oh, for sure. What about you, Logan? What do you think are some artists that you suspect saw some shit, like shared universe type stuff?
Hmm. Well, I mean, there's like the obvious ones, like probably like Hendrix and like Janis Joplin, maybe, or like the Grateful Dead guys. You know, I mean, I don't know. I have to think about it for a second.
Hey, I must admit, guys, the night that I did jump out the car, um, I was listening to the Prince album, Alf, Sign of the Times, and Prince definitely made music at that time for LSD. 100%. It was like synchronized for LSD. And don't forget, in the late 80s, particularly in the UK, I'm talking like a year, just about a year before ecstasy came to the UK, in a big way, like fucking massive way. Like the following year of losing the plot of after LSD, I suddenly had ecstasy to deal with, and because of the doors that I'd opened in my mind from the LSD, I'd always have psychedelic experiences the um, from the ecstasy that first came, and it was so strong in those days. I could never take. Some people were doing like countless amounts of pills. I would only need like the minimum to get the same effect as those guys because I'd already created those doors in my mind. As I was saying, you know, you live with it for the rest of your life, and like LSD particularly never leaves your body, and it will come out at some point. You know, whether you like it or not. I just hopefully it will be a good thing.
Well, no, exactly, and that's what's so interesting. And thank you for sharing your story, Antarctic, because we were talking about that mental time travel, that you're always kind of mentally time traveling back to that moment. And sometimes that shift in perspective, through therapeutics will break, that cycle. Or with, DMT, being able to access, different realms of consciousness or higher levels of consciousness, and being able to come to terms with that higher reality, is something that we all really have to, come to terms with at one point or another, which leads me, to suspect that, I mean, DMT molecule, is it alien? Yes or no? I mean, we talked about DNA, like the DNA molecule, like maybe the DNA molecule is, by NHI design or extraterrestrial in design, the DMT molecule. Like, what is it about the DMT molecule that allows us to access, a shared universe or a shared experience with these, non-human entities? And is the DMT molecule, is it designed for that? Like, is it, designed specifically to allow human consciousness to maybe access that pathway or to access, that experience? What are your thoughts?
Was that a question for Mr. Antarctica?
Whoever, like, yeah, Al, Antarctica, Logan, what do you think? I mean, who's the molecular? Isn't there? Didn't we have someone on that was like a molecular PhD? Oh, Taylor. Yeah, Taylor. Bring her up. What do you think, Taylor? You're the expert in this.
No, she's not. I mean, what makes her an expert in this?
Well, isn't she studying like micro? Hold on. Yeah, biology, PhD biology. She would know more about molecular design than probably any of us. Like, I'm just
Well,
saying.
hey, Electron, I just literally done a short course in anatomy and physiology here in Birmingham, UK. Literally a short course, but the guy that was taking the course was fresh out of university, and he didn't even know what adrenochrome was, which I had to educate him. about, which I felt really awkward doing. But at least I've taught the now university lecturer a little bit of important biology that he needs to know. I'm just saying that not all biologists can relate to what we're talking about, if you know what I mean.
True. But yeah, interesting concept. If the DMT molecule is foreign or by artificial design, is kind of where I was going, because of the fact that it allows us to access different realms and maybe a shared universe with other entities.
Terrence McKenna once said that, and I mean, it's Terrence McKenna. I already went after him earlier, but 4-phosphoroxydimethyltryptamine, as far as it being an analog of our DMT and the fact that it's found in mushrooms, it's like finding a Coke can amongst a field of open grass as far as how much it sticks out and how bizarre it is that it has an interrelation to our own endogenous transmitters in our own fucking head. He always made the argument that mushroom spores are actually the hardest organic surface known, and they would easily survive interstellar space. So if there were mushrooms on other planets and they suffered an impact event, then spores could fly through interstellar space and go to other locations. And that was his big theory, that psilocybin mushrooms, mushrooms in general, are the alien intelligence that are going from place to place, from seed to seed, system to...
Isn't there a link between like the makeup of humans and mushrooms, fungi? Anyway, I'm just
I think that's
wondering
where our consciousness comes from, 100%.
I'm just wondering if when we consume fungus, if it's like them that's linking up to the links of the other spores rather than, and then doing the work rather than it coming, we're like the intermediary, the host for them linking up to create the psychedelic experience.
Yep. Well, arguably the largest organism in the world is a mushroom. It's over, I think, something ridiculous like shit. It might be like 300 acres, but that sounds like too much. It might be like 30 acres, but they tested all the mycelium in the ground, and it was all the same fucking mushroom. So,
and also, aren't they like all like interlinked underground as well, like a network?
Yeah, mycelium networks, it's actually very much like the neurons of the brain. So once again, the fact that they share the same kind of transmitters we do, is that a coincidence?
Well, obviously they fit into the ecosystem like perfectly, if not massively. How trees and soil, everything is so dependent upon this.
Yeah, without mushrooms, we would not be here at all because they're like the recycler of the forest.
They're like the recycler of everything.
I think that well, the people were given the recipe for DMT to extract it and like the specific plants they had to use to activate it even in their stomachs. They were given that via like channeling, weren't they? Wasn't like some other entities that they claim like gave it to them? Wasn't just something they came up with, right?
The shamans of the Amazon claim that the plants told them. And Logan, you have to understand that there's over different 80,000 species of plants in the Amazon. So to combine the two necessary plants together to make dimethyltryptamine active in the stomach, yeah, I'm pretty sure the mathematics come out that there's less atoms in the known universe. That's how many fucking combinations you would have to go through.
Like, that is mind-blowing to think about that. And the shamanic tradition is that the plants told them how to concoct this molecule.
Well, so what they had to do was find plants that had beta carbolines in them, and beta carbolines have monoamine oxidase inhibitors in them. That makes DMT orally active. The thing that's even more fucked up about it is that jaguars have also isolated the plants necessary to make dimethyltryptamine active to them. They have been documented eating Banisteriopsis caapi and acacia and Mimosa hostilis, and yeah, they do their own little ayahuasca trips themselves. It's fucking incredible. How do they know? I don't.
It reminds me of like they have like monkeys, examples of like monkeys getting drunk, that like monkeys know how to make fermented or like use fermented fruit to get drunk. So like nature finds a way, and if jaguars have been able to figure out how to trip, by all means, go for it. It looks like we have a hand up though.
So I'm just thinking maybe that like these shamans were able to reach some type of meditative state where they were able to like be, at a different wavelength to talk to these trees that I mean, could you go on more about that?
Well, Banisteriopsis caapi is a vine, and Mimosa hostilis is a multitude of trees, and you have to take the root bark off of the tree and make yourself a little bit of a concoction to make your brew that they call ayahuasca, right? But it's kind of the chicken or the egg scenario that how did the plants tell them if they didn't consume the plants already or vice versa? And I mean, as far as the whole meditative component, I mean, very well, they could have had their own yogas, right? They could have had their own individuals that were metabolically different than everyone else. And, they spent their proverbial 40 days in the woods. Who knows? I definitely think that it's funny because we're talking about mycelial networks, but I mean, the very neural networking of the human brain and the isolation in times of darkness and asceticism, and I mean, fasting in general. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if one of the shamans back in the day did that. The plants told them what to do. Or fuck it. I mean, even then, maybe the jaguars told them what to do. I mean, I wouldn't doubt that at all.
I don't. Maybe it's not that complicated, because we did like transpire to putting coffee, milk, and sugar together. Yeah.
No, I got you. I'm just giving a explanation as such.
I'm just wondering if when like obviously they have experimented to put to create that, but I just think it's like how it's like evolved and happens as opposed to a reason or anything like that. It just happens, and they worked it out that with that, like an alchemy kind of, whether it's for food they did this, and for mind they did this, and for health they did this.
Yeah, but a lot of that would have to do with extrasensory perception and intuition, because how the fuck are you thinking to take a plant to make you trip sack and need to take another one to make you trip sack? I mean, there's a lot of thinking that goes into that. So, I mean, that's a lot of happenstance for it to just have happened. That's like, 100 monkeys in a room and hand them a typewriter. Are you going to get, Macbeth? I don't know about that one. There is something extremely fucking fascinating and weird about how they gain that data. Because, like I said, out of those 80,000 species, two combinations, you're not going to figure that out over thousands of years, if not millions. And that's just the math.
Hey, how many actual animals, when you're talking about the jaguar tripping, how many actual animals globally do you think do trip out? Because I was watching in England at the moment, it's like magic mushroom season, and I was watching, obviously the mushrooms, I'm talking about the Liberty caps. Um, they grow generally like in more acidic conditions, but definitely where sheep graze and horses graze. But then you have the birds that like go through, the poo of the animals. So like, are the birds all tripping out as well?
Well, many birds like to get drunk. We've documented that butterflies, elephants, they like to get intoxicated. I mean, I think that we've documented actually, you guys will appreciate this one. They did a test on chimpanzees with cigarettes, right? Well, then they started lacing the cigarettes with dimethyltryptamine just to see what their reactions would be, right? Well, this gets really, really cool. What they would do is they would have two chimps in the same enclosure, and there were two receiving ends to get a cigarette. And then they started adding the DMT. Well, then they started presenting only one cigarette, and the other ape would be like, "Well, what the fuck, dude?" The other ape wouldn't take it. They loved to do it together. If there was only one cigarette with the dimethyltryptamine presented, neither of them would do it. They demanded that there be two so they could sit there and laugh with each other and try to it's unbelievable. I mean, these studies are available, but yeah, it's just such a cool thing that even our good old ape buddies, they would rather get stoned with a friend and see the other together than have one guy do it and the other guy miss out. I mean, I just thought that was really fucking cool.
Oh, no, totally. Like that's what we were talking about earlier. Like it's a shared experience. Like and to Antarctica or Antarctic, to your question, I think thousands of species are able to escape the harshness of reality through either psychedelics or some other means. Fermentation of fruit, like you said, going through manure, picking up mushrooms. I think it is way more normal in nature to seek that type of escapism and understanding of your reality than we like to perceive. I mean, we're not the only conscious, aware entity on this planet. And we're not the only ones that are experimenting. Like the jaguars, like that's actually kind of crazy. I never heard that. I've heard of a lot of other species, but yeah, I think it's thousands. Um, and I think, like I said, we're all trying to escape the same reality, or maybe not escape. Maybe we're trying to share, that reality. And to your point, maybe that's where the monkey study comes in, is that that shit is way cooler when you have someone else to share it with, in the experience, than doing it solo. And we are all social creatures, so maybe that's something that we innately crave and we seek out in our behavior. Eva, you had your hand up.
Yeah, good morning, gentlemen. Of course, animals get drunk and stoned. Why not? Sheep do it, cows do it, birds do it, humans do it. So, what's up this morning?
Getting drunk.
Oh, great. I don't drink. Oh, well, hardly. Don't like alcohol. But I'll have a social drink to be polite. Now and again. I do smoke pot, though, where it's legal.
Pot should be mandatory, not just legal.
Mandatory, dude. I agree with you. Mandatory.
Yeah, you just have to find the right strain for you, right?
So, Al, are you a sativa guy? Are you an indica guy? Eva, do you like sativas? Do you like
Sativa.
indicas? What's your strain?
Sativa, definitely. I don't want that heavy feeling makes me just want to eat. I don't want to be fat.
As long as it's green, I'll smoke it. Because I
I
got to
want
be
to be
honest with you,
fatty.
I blew the doors off my mind. So every time I smoke now, I'm pretty much like lightly tripping anyway.
I might be lightly tripping just on nothing. That's what my brother says anyway.
Can I just say that the best weed is grown outdoors?
But I promised my
I
brother
do
to
believe.
stop messing about on like social media, to behave like a grown up. He accused me of behaving like a child. I guess he was maybe right. Who knows? He knows everything. I know nothing, apparently. But I love my brother, so, you know. And I don't have a husband, so I better do as my fucking brother says, right? He's a nice guy. You'd like him. He's a doctor. Pretty smart and everything. Always saving my ass, that's for sure. So he's the rock. And I'm the kind of the sun and the rain and the wind and the storm and the volcano and the chaos and everything else. So I pound up against that rock that my brother is, and he is the most gorgeous man alive. Too bad he's my brother. So what's up? Any men for me
So,
around here?
Eva, we were talking. Yeah, Eva, we were talking about psychedelic experiences. Do you have any psychedelic experiences? Have
Hell
you
yeah,
ever?
man. Some funny ones.
Have you blasted off? Have you seen the other side? What's your shared
Yeah, I've
experience?
seen the other side. I've seen everything, man. What haven't I seen would be a better question. I mean, I think the most miraculous thing I've ever seen is myself. You know, looking in that mirror, seeing yourself. I think that's the most miraculous thing I've ever seen.
Like looking at yourself at a mirror, like on psychedelics?
No, just like seeing yourself, you know, who you are, not like how you look.
Okay. Because that is a thing. People will say like you want to look at yourself if you're like on
Oh,
psychedelics, psilocybin,
I
DMT,
look like
that you want to like look at yourself in a mirror or you want to
Doors
be
of
in
perception.
water. Have you guys ever heard of this?
water. I understand.
Have
Doors of
you
perception.
yourself on weed, man?
I don't want to look myself in the mirror when I'm like out of it. No, thank you very much. It's freaky. Who wants to see themselves like looking like that? Not me.
It's the Doors of Perception by Aldous Huxley and Jim Morrison. The Doors, that's where the name comes from, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
If you look at yourself in the mirror, you're supposed to go through 7 transformations.
Yeah.
I think I've gone through the first couple, and then I just pull out because it is quite heavy. But yeah, you have to literally stare at your own reflection, and then you start seeing your true self.
I did that
And
as a
then you start
teenager.
going through doors,
It was really
and then
scary.
it's difficult to come back.
Yeah, it was really scary. I did that as a teenager. We were, I don't know, I can't remember what we were tripping on, but something. So all of a sudden I had this idea to go sit in front of a mirror with a friend of mine who's now dead. A lot of them are dead. Sometimes think if it's my fault, but who cares? Not me. Life goes on. So yeah, so and strange things happened in that mirror, man. Oh, that's my son. Sorry about that. He's helping me out. He's picking up my car and stuff. And my daughter is on her way, so I might have to jump off this call. But yeah, it was very freaky. That incident, I was about 15 years old. And I'll tell you this much, you can believe it or not. The whole room started moving and shaking, the furniture, everything. Everything. And my friends freaked out. Everybody ran out of the house. I was just sitting
How did
there.
you stop it, Eva? How did you
I
stop
told it
it?
to stop. I just sat there transfixed. And then I just said, stop it. Takalakua. And it just stopped. So, I know shit. Old shit.
That sounded like gypsy shit.
Well, I'm not a gypsy.
But Al, have you never heard of The Doors of Perception by Aldous Huxley?
Of course.
But this is the process of when you start doing it, you literally just stare at your own reflection eye to eye, and and then it gradually happens. But then you can actually feel it happening. I mean, Eva's obviously gone well into it, but when you start, you can actually feel the transformation happening. You know, like no matter what you look like, you will find you see your true self. So all of the like indentation of the shading where your cheekbones are, suddenly it becomes super emphasized, and it's like you become like this warrior look about you.
Yeah, and
And then
isn't it
and
like?
then afterward,
Isn't it
yeah, and then
like?
it's like drawing you in. But
Yeah,
then
yeah. Exactly.
luckily Eva had someone with her. But I've heard I mean, the story of is it Narcissus staring at his own reflection? It's exactly the same. But you have to be really careful, like doing this. You definitely need to have someone with you because otherwise
I
you will
have
get lost and
protection from
like
my grandmother and
you
her
go to
brother.
another world.
I was born with protection, so I'm lucky that way. But I also had to earn my keep, and I have. So I was born with certain, what do you say? Like some people's family. You know, my family are priests, lawyers, and doctors, and entrepreneurs. That's my family. Musicians. Everybody's, you know, we're successful people. So, but some of us are differently wired, like me, and I have all kinds of talents. So, but it's both.
Did you ever do it again, Eva? Did you ever do
I
it
look in the
again
mirror
afterwards?
sometimes. Yes, I see myself.
But do you? But you know what? I've always been freaked out by the mirror since doing it. Like I don't like to look at myself for too long because I know how powerful it is. You have to be careful with that shit.
So my theory is this. Yes, I agree with Antarctic, Eva, 100%. Some crazy shit happens. My theory is this, and I'm only saying this because I'm a few vodkas into the conversation. Going back to Carl Jung and the collective consciousness that we all belong to the same consciousness. We are all unified in the consciousness. And where that energy comes from is when the consciousness, when that unified consciousness begins to think that it is separated and unified. And that's where that vibration and that is where that energy comes from, is the collective unconscious coming to terms with the fact that it is a subjective individual experience. What are your thoughts? So we're all in agreement. Antarctic, Eva?
Yes, I agree. We are all. Wait, what were you saying?
Well, I didn't say it. It was Carl Jung that said it, that the subconscious, the collective consciousness, that what we perceive as individual is actually a unity consciousness. And what Eva was just reporting and Antarctic was just talking about is that energy that is released. There are some individuals, it's like a fault line, or think of it like tectonic plates where pressure is released and energy is, released. That sometimes when the collective unconscious discovers that it is an individual, sometimes that energy is released. And individuals will experience that unity consciousness coming into a subjective individual experience. And that's why it's only very, very seldom. And Antarctic, I think you bring up a great point. That's why you always want someone else with you, because when you have someone else with you, the effects are less known or less experienced because of the, we'll call it like absorbing the energy that the collective unconscious is able to absorb that knowledge in a different kind of way. That's why they tell you when you do psychedelics, like the number one rule in psychedelics, never play with water by yourself, never go into water by yourself, never look at yourself in the mirror by yourself, that you always want someone else with you, because reality is a shared experience. That the only way we perceive a subjective reality is through the shared experience.
Hey, Ocean.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, you're still awake? No way.
Hey, Ocean. Good morning.
I'm tired, but I'm awake, yeah.
You can't sleep. Anyway, yeah, I love this whole collective unconscious thing. It's like, I think someone else was just saying recently, like Carl Jung was like a jackass, or like wasn't even that smart or whatever. Like he wasn't appreciated during his time. But I don't know. I don't know how right that person was. I think they're totally wrong actually. But I think like someone like Carl Jung, like I think the measure of like his value is like it's kind of like I guess the way it's affected society over time, right? And he's definitely done a lot. So I don't know, the collective unconscious.
It's working
I
for
guess
me right
it's
now. I have all these beautiful men
just
around
like
me taking care of everything. It's wondrous. How lucky am I?
I can't hear that. What'd you say, sorry?
I was
I had
just
the
on the
speaker in the
phone
wrong
with my
direction.
son, and he's taking care of this, and another guy's taking care of that. So I was saying I have all these beautiful men around me, and they always take care of everything for me. If it's not my brother, it's my son, and before that was my father, my grandfather, or somebody, my uncle. So yeah, I feel kind of privileged. And they all will be white.
You gotta get Al over there. You get Al over there. Like you can really have some beautiful men over there. But anyway, I imagine it's like the greatest hits album of like the human experiences, like that whole collective unconscious thing. But it's just like stored in our brains, like we're all just sharing these ideas, and you have these symbols buried deep in our head, or I guess like more like our minds probably. But just like how we know like certain fairy tales or stories without really like knowing like where we first heard them. And I think that's probably pretty true, man.
Well, it wasn't like, don't get me wrong, Logan, it just wasn't Jung that talked about collective unconscious. It like Freud, I think any psychoanalyst that really studies the mind deep will, come to the conclusion that what we perceive as individual consciousness is actually just subjective, that objectively it's all united consciousness.
So you're saying that like the only way we really get like our own personal reality is by sharing experiences with others, like it's through like through talking and like laughing and crying or even arguing, that
Yes.
we really understand our own point of view.
100%, absolutely. And like in another space, we were actually talking about this, to kind of get on the physics side of it, quantum, wave function collapse, and the observation of that wave function collapse is a very individual experience. It's a very subjective experience. But what reality tells us is that when you observe something and when I observe something, that something becomes real when we both observe it. And while we're processing it, on an individual level. Like your nervous system is processing what is going on. My nervous system is processing what's going on. But on the subconscious, it's all the same repository. It's all going to the same place. It's all that same subconscious that exists, that same unity consciousness that exists. And what quantum mechanics teaches us is that while reality is a subjective quantum wave function collapse experience, objectively, it's all happening at the exact same time. And that's the paradox that exists, is that something that is subjective becomes objective in reality or in observation.
Well, it really has to do with the micro versus the macro. The differential is mass, because photons in the double slit experiment, they do not have mass, therefore they're in a cloud. But as you get to the larger particles, they have more mass, therefore the collapse from a wave into a particle is actually being incurred by gravity itself. So the reason why we have that observation upon the photon, and it goes from wave into particle, is because of actually the mass of us. Consciousness can be seen as a gravity, and the fact that the observation of the photon is going in through our optic nerve, right? And we're actually becoming entangled with it. It's therefore our mass that is causing that.
No, that's incorrect. And this is where we will disagree. And this double slit experiment proves this, because you had the observer in a controlled experiment, the observer, the same mass was present, but in one moment it wasn't observing. And the particles behaved a certain way. The electrons behaved a certain way. But when the same amount of mass was then activated to where it was observing, the observation of those electrons changed the very property of how those electrons behaved. So it was not the mass, but it was the observer effect that collapsed the quantum wave function. So that's what. So that's why.
No, that's the same exact thing, because what I was saying is that the interrelation with the mass of a macro object, that being us, the observer, with our photo lenses, etc., the optic nerve, that's what I meant, is that we became the environment under which it collapsed into a particle from a wave. It wasn't being observed otherwise, because it was merely part of the environment, and arguably the environment is interchangeable to hidden variables as well. I understand what you're saying. We're essentially saying the same thing.
Yeah, but observing has no mass. Like the observation has no bearing on mass. If I look at if you look at your table or you look away from your table, the table still has the same amount of mass. It's not until hold on. It's not until you observe your table that mass becomes real. That mass actually becomes
that's not
the
true.
wave.
That's simply not true. Einstein made fun of this. If I turn away from the moon, is it not there? It's called the decoherence functional. It's the interaction of the environment of a closed system upon the very particles. That's why I'm talking about that at the smaller micro level, they're in a cloud, but as you get to the macro, they're solid. That's what I'm getting at with mass and the collapse. That's it. I'm not trying to say anything different. I think the observer effect is bullshit. I think within an infinite quantum
You think so? Oh, interesting. Okay, go ahead.
I do. I think the observer is irrelevant. I think the Copenhagen interpretation is irrelevant, because the relational interpretation of quantum mechanics, the many worlds, it's merely following through the Schrodinger equation, and it passes Occam's razor. All it's doing, it's not adding anything. The Copenhagen interpretation is adding the observer as a necessity, and that's quite honestly, it's pointless. Just because we're having a subjective experience of having this, observer effect upon a particle, that doesn't mean anything. We're merely part of the environment.
Well, so quantum theory, current quantum theory, would disagree with you, because current quantum theory states that consciousness is the only thing, observation is the only thing that causes the quantum wave function collapse.
That's not true. That's not true whatsoever. Read up on the decoherence functional. It's the environment. Faye Docker made fun of this in 1992. I mean, did the dinosaurs not exist until we dug up their bones? Did we have to dig up their bones and become quantumly entangled with them to collapse the wave function of the past? That's how much that it's easy. It's right there. The paradox is over.
Well, I mean, yeah, they existed, but the quantum wave function still collapses under the observer effect. Is the point?
No, because then we wouldn't have been here until we developed the optic nerves. The observer effect means nothing. That would mean that the entire past is nothing but a cloud. How did we get here then if the observer is so necessity? It's not. It's irrelevant.
Well, no, that's what quantum mechanics, I mean, maybe I need to read up on it, but my last understanding is that that's kind of exactly what quantum mechanics posits, is that both the past and the future are probabilistic electron clouds, and those clouds, those probabilistic clouds, do not become reality until they are observed.
Yeah, but you're bringing up a paradox because we live on one world line, and that is entangled through the second law of thermodynamics of heat traveling through a medium. So you can't say that the past is a cloud if we're here now because it caused us to be here. I understand what you're saying because as far as time, the present, the future, and the now, it all exists at the same time. However, the world line is connected, absolutely.
I feel like there was a bit of a slam dunk that happened, like as I witnessed. Does that happen? Were you slam dunked on Electron? I mean, Brian.
Say that again.
Hey Al, did you dunk on Brian just now? I think you like served him.
I mean, I'm going to have to reread, like I said, maybe this is a new timeline where, you know, the probabilistic cloud theory is thrown out the window. But my reading, and that's where I think you bring up Einstein. I think that's where Einstein went wrong in his stable universe theory, is that we do not live in a stable universe, that Schrodinger, we live in a probabilistic universe, and that probability only becomes reality once it's observed, was always, you know, my understanding. And I get what you're saying, Al, that like there is a continuum, but when it comes to the probability of a particle electron acting as a particle or a wave is highly dependent upon it being observed.
Yeah, but observation is irrelevant because you can't have your cake and eat it too. It's either all trajectories or one world line. Pick or choose. And
Well, no, that's what the double slit experiment. That's what the double slit experiment shows, is that electrons act as both waves and particles, and whether they act as a wave or whether they act as a particle is dependent upon whether or not it is observed.
okay, then listen, no, because this has been made fun of for thousands of years. If a tree falls in the forest, does it not make a sound? The environment is the observer. The system is closed. The observer is the environment. The environment is the observer.
Well, okay, one is that the double slit experiment is not thousands of years old. It's maybe 100, 150 years old or something.
No, that's not what I said. I said that the essential of a tree. if a tree falls in the woods, does it not make a sound? I mean, it's an old Zen koan. I was
Okay,
making.
yeah. So that's actually a great point. What would your answer be to that? Because the quantum mechanic theorist would say that no noise is made until it is observed. That there is no person to hear the concussion sound wave of the tree
You're,
falling.
you're riding the anthropic principle into ignorance. Listen, listen. You're
So what would you
trying.
say?
No. Listen. I'm going to explain to you why you're wrong. Okay, if a tree falls in the forest, of which they obviously do, it is sending out vibrations which are electromagnetic. Are you trying to tell me that those vibrations aren't going into the ground, being absorbed as energy? You're simply wrong. It makes a sound.
No. Yeah, but are those electromagnetic waves noise? And
Oh my God,
like it,
they absolutely are. You're just trying to say because some guy's not out there taking a shit and wiping with his socks that it's not making a
no,
noise.
no.
Absolutely is.
Like maybe this is like maybe it comes down to semantics. I don't know. Like maybe that's the disagreement. I agree with you. Like the physical act of the tree falling, yes, is happening. Like those natural processes are happening, and I get it with the closed system theory. I get it, but it's not until someone is placed into the equation to hear, and by hearing I mean the like acoustic properties of our nervous system being stimulated through our ear canals and the fluid in our brains to perceive that vibration. That is what hearing is. Like that is the definition of hearing, right? So
Yeah,
like
but
maybe it is semantic, but like it still is required to have an observer present.
no, it's not semantic. It's humanocentric, and that's what you're going through. The
All
humans
right,
are.
maybe we have some hands up though. I kind of
Yes,
like.
we do. Hey, Ocean.
Okay, I don't know. Do we have just like a huge brain fart right there? But I
Hello.
found this
I'm loving this
like
back and forth.
foundation.
Can you hear me okay,
Sorry,
Logan?
what's up, Ocean?
Yeah, I just want to say with the whole tree falling in the forest thing, yeah, it's like it's your ears that perceive it as sound, right? So the tree is falling, the mechanical wave is going out. Anything with an ear can hear it, but it is like your actual ear is what makes it a sound to you, right? It would be different type of vibration to different forms of life or whatever. But I was just looking at the collapsing of wavelengths, trying to figure out that double slit experiment. Yeah, and it seems as though even just observing something that one electron locks it into position, right, is what I've learned. So you look at it, now it's stuck in that position. Um, so yeah, I don't know. I just find that part interesting so far. This is kind of far as I've gotten in it. Um, what do you guys know about wavelengths that collapse?
I don't know, not much. Hold on a second, Al. I'm just I don't know if this will help explain it, but I just googled what you were talking about. I found like a little blurb about it. It says that like while observation is commonly believed to directly cause the quantum wave function collapse, this is an oversimplification of the process. A more accurate description is that interaction and entanglement with the external environment leads to decoherence, which reduces the system to a classical probability distribution over specific eigenstates. The accumulation of interactions at the microscopic level causes a transition from quantum superposition to classical determinism. For example, as a photon propagates through space, continual scattering from gas molecules in the atmosphere gradually obscures its wave-like properties until it appears particle-like to a detector. The environment effectively measures the system without requiring a conscious observer. This decoherence helps resolve quantum paradoxes involving measurement and superposition, showing we need not strictly separate the classical and quantum realms based only on the presence of cognition. Does that add anything to that?
Yeah, if you measure something, the moment you measure something is when you alter the state of that something. It's the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. Once you open up Schrodinger's cat box, the cat is either alive or it's dead. When you measure something, whether you hear it, whether you see it, whether you taste it, whether you feel it, the moment you measure something is when the observer changes the quantum wave function collapse of that thing that is being observed. And that is when the wave becomes the particle, or the particle becomes the wave when it's unmeasured. But like Al, like I will disagree with you. And like I said, we'll have a friendly disagreement. And like I said, I want to hear maybe more where you come from on this, because I value your opinion. But my understanding is that the moment you measure something is when you change that something that you're measuring. And that's the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, that everything is uncertain, that everything, the past and the present, or excuse me, the past and the future exist in uncertainty. They exist in the probabilistic cloud until they are measured.
Yeah, and they're measured by a information and utilizing and gathering system that has probability upon its formulations that it's entering upon its observation. Therefore, what they're going to have witnessed is something of the infinite amount of trajectories, nothing more, nothing less. The observer means nothing. With the Schrodinger cat theory or experiment, the cat is dead in the box, okay? It's all of those until you open up the box, but it's already dead in the box if the radioisotope already went off. It can be based on a random number generator, but it doesn't matter. If you leave the cat in there long enough, it's going to die. That's just a fact. It's not until you open the box that it suddenly dies. That's fucking ridiculous. That's hokey poke. I mean, that's that simple. You're talking about very small microcosmic examples of photons. What I'm getting at is the micro, the macro, the difference between the two. There's a gigantic difference between the two. And I think it makes far more sense that instead of one choice selection, it's all selections. And that's the many worlds Occam's razor passing, because all it is the Schrodinger equation. With your observer effect, you're adding other things to Schrodinger's equation that is unnecessary. It doesn't pass Occam's razor. Game over.
Well, so it depends on the timeline, dude. So let me throw a little wrench into your theory there. And yes, I agree with you to a certain point. But let's look at it like this. Okay, Schrodinger's cat, we'll take it to the macro. And I agree with you. Looking at the micro and the macro, totally different. We understand that through everyday physics. So we'll take it to the macro. But we'll take it to the macro under this, we'll call it a hypothetical framework. On this macro level, Schrodinger's cat in a box is either dead or alive. On a long enough timeline, like if you were to look at the infinity, in a perfect environment, if on an infinite timeline you had a box with a cat, and like I said, it was either dead or alive, on a long enough timeline, that cat becomes both dead and alive and everything in between. Because when you think about it, that cat and all the molecules that assemble that cat, if it is dead, it's going to decay and it's going to turn into a whole bunch of other things. That cat molecule can become an apple. It can become a dog. It can become a dish, any number of things under the right circumstances on a long enough infinite timeline. Same thing with it being dead. You know, if the cat, you open the box, it's dead. Like I said, on a long enough timeline, it can become any number of things because those molecules can be rearranged in an infinite amount of arrangements to where it can become anything.
Yeah,
And that is hold on, and that is where the hold on. This is very important. This is very, and I'll give you your space. This is very important because that's where the uncertainty becomes very important, because the uncertainty exists, that cloud of probability exists on a long enough timeline until it is actually measured. And that is where Einstein could not find reconciliation with his theories, is that on any infinite timeline, that the molecular rearrangement of that probabilistic cloud is so vast that it's almost beyond comprehension. And it's not until it's observed, or I should say measured, according to Logan is a better way to put it, until it is measured is where that reality begins.
Yeah, but there's a giant hole there, and it doesn't pass Occam's razor, because you're essentially saying that without human observers, the universe wouldn't have happened. That's a failure to the anthropic principle. That's the Goldilocks principle and all that hoopla. The only thing
It doesn't have to be human observers. It could be anyone that it could be any consciousness, and that's where the observer. It doesn't have to be human, dude. It can be any consciousness, and that's what I'm saying. And maybe this like goes to what you're trying to say, and maybe this goes to the incompleteness of our physics, which is, I believe, consciousness is actually a permeating field that exists.
I let you talk. So the double slit experiment, the only thing that it truly shows is that we're most likely in a cloud ourselves at the macro level, that we exist in a superposition of all potential trajectories, and we can choose out of those trajectories due to our awareness of the environment which causes the decoherence collapse of our trajectory in the first place. It's a quantum handshake. The observer doesn't mean jack shit. It's all about the environment, because the environment causes the particles to decohere into consistent histories. Those consistent histories are linear disposition. It is the easiest way for the particle to travel its means with the least amount of energy exposed or expended. It's the conservation of energy. It's very simple. It doesn't have to involve human beings. We aren't special. It was here. It will always be here. What we're witnessing on that very small level, it's very peculiar, but all it is to remind us that us ourselves are made of the very same photons and energy. Those very same things are in superposition on an infinite level. But the thing in the conundrum is the world line in which we inhabit, and why. Why this one? If everything is infinite, how is it? And that just brings it to free will, that we have choice selections. And that's where I think it ends. That's where we're special, in our choice selections from the trajectories that we can choose for ourselves. I don't think particles mean jack shit. That's what I'm going to do.
What particles were those? That's what I want to know. What particles were those? And was that observed or not observed? That's the next question. Is that an observed effect, or is that real? Did that happen? If Hey Ocean takes a bong hit and no one is around to watch it, did it really happen?
Most definitely.
Most definitely. Yes. All right. Hey Ocean. I like your style, by the way.
What if, like, God is an observer and he observed everything first and he's observing everything all the time? Doesn't that, like, totally throw that whole, like, theory out the window?
No, because that would mean he's like
We talked about that hours ago, actually, that God is would be the fifth dimensional, all-encompassing, omniscient, omnipresent entity that causes the collapse of our 4D block universe. That was like 4 or 5 hours ago now.
I want to learn more about these collapsing wavelengths because I know when you collapse like a bubble underwater, you get a whole bunch of power, right? Or when you crack a whip, it's like breaking the sound barrier. But I don't know. I just wonder. I think there's a secret in there.
Ultimately, like I think all our knowledge is pretty limited, and we kind of just interpret information through our kind of our own lenses, right? We're all kind of theorizing here, right? I mean, I don't know. We really have any answers, do we?
We're all just ripples in the pond, man.
And that is rarely, easy or like absolute truth when like we're talking about like the nature of the consciousness and reality. It's fucking wild.
I was thinking too about the consciousness thing, the collective consciousness. If it has like a wellness scale, like if it's a healthy, uh, productive, creative consciousness, or that could look like lots of different things, obviously, too. Or if it's like struggling, how would we know if our collective conscious was less than less than uh, perfect, I guess.
Well, I think it would be all-encompassing of all experience. So it would be the good, the bad, the ugly, the beautiful. But I think the thing that we call spirit strives toward unity. And I think that would have to do with resonance, cohesion, and being in tune with the frequency of the earth. So I think that parts of the collective unconscious are actually quite nasty. And that's where the shadow comes from, because it's something that we all too often put in the back of our minds and don't address or confront directly. That's why the collective unconscious can be a bit nasty. That's why our dreams can be quite unnerving and disturbing, because it sometimes just leaks out of there, because integrating the collective unconscious is incredibly difficult. Carl Jung talked about the archetypes, and some of them are quite nasty. And integrating those can definitely help. But once again, I think the spirit or the soul of the world, or whatever you would like to call it, that unity, I think it has the very basis toward oneness, love, connection, helping one another, respecting the environment from which it came. And it's the collective unconscious that we need to integrate in order to harness our spirit and to gain control over our emotions, which throttle our very spirit and soul. And I think that's why we've disconnected quite a bit from the old world, the mother goddess, and all of those things, because the collective unconscious has just accumulated so much nastiness, so much war, that at some point it's going to have to literally pop out of our heads.
Well, yeah, that makes me think of it as like a cycle. So you have a young Earth, right, with young frequency, young vibes being put out by young plants, right? The plants might start to have, their own behavior go on. They develop skills, anyways. But like this whole idea of like thought, like this energy that's produced simply by living things, thinking things, and feeling things, right? So like, let's say that actually carries weight somewhere like within our planet, right? So like slowly that would build up, but like I see it as a cycle because same with like as we grow, right? So like we would go through a time where there would be like a lot of pain, whether that's like physically evolving, or wars, or too much animals, too little animals, like imbalance, but there would be a lot of pain. But then there would be a lot of like good times after. So like as we get more intense emotions and we develop more consciously, right? That would be like, learning to say sorry, to say thank you, and to be grateful, and to try to not do harm. Like these are all things that are kind of come like with the higher levels of consciousness, right? So I just feel like now we're at a state where we know better, so I feel like as a collective consciousness, we're gonna have to do a whole lot of healing and like crying together in order to like get everybody up. Because like, you know, we're just in a spot right now where everyone's out looking for themselves, right? So I feel like children are gonna be born and they're gonna be born into the vibes of like, this is what we do. So, you know, we kind of have to hit that point where we break down and cry and make amends, and then the cycle goes over again, I think, right? And then everybody's good, and then you develop some other way and you're pulled away, and I don't know, I see it as a cycle, I think.
Yeah, we talked about that earlier, that we've probably done this before and we'll do it again. But the only thing that's been accumulating is the amount of hubris, evil, and greed because of our access to technologies to take the energy out of the earth and to use it to manipulate other people. That's why I think this iteration around that it could be the last time that it ever gets like this ever again. I think after this, we're not going to have any choice but to reintegrate with nature because of what we've done. I really do think that.
I think most advanced like ideologies ever, like in movies and real life, all of it are like when people are living with nature, whether that's old time farming or that's like high tech geothermal, like these big like greenhouses, like underground or in space. You know, I think like working with nature is always the right thing to do. It's the smarter thing to do. You just die less if you work with nature. So I don't know why we're not doing it. Maybe I don't know. I don't know why we're not doing it, to be honest.
Well, think about how bad this is. Our civilization, it's quite different from the last many iterations of it. The documented civilization collapses that we know of are most often due to nature, volcanoes, drought, famine, a change in climate. Agriculture actually set us up for doom because suddenly we started making homes and saying, this is where we're going to lie. This is it. We used to migrate, baby. We used to follow the animals. There used to be a lot of them until we killed them all. The reason why we emerged and went all over the continents was following food. And then we killed them all. And then we settled down and set up houses in the same old spots. Well, nature is cyclical. It does its own thing. And if we're set up for a bad situation, that's right now. But at the same time, the reason why I go for the doom is that I look forward to being surprised, because I do contain hope that the brilliance of some minds are going to hopefully save us from ourselves, because I do think that we're in a very fucking tight bind. And I think the amount of people that are going to be subject to a very tough situation over the next 20 years as far as clean water resources, changing climate, migrations, I can't even fucking imagine. But I do know and feel and love in my heart that I can trust in at least 1 out of 10 people to do the right thing. The numbers are low, but you know, it can still be done. That's the hope that I have left. That's why I look at the negative the way that I do. And I hang my hat on the doom because I look forward to being pleasantly surprised. I would rather be surprised at this point, to be quite honest with you.
Great point, Al. Actually, I agree with you 100% in that regard. So question, and I kind of want, how many speakers do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, 4 speakers and the 2 co-hosts. Question for you. Al, I think you bring up a really good point about agriculture. So this is my question, and I kind of want to get everyone's response on it. Which do you think came first in human evolution? Do you think that we domesticated agriculture first? Do you think we domesticated like plant first, or do you think we domesticated animal first? What do you think?
I think it was at first we followed animals, and then some of the animals started to follow us, picking up our little scraps we left behind, and then we befriended them. Then we realized we could use them for locomotion, and there you go. Their shit was very useful for soil and fertilizer. Ooh, bang, boom, right there. I'm going to have you ladies go pick up all the shit. And yeah, I'm going to need you guys to forage while we go out and kill us some protein for the day. That makes a lot of sense to me. But at one point, that worked.
I
It
think.
was when.
Oh,
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I think that went together hand in hand. Like they followed the animals, which led to fields, and then they'd stay there and they'd probably grow things in the fields while they hunted the animals. And then at one point, maybe they tried to capture some, and then they had to have food for the animals as well. But they might be in an area where there's not a lot of vegetables or the roots that you get up north, so you might have to like plant something where you are. I think it was really something that just kind of developed probably slowly, and a couple fruits, somebody finally decided to try to grow something once, and like literally, I think that's how slow it started.
Good answer, actually. Hey, Ocean. Logan, what about you? What do you think? Do you think we domesticated plant agriculture first or animal?
Plant.
You think plant? So you agree with Ocean?
100%.
All right. What about the other speakers? Sonic, Shield, Rocket, Phone. What about you? What do you think? If you're still there, or no RM. Any thoughts?
You may have fallen
I
asleep.
don't know, man.
It's got to be
That's
plants, man. 'Cause, I mean, plants
that's
are
a good
like
one.
easy. Like they're not gonna bite you too hard.
Wait, say again. No RM.
It's Normie.
Oh, Normie. Sorry.
Yeah, what's up, no RM?
What up, Normie?
I think we
What?
cultivated fruits first as we came down out of the trees, but that's me.
And then Heather, what do you think? Is Heather asleep again?
Heather's definitely probably sleeping.
Oh yeah, Heather's been asleep for like. Wait, she's not even up here. Oh, she's up here. No, she's been asleep the whole time. Go ahead and drop it down.
I agree with Al, actually. Logan and Hey Ocean. I think we domesticated animal first. I think as hunter gatherers, we were very nomadic and we followed the animals. I think wolf, what we consider dog, our modern day dog, I think they were the first ones to like trail us and follow us. And then in feeding them the scraps and stuff like that, I think we were able to domesticate wolf and then or dog animal. And then once we domesticated animal, we're like, hey, if we do this, like, yeah, we can grow some shit here. The weather's nice. We're by a beach. There's an ocean, a lake, whatever. Let's like set up camp here. And I think that's how it happened.
I agree.
That's
I
my
agree
opinion.
that dogs were first, because if they did prey animals first, that would have attracted wolves. So they would have had to have already have wolves there.
And our dentition changed. We went from sharper canines, etc., to more flat molars, and that was to break up the tubers that were some of the first things that we were cultivating as such. So I do think that it was hand in hand, as Ocean and Logan said. But again, I think that when we descended out of the trees a couple million years ago, I think it may have been fruits that were first isolated as something that could be cultivated, other than the fact that they were cannibalistic and eating each other. That's also a fact. But I think the dentition says a lot about it.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think we found some alcohol, some fermented fruit. We were, climbing out of the trees. We found some mushrooms. We did some psychedelics. We're like, hey, let's go hunt some shit. These wolves follow us. Let's turn them into dogs. And I think that's how it happened. 100%.
Well, yeah, that's Terrence McKenna's bit. And it actually does make a lot of sense because if there were cattle in these fields as we came down out of the trees, to think that they wouldn't flip over some poop and be like, "Oh, hey, this might be edible, dude." And then the best part is that psilocybin and the rest of the tryptamines that can be found in said mushrooms, they increase visual acuity, and that would help with hunting at night. That would help with sharpening tools, creating tools. So I do subscribe a little bit to Terrence's idea of us descending out of the trees, and I think it was fruits, and then the fruits on cow dung, and then came the tools, the Promethean fire, and the rest of it.
Plants. They started. Let's say the archaeological evidence indicates that intentional cultivation of plants began as early as 23,000 years ago during the Neolithic Revolution, with domestication of cereals of wheat, rice, barley, and millet. Domestication of animals came later, around 10,000, 11,000 years ago, starting with sheep and goats. Cattle, pigs, horses, and other livestock followed after that. It would have been easier for early humans to begin manipulating wild plants to encourage growth and desirable traits before attempting to tame and breed wild animals.
I don't know if it was just me, but Logan, your audio was like super shitty on that. Was that just me, guys?
No, it's been like that, but we kind of just roll with it.
Yeah, Logan, your audio is like super shitty, dude.
He's the crypt keeper.
Yeah, right? Like, are you underground talking to us? Like, what's going on, dude?
It's the curse of the host. I have to have the worst mic.
That's just my opinion, man.
So, what was it you said, Logan? It was I heard 20,000 and 10,000. That was like all I heard.
Oh, okay. Archaeological evidence indicates that intentional cultivation of plants began as early as 23,000 years ago during the Neolithic Revolution, with domestication of cereals, and then domestication of animals came later, around 10,000, 11,000 years ago, starting with sheep and goats. And it would have been easier for early humans to begin manipulating wild plants to encourage growth and desirable traits before attempting to tame and breed wild animals.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, but they say sheeps and goats, not dogs and wolves. That's different, in my opinion.
Dogs and wolves, those are.
So they're
2,000
saying,
years ago.
so what you just said is opposite. You're saying that it was agriculture that we domesticated first.
That's what I originally said, isn't it?
Yeah, you and Hey Ocean. That's what you guys said. But is that what you were just reading?
Yeah, but that's probably in the south, like where you guys don't have huge ass fucking like wolves. I don't know. I just think like maybe like where people were at the time. I just feel like up here wolves would be a problem. Like maybe where you're talking about like where you're reading from, maybe they don't have a wolf problem. Like I don't know.
Don't forget the woolly mammoths, the bison, the fucking saber-toothed tigers. I mean, I'm sure they were eating Amanita muscaria up in Siberia in the colder temps a long ass time ago. They've found some pretty fucking badass. I think they found one that was like 20 feet long, but like swords that they used to take down the mastodon. I mean, you want to talk about needing to have some balls on you. Those things back in the day weighed like as much as like 7 tons in an adult. Good fucking luck with your battering ram sword.
I haven't been paying attention to the thread there, but there's been a lot of comments. Did you guys check any of those out?
I find that when I'm in spaces, yeah, I like don't get updates on that shit.
Why would you? What do you mean?
Like I never see any notifications for my messages, nor does like the little pill update itself. I think my phone just sucks. I'm not sure.
Oh yeah, like so that little color purple blue pill thing that says like 19. If like someone comments on it right now, or I mean, well, actually, is it colored for you right now? Because I didn't know until like a long, like kind of more recently that yeah, like when it's colored, that like means that like there's a comment there that you haven't seen, but like when it's clear and like white, that means like you've seen all of them. Did you know that?
I'm going to update itself. I'm like happy as shit.
Yeah, I was just saying I didn't get any of those updates. I see them now. Yeah, I wasn't getting any updates.
Yeah,
Not
I
that
found whenever I co-host, it never updates itself, even if I come in and out of the app. But for whatever reason, as soon as I just clicked on it, all of them just popped in.
Hey Brian, I'd love to know your take on well, you've got to see this guy Ashton Forbes, right? The MH370 guy. What's your take on that?
Wait, Sagan? Who?
No, not Ashton Forbes. He's the guy pushing like the new MH370 video stuff.
Oh no, I haven't followed that actually. Update me. What did he push forward?
Well, that the here, let me just share the video.
Like the cover up? Like is he actually admitting the cover up exists?
Well, admitting, I mean, he can't admit he's not part of it, right? But he's like saying that like the video in itself that shows the orbs circling the plane that disappears into like a black hole is real.
Not gonna lie, that was always my speculation.
Who said that? Sorry?
Your mom?
D's not.
When that plane first disappeared, just because of the radar, dude. When you look at the radar tracks alone are super suspicious. And the fact that like not only did like there are militaries around the world that tracked that radar signature. And the fact that the radar signature literally disappears at like 35,000 feet. Like, that doesn't happen, dude. Like, that is super anomalous. And the fact that folks in investigating the crash, because you're talking about like the Malaysian crash, right?
There was no crash.
Well, like that's my point, is that like, but that's what it was reported as, and that's what you're referring to is like the Malaysian flight.
That's the one. I just sent you a DM with like the thing, the video.
So that was always like when that was first reported, and I had friends that like worked with the radar data, and even back then they said it was super anomalous. And when they told me that, I was like, that plane disappeared. Like there is something like Bermuda Triangle, some sort of crazy shit that happened with that plane. That there is something about it that the official story does not make any sense whatsoever.
Hey, Electron. The Malaysian Prime Minister, 6 weeks after the plane went missing, admitted that military radar had tracked a UFO near the plane during its disappearance. He admitted this once again 6 weeks after, and no one seems to be digging into that gem.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. I knew guys that like I was former military. I knew guys that worked radar, U.S. military radar in that area. We have radar stations everywhere in that area. There's nothing that passes through that area that is not tracked by United States military radar. And what they told me was that it was anomalous and that it was not the only anomalous thing that was happening at that time. And so when I first heard of that story and I was super intrigued by it, and I kind of lost interest once the, media went off, and not really following the truly worthy story, I kind of lost interest in it. But I didn't realize it popped up again. But yeah, that was always my assumption, is that there was some weird, like I said, Bermuda Triangle type situation that happened.
Hey,
So
Logan.
I'll have to read that again.
Hey, Logan, I happen to know an expert on the flight. Do you know Mello?
Yeah, what? Wait, what the fuck? Okay, yeah.
No, I was just kidding.
Oh man, I'm right. Oh my god. Yeah,
But
I still thought you were being serious.
if true, that shit is crazy, folks. Like, think about this. Like, that is craziness. And the fact that this is happening in like our modern technological environment where we are able to see this and confirm it in real time, yet deny its existence, like it's kind of mind blowing, actually.
To be honest with you, though, I kind of want more of a smoking gun, and that's why I find the David Grush thing to be more compelling. Because Richard Salas and all of those guys that came out at the 2000 and 2001 press club meeting with Greer, that was incredible. Don't get me wrong, Greer has gone off the fucking deep end, but all those gentlemen that he got together at the National Press Club meetings, that's the bread and butter to me.
Yeah, but they weren't even all vetted. A lot of them were just liars.
With the exception of quite a few of them that they've been vetted since, and a lot of the reports as far as the Air Force pilots and the manipulations over missile silo sites, all of that has been confirmed.
Yeah, like the military folks like Salas, I think he's been vetted. The FAA data, a lot of the FAA data, and the radar technicians, they were vetted. But yeah, like, yes, there are those folks. Like, there are those folks that they were liars and they misrepresented, their story. But the ones I would say, like the military folks, a lot of the military folks and like actual rank and file military that were boots on the ground, and a lot of the FAA radar technicians where the data actually came from. I would say like that is the stuff that is valuable for sure.
Well, for instance, like Rendlesham Forest, I mean, that is a smoking fucking gun.
Totally, 100%.
How about, something I found interesting more recently is that Robert Salas, I kind of thought he was kind of like pretty concrete, but apparently there's a guy here. He says uh, this guy was commenting on the new Netflix documentary Encounters with Steven Spielberg that came out recently. Anyway, the guy commented, this doc also put on Robert Salas, whose story was debunked decades ago. They also blah blah blah. They put the Fukushima lights on, which was proven CGI. This documentary did nothing to help ufology. Oh, I forgot the half alien woman. And I told him, like, in what way was Robert Salas debunked? And he said the UFO sighting happened 20 miles away a week earlier. Salas never mentioned a UFO until 40 years later when he co-authored a book. None of the staff at the base ever backed up his claims, and actually on the record refuted them. Yeah, I didn't know that they on the record refuted them. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, I don't think that's true because he had the CIA. Like, I know that for a fact that he had the CIA like interview him, and that there have been FOIA requests of his CIA interview, and to this day they have not been released.
But what does that prove to me? What do I get from that?
The CIA is not going to interview you like for no apparent reason, especially since he was the on guard like duty officer. Like he was one of the few guys that was actually like underground. Like he was like a launch officer basically. Like when the president gives the go code and it comes down the chain of command to, initiate launch and to push the button. Salas was one of the guys, highly trained, highly classified clearance. He was one of the guys that would initiate the launch sequence upon go code. And he's also the same guy that witnessed his, we'll call them systems, go down, from my understanding. And the CIA was involved.
Stephen Greenstreet also doesn't think he's telling the truth, but I mean, who cares what he thinks? But he says here that wait, hold on. He says that do a little research, but I'll start. He repeatedly said Echo Base. He didn't work there. He worked at Oscar. This is what Stephen Greenstreet brings up too. And he said there was an electrical grid failure. The middles scrambled for 10 to 30 seconds and we're back online. That's all. Yes, that's it.
Hey, Electron, I just in that little chat that Logan made, I just sent a video through. I think it's some of the best fucking UFO evidence of all time. John E. Mack, I'm sure you know who he is, but he interviewed this couple that they were meeting together for the first time and went to a lake house in Vermont. Not only were they abducted, but they were watching the video that they had taken while they were there at when they were just hanging out outside. There is clear view evidence of a UFO just hovering over the lake multiple times. And a couple years later, they brought a couple friends with them and went back to the same place, and it happened again. I just sent you the clip. It's about 10 minutes long, but definitely watch it if you remember to over the next couple of days.
I'm watching it right now.
Yeah, no, I'll definitely have to watch it. But that's the thing, though, dude, is like, and this is the maybe like the problem I have with this like entire like disclosure discussion is that like we need to move beyond the data collection. The data collection is there. Like we know we know what the photographs are of. Like we have high quality like data, visual data, optical data, radar data, sensor data on what these things are. Like taking a picture of it is no longer like even a part of the equation. And that's the one thing that people are like most hung up on is like, like, oh, like does this like picture meet the qualifications of, disclosure? Like there is so much data that exists. Like we know these pictures are real. We know what these pictures are representing. Like the actual conversation is kind of what we were talking about previously, not only in this group, or in this space, but the previous space. In my opinion, like we need to start talking about like what is actually behind the intelligence captured in these incidents. Rendlesham Forest, like the list goes on and on and on. What we need to start doing is really focusing in on, the actual people that have had these experiences and what the takeaway from those experiences actually reveals, because that's way more important than squabbling, squabbling over, whether there is parallax, the parallax effect, in some of these photos, which I like. Green Street is really big on. Who is the other dude? Mick West. I appreciate their work. They have very valid points. But I think, their arguments are very sophomoric compared to the questions and the discussions around not the authenticity of the photos or the videos, but actually, like, what is the intelligence controlling these things? Like, what is actually behind, this entity? And, the questions that arises is way more important.
Well,
And getting these firsthand accounts is 100% a part of that process. So yeah, I'll watch this video for sure.
Well, Electron, think about this, because I've been considering this about the disclosure effort, right? What if they know that sometime in the relative near future that they may reveal themselves, right? What better way to create a disinformation campaign than to start talking about UFOs on the national stage when everyone has a fucking cell phone to take pictures? Everyone has a social media platform to start raving about their own experiences and saturating the ideas behind UFOs. And then you have all the conspiracy theory, you have all the podcasts, you have all this stuff. What it does is it saturates the amount of information about the phenomenon. All that good data that you're talking about, that we're talking about, suddenly it's getting saturated with a bunch of bullshit. No offense to anyone. I'm not saying as a generalization that it's all bullshit, but it is going both ways, because it's like that famous adage for politicians that through every tragedy and or problem, there is opportunity. And
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, never let a good tragedy go to waste, for sure. I've been a part of PSYOP campaigns, and I tell you, dude, if I were to design, like, I shit you not, like for those that don't know me, I've been a part of special operations. I worked on special mission units. Like, I have been like in elite units that some of the stuff we're talking about, they were involved in. Like, I have seen it with my own eyes, and we were silenced. If I were to design a misinformation, a psychological operation around concealing that data that I know exists, because I have seen that data for my own personal experience with my own eyes, with my own ears. If I were to design a psychological operation to discredit some of that valid data, exactly what you just described is how I would design that psyop, and that you would basically you would create so much fucking bullshit. You would drown, like, signal to noise ratio, right? Think of like signal to noise. You would drown out the signal in a bunch of bullshit noise, so that the people actually paying attention had no idea what they were focusing on, because they were focused or paying attention to like all of that misinformation that was being generated. And that's exactly what's happening now.
Absolutely. If you think about it, the elite and those that have the control over the means of propaganda and the medium of the information, they're constipated and they're trying to let out slow little tiny farts. So people are like, oh my God, Alex Jones and David Icke were right. And those things are heavily contaminated. So they love it that some of the people they're getting a whiff are like, oh my God, these conspiracy theorists were right. And they're loving everything about that because they've already been castigated as fools. The average person is like, that's the fucking guy that believes in the reptiles, right? Or that's the guy that said that stuff about the Jews on his show. They're loving every second of this whole affirmation of all of these conspiracy theories, because they're slowly letting out these gaseous little releases of information that it is the truth. But since it's so saturated with disinformation artists and grifters that they're laughing their way to the fucking toilet because they're going to release a huge one at some point because they have to. And at that point, it's going to be so saturated with all of the gas they've been releasing that no one's going to be able to hear the splash.
We'll hear it, and that's kind of where I come down on this. Is that we don't have a choice when disclosure actually happens. We're just kind of along for the ride, and the narrative is being controlled as much as possible to that splashdown. But when that splashdown happens, and it will happen, and we do not have control over it. But when it happens, what I think they're trying to do is to mitigate as much damage or as much like shell shock as possible. And it's a disservice because there's going to be a lot of people that when it finally does happen, it may be just as much of a shell shock as if they weren't disinformed in the first place. And that's the risk you have with propaganda, with psychological operations. Is that, there may be unintended consequences of your psyop that you run, and the unintended consequences of that psychological operation might be more intense than like what you initially had like to reveal. And I think that's where like the Rick Doty's come into play, because like the dude is a total shitbag, and the dude like committed some serious fucking crimes, and he tried to cover up, some information that probably wasn't as bad as what he actually committed in the first place. And that you can find throughout the government, is that usually when the government gets involved and tries to cover their tracks, usually that's where they fuck up, right? Like they always say, the crime is not in the crime is always in the cover up. It's when you try to conceal the cover up is when you go wrong, and is when you actually start committing, heinous acts against, other people. And I think we're in the exact same situation that, yeah, it's going to happen. We don't have a choice. That date is coming, and it's coming soon. And I think that, all of these factors are pointing to one conclusion, which is disclosure is going to happen. We may or may not be involved, but at least those gatekeepers, they're going to try to maintain as much power as possible to the very end, because it's in their advantage to do so.
I definitely agree. Please excuse all my analogies, but this is one of the things I've also been thinking about, is that perhaps they're turning the sprinklers on to get the worms out, and all the birds are watching, and they know what holes that we're coming out of. So by the time it comes for the picking, when the turd drops, they're going to know our IP addresses. They're going to know who to silence to keep the information from being spread at a certain time. So I'm thinking that if there is some kind of major release, that they'll do some kind of systemic shutdown of the internet in certain areas, certain individuals, and that's going to be when the birds come out to take the worms.
So there's only one person. So like I said, I work in computer science. I worked in signal intelligence in the military. There's only one person in the world who has the internet kill switch. Who do you think that person is? If you were to make a guess, if there's any one person in the world, who do you think would have the power to literally hit the internet kill switch?
The guy that Dick Cheney shot while duck hunting.
Good guess. That's actually a good guess. Great reference, by the way. No, not him. Actually. Any other guesses? That's a good one, though.
I had
The President of the United States, POTUS. POTUS is the only person next to the nuclear codes. So he has like the nuclear football. The other briefcase that he carries around with him is the internet kill switch. And I guarantee you, just what you said, Al, the internet kill switch is meant for literally one purpose. And it's the purpose that you just described. That when that event happens, you need to literally shut down all communication. And you need to control basically the narrative. And the only way to control that narrative is with the internet kill switch. And I know that because I was a part of designing that system. I know what it looks like.
Well, Electron, you want to hear my real answer? I think it's the Secretary of Defense, because if they're going to pull something like this off, they're going to launch the Doomsday E-4B plane from Andrews Air Force Base. And when the Secretary of Defense goes up, he's going to have the nuclear launch codes, and he's going to have complete control over the continental United States as far as the jurisdiction, the power.
No, SecDef doesn't have that. No, SecDef doesn't have that shit. SecDef, like, that all is relegated to El POTUS, my friend, President of the United States.
Yes, unless he declares an emergency in which they launch the Doomsday plane. And it's the E-4B. Look it up. He's given complete and utter impunity.
I mean, presidential succession, my friend. Like I said, I was a part of presidential succession. Continuity of government, POTUS. SecDef. He's in the line. Trust me, he's cabinet. Don't get me wrong. He's cabinet member. He's in line of succession for COG events. But when it comes to something like that, especially disclosure, trust me, POTUS is more red on than SecDef. That's a fact.
No, I understand that. The E-4B is a contingency plan, as if there were an attack or a national security threat upon the United States, during which this would be the contingency plan for ground control. Trust me, I've read into the whole thing. I understand what you're saying. I was just giving you my honest answer, that if they were going to really go for the kill switch, they might be launching the Doomsday plane at the same fucking time.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, yeah, I see what you're saying. Yes. And yeah, like, that shit happens. And that's what I'm saying, is that, like, when that happens, when disclosure happens, it may not be up to us. Like, we may not be the ones that actually, allow disclosure to happen. Like, it may come from an external source, and we may just have to adapt to that. And yeah, upon that adaptation, yeah, there might be all sorts of contingencies, that are initiated at that point.
Hey, on that note, I've heard this from quite a few people now. When the internet does go down, I heard about Elon Musk has insulated Starlink satellites, not only for solar flares, but there's another component to that, which slips my mind at the moment. But his system is an independent system. So I've heard from multiple people, if the internet does go down, Starlink will still be up and running. Whoever has Starlink, like myself.
No. So Starlink is actually going to be obsolete in the next couple of months. And it's because of this reason alone. Starlink is based on 4G technology. And this is where Elon Musk actually failed in his strategic thinking. Because all 4G bandwidth technology is being basically shut off, not only by the United States government, but by the international community in the next couple of months. Everyone's moving towards 5G. So that's why satellites all satellites, basically national security satellites, NGO satellites, NRO satellites, they're all 5G, 6G. Some of them are actually 7G, but 5G is the norm. And so in the next couple of months, there's actually going to be 4G kill switch, where basically all data is switched from 4G to 5G. All cellular networks, so whether you're on AT&T, Verizon, Sprint, Cricket, T-Mobile, doesn't matter. They're all going to 5G. And so 4G is going to be obsolete. So all of those Starlink satellites are basically going to be useless pieces of junk floating in space in the next couple of months.
Hey,
And that's the problem with Starlink right now, is that the satellite constellation that Elon Musk proposed did not account for that switch in spectrum bandwidth allocation. And so literally it will be that bandwidth, the 4G bandwidth will literally be disabled. And so any internet connection that you have over 4G internet will actually be rendered useless. So unless you're either wired, optical, cable, fiber, copper, or 5G, 6G, like I said, 4G, very similar to like 3G. No one uses 3G. 2G, ancient technology. Same thing with Starlink. It's literally going to be pieces of junk, and literally like they're not shielded at all. I've worked with.
On 4G.
What was that?
They don't even operate on 4G. They use like lasers.
No. Starlink? No, they're all 4G, dude. Every Starlink constellation satellite, it's a CubeSat, dude. Literally, like if you look at like a lunchbox, CubeSat is no bigger than like a little lunchbox.
Real quick, I just have something to augment where you're going with this, because I've been thinking about this the whole time as far as Starlink. I don't think that they're going to be useless. I think that Elon Musk ended up being the private contractor for testing low Earth orbit, because every government in the world has a huge interest in the low Earth orbit. And the fact that they let him go up and do what he did, you have to understand. I mean, this pissed off a lot of communities as far as what it was doing in the sky and how it alters radar for a multitude of different services, right? So I think it was a test for low Earth orbit. And I think that, yes, it may be phased out, but it was merely a test for what they're planning on doing with low Earth orbit, because Russia is having their own plans for low Earth orbit. And I definitely think that this was in preparation for what will be coming next with low Earth orbit. If this is looked into, it's being discussed on the international stage across the board. Our own Defense Department has their own entire wing devoted to what they're planning with the low Earth orbit. So it's just very funny that you say that it's going to become obsolete, because to them it doesn't matter. The whole thing was a test.
Maybe, and yes, I actually have heard that before. That it was basically a pilot for something else, a commercial, basically like a commercial pilot for something else. But yeah, basically like a CubeSat is basically no bigger than like a little lunchbox, and basically just a 4G tethered satellite. That's why when you look up, you can actually track them in the sky, and why they fly so close together. Like if you track the Starlink constellation of satellites, you'll actually see them fly by in close proximity to one another, and they're usually stacked in like 12. And the reason they're stacked so close together, it looks like a stream of lights kind of floating across the sky. Some people have actually confused them with like UFOs or like UAP. But the reason they track so close together is because they're 4G. That the power on board the CubeSat, only goes so far for the projection of that propagating signal. And so 4G obviously has so much distance that it can actually transmit data. And so when you see the 4G satellites track across the sky. That's why they're so close together, is because they're 4G and they have to be within a proximity. But yeah, they will be obsolete. That's the biggest critique a lot of people have with Elon Musk and Starlink, is what he just created was basically low Earth orbit junk.
How is there 4G in space?
Well, it's not that it's 4G in space. It's just 4G in space in low Earth orbit can communicate with certain satellite relays that are terrestrial. So it's actually terrestrial antennas that are communicating with the satellites, the CubeSats in space. So that's actually what's happening, is you have a huge 4G antenna that is blasting the signal into space, and those 4G CubeSats are basically interlinked. Like think about like a CubeSat, like an Xbox or something. And they're all basically propagating the same internet signal, interconnectivity, TCP/IP, to one another, and that is what creates the internet. That's what creates the access to the internet.
Yeah, it's like a mesh network.
Yeah, exactly. It's a mesh network. It's just that it's a mesh network in the sky. But the problem is, like I said, it's going to create a whole bunch of space junk. But the hope is that because they're super small, they're these little CubeSats. The hope is that in a couple of months or a couple of years, that the orbit will eventually, because they are LEO, low Earth orbit, they'll eventually degrade and burn up in the atmosphere. But eventually, like I said, in the next year or within the next year is when the government is going to be shutting off all 4G connectivity and moving towards 5G. So when it comes to internet kill switch, like I said, I designed the systems. I've worked on this stuff for many, many years. POTUS, he's the one dude. He's the only dude that can actually kill the internet. And like I said, he's the only dude that can launch missiles, nuclear missiles. He's the only dude that can actually have the internet kill switch. And I don't know, like, which is more important? I'd rather have the internet. So I think that's more powerful.
That whole thing was comprehensively investigated. That was nice. George, how you doing tonight there, dude?
Good. Sorry about the background noise. I'm in the paint booth. Stuff in the food.
Hey, Ocean, you still awake?
Yeah, it's funny you say that. I just sent him a message.
Yes, I'm still here.
She's doing bong hits.
Fuck, I thought she was
In her
asleep.
sleep.
I thought she was still awake.
I could be.
You sound so jealous.
Hey, I got a message from her. She said like, "Let me talk." I was like, "What? When could she not talk? When she wanted to talk?"
Well, we were fleshing quite a bit out.
Yeah.
So Benno says contact is imminent. What language is that, Benno?
He always says that.
Logan, did you watch that whole video?
No, I haven't watched the whole thing yet. What, should I play it through the thing?
Well, no, I mean, you should just definitely look at the part where they look at the video on their TV, because they show the UFO that they captured on video, and it's just it's fucking amazing. I've been trying to find a DVD copy of the documentary so I can get the highest fidelity, but I've had no luck.
Where in the video is it? Is that the very beginning or like in the middle or?
It was like a low documentary that was out of France.
So I think because my mic is open, like it affects your mic. Hold on. So say that again. Like where in that clip is the video of the UFO?
Oh no, I sent it in the three-way chat, man.
No, I know it, but within that 10-minute clip, where is it?
Give me a second. Go exactly 6 minutes in.
Can you guys believe that these people in Maine are still in a shelter-in-place order? It's been like 3 hours since they've been in shelter-in-place.
I think it's been longer than that, but yeah, I think there's 22 people dead.
It's wild. Yeah, probably. I've just been paying attention for like the past 3 hours, but yeah, it's been like several hours that they're like shelter in place, and he's still on the loose.
I'm about an hour or so south.
That's crazy. Wait, so you're in Maine, or are you in that like northeast area?
In the northeast, man.
Okay, nice. I used to ski in Vermont. Beautiful area.
We're gonna have to switch to that internet Logan's using, that old school internet, from our tree houses, the tin can and the string. We'll all communicate with each other with strings going around the globe. Sorry, flat earthers.
What you do is you ground yourself with some copper wires that you attach to your nipples and put that into the ground. And if you do jumping jacks, you can generate enough energy to contact each other through intent.
Does it have to be the nipples though? that seems a little extreme. Like,
I mean, I suppose you could attach it to whatever mandibles you choose.
I think I saw this on a video once.
My happiness is so far to find.
2 nipples, 1 wire.
Definitely saw that video once.
Yeah, the internet's it's 2 guys, 1 hammer.
Oh yeah, no, the internet giveth. I will say, like, if I were to describe any one greatest invention of mankind, it would be the internet, 100%. I think the internet is greater than like fire. I think Al, you brought up like Promethean, like technology and like Prometheus and the fire. I think the internet is like a fire Promethean moment for sure, in my opinion.
We're holding Sputnik in our hands, baby.
Oh, more than that, dude.
I like the old internet better, man. I used to be a ham radio operator and CB radio operator, and if you look at it, the internet is kind of like CB radio. As a matter of fact, I have a few CB radio apps on my phone, but they're not radio, if you know what I mean. They run through the internet, but same type of concept. It's bringing that communications aspect from literally from people around the world, you know?
That's badass, actually. Yeah, no, I totally agree. So, do you still have your like ham license, or?
I've fucking stopped with it since, God, the early 2000s, I think.
Okay, why? Why'd you give it up?
Because of the invention of the internet. It's a lot easier communicating. You don't need to worry about skip conditions if the skip conditions are right to talk to Australia. You know what I mean? I
Mm-hmm.
can just go on my phone or at the time just the computer and just go into a chat room. It was just a lot easier and a lot clearer.
Hey,
True.
George,
But
how do you,
mark my word, though, dude. I think it's all gonna go back to that analog system. Think about this. Over analog signal, you can transmit data, right? Like it's like pretty common, especially nowadays. The multiplex capability of being able to transmit uh, digital information over analog signal is actually becoming more and more efficient. And so I predict, and I've actually like talked to friends about this. I predict that one day we will use shortwave radio form, or maybe even long wave radio form, to actually transmit data. And what we know is the hardwired internet now, like a wireless, kind of like a Tesla. Think of like Nikola Tesla, how once upon a time he thought or he planned that you could transmit energy wirelessly, right? That you could actually transmit energy over vast distances wirelessly. I think very similarly to what Nikola Tesla was doing with his experiments, is we will be able to actually broadcast internet wirelessly, and it'll be done through radio wave, and it will basically be ubiquitous. You won't have to plug into anything. You won't have to have like a modem. Like it'll just be broadcast, and you will literally have receivers that pick up that data connection, and you'll have basically wireless internet running and coursing through everything.
it's funny you say that, Electron, because I went to school with a kid that he shares a patent with another electrical engineer from India, but they patented sending Wi-Fi through light, and essentially it's very similar to what you're saying, that eventually that on long wavelengths they're going to be able to send data. Not surprisingly, the DoD swooped those two up very quickly.
Oh no, I've done it, dude. Like I have done it. Like how I'll just say this. So like whales, like whale songs, how they can traverse hundreds, if not thousands, of miles, right? And a whale song, like the energy that it releases, is very similar to a low energy radio frequency, and it can penetrate everything. Like you have high energy frequency, you have low energy frequency. Everything right now, like 4G, 5G, 6G, that's all high energy and high energy frequency. So it generates a lot of background noise. And when you transmit data over it, that noise is not a problem because you're dealing with like a binary kind of system. But when you deal with a lot of noise in that background, that binary can be disturbed or degraded over certain distances, where that isn't the case with a low energy frequency. And so like think of like a whale song where you have this low energy humming that permeates rock, ocean, water, doesn't matter. You can, and I've done this, you can transmit data, information over that analog whale signal, right?
Yeah.
Craziness. You can also, even more mind-blowingly, you would appreciate this, you can bounce it off of certain atmospheric conditions. So like the ionosphere, as an example, our ionosphere is actually a pretty stable conduit for transmitting information. You can actually bounce low energy analog waves off of the atmosphere, transmitting data, like internet data. Think about this. Like
Sweet.
imagine like streaming your Netflix through low energy frequency being bounced off the atmosphere.
Hey George, what was
Yeah, man.
what was porn like on the ham?
Well, it was very inventive. All we had was voice, so kind of like a 1-800 number you call. I always thought it was really humorous how, well, not so much humorous, how they can track your signal. I had a buddy that tried to do that with my base station back in the day when I was still operating. And he didn't go to lower sideband, he didn't go to upper sideband, he went to the higher frequencies where ham radio operators are. And if you do not have a license, you cannot broadcast. And as soon as you do broadcast, they can zero in on your location instantaneously to figure out where that broadcast is coming from. So
Well,
it
unless
makes
you
it,
have a pirate signal.
yeah, you could pirate out your signal and stuff, but I'm still set. I still have my 4-element quad antenna. The base station is disconnected. I'd have to reconnect it, but other than that, I'm still good to go.
That's badass, dude. Actually, you don't find many ham operators anymore. Like I was Signal Corps, so I same thing, had a license. To this day, I still have a frequency management certificate. So yeah, kudos to you, dude. Like, and keep it up. And I would say, don't ever let that go, because when that internet kill switch does happen, I guarantee you, dude, it's going to be the ham radio operators that are going to be the internet backbone of information exchange.
George, have you ever made love over Morse code?
No.
I don't know, man. You're a ham operator. I gotta ask these questions. I'm unfamiliar with the
Dot
system.
dot dash dash dot dot dash 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 dot dot.
Yeah, it would. If I did, it would have came out like gibberish. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, what's he saying? Oh.
Back in my day,
Walking to school with 6 feet of snow on the ground, and that was just overnight. We had to follow the telephone poles to see where we were going. Oh,
I had me sister over my shoulder.
aye, bye.
Oi, I had to make it up a goddamn hill. Trail the path as I laid it.
My mom showed me a photo of that when she was in St. John's, Newfoundland, where there's nothing but all you see is the tops of the houses and the tops of telephone poles and holes coming up where the front doors of people's houses were. And they're like underground hobbit people, but there was just that much snow. So you see the guy standing on top of the snow, and he's literally level with the roof of his house. It was pretty insane.
The Great Blizzard of 78. There is nothing to do but masturbate.
And I will invent cornflakes to stop that from happening.
Sugared or non?
Non-sugared.
I mean, some people make their own sugar at home. I'm just asking.
Did you know that was a fact? They invented cornflakes to stop people from masturbating. I thought that was absolutely fascinating when I learned that. I'm like, how does that stop people from masturbating?
What was the premise? Yeah, wait, what? Is that a thing? Explain this to me.
Yeah, it's a
You
weird
had my
fact.
curiosity. Now you have my attention, sir. Continue.
Yeah, it was a weird fact. Look it up. They invented cornflakes to stop people from masturbating. I was just dumbfounded when I learned this. I was just like, what was the
So
premise for this?
I was just gonna say, what is it? Like you stick a cornflake in your urethra and pray to God? I'm confused here.
I don't know. I don't see the logic in it. Maybe people love cereal, breakfast cereal more than masturbating. I just don't know. This is just before the baby boom generation, so I don't think it worked.
Ready? Here's the slogan. If you're thinking a poon, just grab a spoon.
Oh, damn.
So, Al, that's like the third rhyme you've come up with in the past like 10, 15 minutes. So you're a poet and you didn't even know it, or you're really trying on this one.
Nah, I always talk like this. I used to drive my friends insane. I've been writing songs since I was a little kid, so it kind of just pops into the brain hole.
That's amazing. No, keep it up. So are you good at puns then as well? Or just like rhyming lyrics, stuff like that?
A
Like,
little bit of both. I can be witty at times. Other times, I just sound like a lunatic.
I mean, as we said earlier, follow your own weird. We're all weird. That's the realization, that we all got to come to is everyone's weird in one way or another.
Well, that seems to be my fundamental issue. I'm not laughing for the crowd. I'm laughing to make myself laugh.
Well, I got all the parts clear coded and whatnot. Maybe I should give you a little more context. I'm making SUV RV. I'm putting a bed in my SUV, basically. A flat deck, because in the back of SUVs, when the seats are down, it tears up. So now I've made a two-piece level platform. And if you check it, if you guys have time, look up SUV camping. So I'm an avid hunter. And I don't want to carry my tent trailer when I go hunting. So I figured, you know what? Let's just turn my vehicle into the RV and sleep in it. So I found so many different videos on SUV camping and little bed platforms people have been making, living in their SUVs or their minivan, or yeah, screw the tiny house movement, man. They
What
ain't
kind of
got
hunting do you
nothing.
do?
What's that? Oh, deer.
Deer? Nice.
I haven't moved up to moose or anything. I'm just focusing on deer. Matter of fact, I haven't even got my first deer yet. So I'm still working on it. I've been the dogger, I don't know how many times.
Well, season just
So
started, really, right? Deer season?
yeah, yeah. Well, it's been going on for a little while, but like I haven't
Well,
gotten a
where are you
tag
at,
this
I
year.
guess? Like, what part of the country?
Ontario, Canada,
Oh,
cottage
shit. Yeah, yeah.
country.
So you've been in deer hunting season for a minute then.
Hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I haven't gotten a tag this year, so I'm gonna wait until this thing is built first, then buy the memory foam mattress, and then the tent and the camp stove, the whole 9 yards. Everything will fit in the back of the SUV,
So let me
and
get
then
this straight. You're gonna bag a deer, put it in the bed, and then what?
oh yeah, I never really thought of that. Didn't think of that far. I was just thinking about camping.
No, no, no. If you have an SUV,
Hmm.
you put it on top. You put it on the hood.
I, I have seen that going down the highway.
Yeah, yeah. As have I. Yeah, like
Pisses off the animal rights people.
Hey,
yeah.
George.
Seriously, right?
It's going to my freezer. It's okay.
Now, hey, George and Cindy, what'd you do last night? Oh, corpse of a deer. What's up, you?
I can just see that in a 2019 Ford Edge, bright white, covered in all red. That'd be a little creepy. Yeah, I didn't think about that. What would I do if I'm not going to put the deer inside my car? I might have to get one of those racks. Yeah, back either the roof rack or that rack. Hmm, that's a good question. I don't think those racks that come off the back of your vehicle, that hold bikes, I don't know if they could sustain the weight of a deer. Hmm.
You could put it in the front seat and let your wife lie on the bed in the back.
Just put the seatbelt on them. Drive down the carpool lane. That'd be awesome.
I wonder how long it would take before people called the police on you. Imagine driving by with some people with like a deer with his fucking head out the window.
Yeah, really. This is Bob. He's been drinking, so I'm driving.
He couldn't even walk down the road, so I gave him a ride.
Yeah, yeah. As a matter of fact, I think I hit him.
Sir, it smells like cannabis in here.
Bed in the back of my vehicle so I could hump deer back there. I really put a bed in the back of my vehicle so I could hump deer back there.
You gotta
Reminds me of Tom Green. My head is on the moose. My head is on the moose. Oh, that's so wrong.
Have you ever bagged a bear?
Negative. No. I've chased one down the road.
What? No. You what?
Yeah, he was in my garbage can, and I pulled out my pellet gun and started shooting at him, and then chasing him down the road with my pellet gun in my hand, and the neighbors drive by. I wave, and I realized, oh shit. I don't think they realized this was a pellet gun because they squealed off pretty quickly.
Dude, Smokey's gonna burn your fucking house down, brother.
By pellet gun, I meant penis.
Logan, you gotta turn off your Bluetooth or your headset or something, because it's hard to hear, man.
Oh no.
By pellet gun, I meant penis.
Hey everyone, by
Is
the
it
way.
still like really quiet? Can you hear me?
We hear you.
I have like a quiet mode. Sometimes my mic goes into quiet mode, so I just need to tell me so I can just reset it.
Welcome to the Echo Box.
I have that app. That's a ghost hunting app, Echo Vox. I haven't heard that in Coon's age.
Hey, you know what? You're like a ghost hunter, right? One time I used it just one time, and I asked a question to see what response I might get, and the response I got was, "God is watching you," and then I never used it again because I thought that was fucking creepy as fuck. What do you think that means, though?
What, through the Echo Vox?
Yeah.
Wow. I never put too much validity in phone apps. As a matter of fact, I told all my investigators, shut your phone off during an investigation, because one, it can contaminate some other equipment. like the EMF meters. Even if you put your phone on airplane mode, there's still EMF readings coming off of that device. But with that, I have put them to the test. There is one cheesy app that is really, I'm gonna have to give it a little bit of credit. Spirit Talker. It's a paid app, and that app you see a lot of the YouTubers using. But I went out to debunk
That's the one I
it,
was
and
using.
oh, the Spirit Talker, yeah, it is. Whatever it uses in the phone, it's pretty darn weird. Because the first time I turned it on, I heard uh, basically my mom saying, "I'm here. I'm with you." Then it said her name, and that's pretty specific. You know what I mean? Just for a random app location that regardless, whatever that app uses, I think it's somewhat legit. You could get gibberish, but for the most part, you're communicating with someone, something of some kind.
I've played around with Spirit Talker and I've had a lot of success with that. That was the app that I used where I was able to, like, I discovered sort of by accident that the ghosts in my house like music, and I found out for sure that they liked music when I stopped playing it for a bit and they requested that they wanted music. um, and I've had a number of like intelligent responses. I'm actually thinking of using um, the screen record thing on my phone to record some videos of like maybe talking to them or something and seeing what I can do.
What were some of the responses, Mistress, that you would receive?
Yeah, it was really interesting. So yeah, there appears to be uh children in the house that I'm at the moment. Like I would say, there's children here. Um, so there was that, and that actually correlates with a separate experience that was completely like manual, not app related at all, where I had heard this method where if you want to see spirits and you're not able to, you hold out your hand by your side and you try feel for like a thing of wind, and occasionally um, you'll get a glimpse of what they look like. And the first time I tried that, it was like a flash went off, sort of like a photo being taken, and then I got this quick flash of this small, like, little girl in a pink sort of white dress with a pink bow. So, like, there was definitely a child here. And then I also have experienced a dark kind of figure, like a woman dressed in black. In fact, I saw her very briefly one time standing at the end of my bed, which creeped me out because I've never experienced that before. Um, and I don't know whether that was my mind playing tricks on me or what was going on, but that night was strange. Like, I've been in this house for a while, and as I've experimented with various paranormal apps, I've had responses, and I got confirmation on the Lady in Black because there's another app called Ghost Tube Sia, and what that does is supposedly the like the spirits are able to manipulate it and cause like AI images to show up, and there was this AI image that showed up of a woman in a graveyard with a black dress and like bright red hair. So yeah, like it appears that they must have been like early like European settlers maybe, back when the land was kind of starting to be taken by indigenous people, because they mentioned as well, it said something about like cursed land or something. um so I don't know what that was about, but it's my understanding that people are buried like underneath my house. Like my room is actually in the heart of the house, and it would say very specifically, um, like I would ask where things were, and it would say that there was stuff under my feet, um, in my room. Like there's some kind of bodies buried there. And then I went to the supermarket, which is right out the back of my house, because I'm able to like where we're situated. We have a gate that goes out back to like a bunch of shops and stuff, and there's a supermarket there. And I took it to the supermarket to see if things followed me, and supposedly there was like ghost activity in the supermarket, which I thought was also very interesting and strange.
Oh yeah, the dead outnumber the living. And I heard from a shaman, the spirits travel on the wind. He said something all wise and mighty. But even through that damn spirit talker app, me and my coworker sometimes turn it on while we're working, and we'll just repeat what we hear through the app. We got our noise cancellating headphones on. It gets pretty loud inside the shop with the air compressors and blah blah blah. So the one day, uh, I noticed a few odd words. I'm like, well, whatever this can't be English because this is a weird thing. I'm like, so I start Googling the meaning of those words, and they were Greek Roman words that were coming through the spirit talker. And we're sitting there, I'm looking at it. I'm like, dude, you see this? And he's like, yeah. And that day it was a little slow in the shop. So we were sanding cabinet doors twice to make it look like we were working. And then all of a sudden, this word fudgel comes up. I'm like, what the hell does that mean? Fudgel? What the? What? And the things you learn from this app is absolutely amazing. I had no idea that fudgel was even a word. So I Googled the word fudgel, and the definition of fudgel, pretending to work. I'm like, wow, these spirits know what's up. We are pretending to work. I thought it was so humorous, and now it's a running joke in the shop here. Hey, George, what are you doing? I'm fudgeling. Oh, okay. It was quite humorous to see
That's great.
other languages. Yeah, other languages coming through the app, and we even got Navajo the one day, which took me a while. Actually took me almost a month to figure out that one, because I had to. Eventually, I ran into a buddy of mine that did speak Navajo, and he's like, "Oh, that's a Navajo word." I'm like, "Really? Oh, wow." Yeah, there's a few other ones from other specific languages. We assume it might be Hebrew. We're still, I'm still on the fence about that one. But it was still interesting to see that the same type of aspect that happens with the PSP 7 can happen with the Spirit Talker app on your damn phone. Um, case 115, case file 115, where the clients were German descent. And at first, when I hate it when they call it the Estes method, because all that means is you have an investigator listening to the spirit box, and all he hears, it's scanning through the FM frequencies and with a pair of noise cancellating headphones on. So the other investigators are questioning the clients while I'm just repeating what I'm hearing, not knowing that I'm answering the questions that the other investigator is asking the clients. And the client was spooked out. She is that George guy a psychic? And I take the headphones off and they ask me that. And I'm like, no, I just use technology to communicate. And I always use that terminology. I don't like to say I'm communicating with a ghost or a spirit because in actuality, I have no idea who or what I'm communicating with. So we, as investigators, we make that assumption that, oh, this is a person. Theoretically, yes, it could be. But during that specific investigation, I was repeating German words. And during the investigation, we could see it on camera where one of my investigators were asking, okay, where did you live in Germany? And then I repeat the name of the town, the name of the neighbors, the name of the neighboring town in Germany where they lived, the name of the client's sister, brother, and parents. These were all German names, and it kind of spooked them out. But like I said, when I first heard it, I thought it was gibberish, and then I started to repeat everything that I was hearing, and they were just blown away by that. And ever since that day, that's the proper way of using a spirit box, if you will. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No,
So
that.
with spirit boxes, I have a question. So with spirit boxes, I've never like played around with them or used them, experimented with them or whatever. But I'm very curious by them. So just as with humans, we can leave energy behind. We can leave, maybe a part of us behind in like a spirit or whatever. When it comes to like non-human intelligence, do you think the same is possible? Like, do you think with a spirit box that it is possible to communicate with like a non-human intelligence, like residual entity or something along those lines?
Well, I do have a funny story and a theory on that one. Um, when I first saw the PSP7, the AKA Spirit Box, brief rundown on what it does. It scans through AM, FM frequencies. You can set it to 100 milliseconds. So it sits on that radio station for literally a millisecond. So anything you get should not be audible. So when I'm using the device, I have a camera on the spirit box to monitor those frequencies so I can go back and listen to the radio at that specific time to find out if there's any correlation so I can debunk it. When you get a voice, I'll use the child's voice saying, I'm scared. When it took to make his voice, it took over 15 FM frequencies. Now, to have that type of broadcasting power could be extremely impressive because normally radio stations can maybe take out the max of 3 frequencies. As you come close to the radio station, the dominant radio station, it's staticky. Next click on the dial, it comes in clear. Next click, it's there, but it's fuzzy again. Next click, it's gone. So we cross-referenced a lot of stuff when they come through. So when you have a voice that's taking 15 FM frequencies, that is truly anomalous. If you know anything about radio waves and frequencies and broadcasting power, the whole 9 yards, blah, blah, blah. But that aspect alone is the one that stood out to us, is where it spans 5, 10, 15. I've gotten up to 25 FM frequencies for said communication at one point in time. And once I set out to debunk this, the first day that I turned it on, there was a name that kept on reoccurring again and again. Her name was Amanda. And I had all of my speculative theories. Oh, maybe she's my spirit guide or blah, 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 this or that. Maybe it's a spirit that attached to me or whatever the scenario. But it seemed like she's been there at time and time and time again and again. And I've actually done some amazing experiments with Amanda, trying to prove that there's a quantum effect to the spirit world. Long story short, if you're familiar with Steve Huff, I was doing a spirit box session and I asked Amanda to go see Steve Huff. Steve Huff at the time, he's a YouTuber, does ITC research, internal transcommunication, and he was at the Queen Mary. If you're an avid ghost hunter fan, you know the history of the Queen Mary, that there was a girl in the swimming pool that died. There was a military gentleman that passed away there. I think there was 3 or 4 prominent spirits that always reoccurred during anybody's investigation. So it was a little weird when Steve Huff was there, when he kept on hearing Amanda come through his devices and whatnot. So I let about a week go by. Then I messaged Steve and I said, Steve, I hope you don't mind. I asked Amanda on this time and this date to go see you. And he goes, oh my God, that would make so much sense. We were kind of baffled by it during our investigation on the Queen Mary, on why we were getting this Amanda's voice coming through our recordings and whatnot. I'm like, wow. And it was instantaneous though. She was there and with me at the same time. And this experiment I did numerous times. At least 5 times I was able to reproduce that effect from one location to another location somewhere else on the globe type thing. So one day I got just used to Amanda. It's probably gone about 5 years. And then I said, all right, I'm retiring, blah, blah, blah. And I was in that verge of retiring. I was just taking on children's cases where the paranormal is affecting children. I just focused on that. And now I still have a soft spot for that. I still take on the odd case, if you know what I mean. I'm semi-retired. Like I don't go out and do it anymore. But anyways, with that aside, I was winding down basically, and I went to work one day and I'm listening to a coast to coast AM broadcast with Art Bell. And during the broadcast, I forget the connotations of the story, but they were talking about 3 Nordics that came here from another system or whatnot. And they were talking about how they chose their names. And when it came down to the communications officer, they were like, oh, she was in female form, and they asked her name. And her name was Amanda. And as soon as he said that, the hair on the back of my neck stood up. And for some strange reason, that made a weird connection with me, this person's story about these NDEs. I guess they are human intelligence, but more advanced humans, but you know what I mean? And ever since then, it piqued my interest. Like maybe I'm not communicating with the human spirit. Maybe I'm communicating with this hybrid. Maybe it was pretty darn weird. So regardless, as soon as I heard that, for some strange reason, it rang resonance with me that Amanda was the communications officer, and here I am been communicating with this said Amanda for close to 5 years. And she even helped us out on a few cases here and there, which was kind of ironic. Um, the one of the best on-demand EVPs that I got, I'm like, how's Amanda doing today? I'm good. Like instantaneously reply, instantaneously class A EVP as well. And that happened again, time and time again with her. So whoever she was, I've been trying it. What was it, last year? Periodically, I'll go back on and just go on it for about an hour or so, and nothing. I don't know what has happened to Amanda or whatnot, but a friend of mine, my coworker, asked about her, and he got the reply saying, "Oh, she's traveling." I'm like, "Oh, okay." So she hangs out with me for 5 years and then screws off for another person. I miss her. It's kind of weird, but yeah. Regardless, whatever it was quite anomalous, and I've been extremely fortunate. Nothing extremely negative is attached. I've had, I don't like to say spirits, but physically impaired people follow me home, not the drunk ones. I call them physically impaired. Like I said, as long as you just use logic and respect when you're using these devices, you should be fine. And heed those warnings as well. If you get a voice saying, "No, there's a dark entity here, there's a demon," and I have a hard time buying the demon thing, but that's another subject entirely. But I think they're just old ass spirits, because that would explain why all demons respond. Well, a good majority of them, not all of them, but a good majority of them, a good 90% of demonic entities respond to religion in a religious aspect, form, or fashion. But then there's some cases that I came across where it's involving demonology, where even the clergyman that's being affected cannot stop the entity. So there's some aspects where whatever the being is, it's has no concept of religion. It couldn't care less what you say, and doesn't matter what you do, exorcism, whatever it is, it's still there type thing, and it just don't go away. So I've come across a very small handful of cases that are like that. Um, but I've noticed that as well over the years, that anybody that's passed on likes, and they're earthbound, they like to portray themselves as demonic, or being having that ability to show up as a black shadow, red eyes. You know what I mean? That type of aspect. But that's an ability you and I can learn if we decide to stay here. We can manifest ourselves into a black shadow with red eyes. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, fuck that.
Yeah, but yes, that was one of the questions I did ask. Do aliens exist? And literally right off the top, as a Class A EVP, certainly. That was the response. And that was about the extent of the conversation. Then there was this one other time that me and my buddy were sitting there with the spirit box running, and we're chatting away. I'm like, "Man, you know what's kind of weird? I've never heard the spirit box swear. I've never heard a curse word come out of there." Then literally, soon as I finish saying that, I hear "fuck you" like loud and really clear. So sometimes they have a good sense of humor as well.
Hey, Logan.
Yeah.
I sent you a song. I want you to at least watch the first like 90 seconds of it.
That same guy who was saying that like Robert Salas is like been debunked or whatever. He's over here saying like he gets around, bro. I didn't realize how much, but he's claiming there's not been one credible UFO report or claim to date that can be proven or corroborated. Gresh's claims fall into this category, but yeah, not one credible UFO report.
Can anybody hear him?
God, that was jarring.
Barely. I have my ear halfway into my cranial.
Yeah.
Yeah, his audio sucks, Logan.
Yeah, my earbuds are touching my pineal gland, and I'm still having a hard time hearing them.
And that must have hurt like really bad when Ocean was like,
George,
"Ah!"
George, you fucking man. My pine needle gland, dude. I'm never going to say it any other way again, dude. My pine needle gland.
And yes,
That's
Ocean,
so funny.
Educate
Ocean.
us, Logan. What are you reading?
Oh shit, huh, Mike?
Good morning, Kimball.
Oh, good morning. I just woke up.
I still haven't gone to bed yet. Well, I'm not going to.
Me too. It was a dumb joke, sorry. Hey, Tulai, is there like a Venn diagram between you hunting ghosts and you hunting deer? Like, are you gonna have deer ghosts in your life?
Dude, I was doing the same thing. They're gonna fuck him up.
We did have a case of that. It was a little weird. I went to, I can't remember the guy's name. When I was in Vancouver with Vancouver Paranormal, Robert Picton, the pig farmer. We did an investigation there, and the recordings that we got, man, were creepy as all hell. This was the first time I got a phantom pig dying on EVP. Another recording, we thought it was demonic, but in my opinion, I thought it sounded more like I hate to say it, like a dinosaur. Yes, animals can leave an imprint as well, is what I'm getting at. Yeah.
Have you ever heard an elk bugle? Because it's creepy as fuck, especially at night.
Yeah, same with, I got the moose mating call down, Pat. I did it the one day, and at my neighbor's house, this is a funny true story. He was teaching me how to do the moose call and whatnot, and I'm like, you sound like I'm pooping. So I'm doing this call, and later on that night, I get a call from him. It was probably about 11:30. He goes, "Man, we shouldn't have done that." I'm like, "What do you mean? What happened?" He goes, "This damn moose came by and destroyed my deck." I'm like, "What? What do you mean destroyed your deck?" So I show up there in the morning. I go out to visit him, and I'm like, "Oh my God, his house is at the last house at the end of the road." And it looked like a truck hit his deck, and his deck is probably a good almost 5, 6 feet off the ground. And this moose just tore the corner of that deck, knocked out the post, ripped up the boards. It did quite a bit of damage, all because he seems to think it was because we were doing the moose calls during rutting season. And it was quite humorous, though.
George, you just scared the shit out of me and my cat with those grunting noises because I got booted out of the room and then came back in, and all I heard was you going, "Ugh!"
That's the sound I make when I'm pooping.
And the best part
It just happens to be a moose mating call.
when you were explaining to be really careful with the app, if you had removed the context and instead thought you were talking about a dildo, and that's of course what my fucking sick, twisted mind did, I was dying laughing because you were like, you got to be real careful. This thing could be a demon. Some religions fear them. Logan, did you play the song yet?
They put lotion on the skin.
To get good.
Yeah, I don't know how that happens.
George, what time is it over there?
7:45
Oh shit! So
in the morning.
you and I are both on the same Eastern palette.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Which I'm about to go in. I gotta yank my tools out of my car. Sorry, not a car, an SUV. It's an SUV. It's not a car.
I was in. Oh, Tool, I left. Fuck. Oh no, you're here. Can I ask you a question, dude? Good morning. What's a good What's a good book to review? I mean, you mentioned it like 10 minutes ago. Like you read some stuff on demonology. What's a good book to review? Like objectively, not like really fantastic in the writing, just like a sort of like journalist book.
Well, to be honest with you, once I looked into demonology, it's one hell of a learning curve in itself. This isn't just one book you can pick up and go, okay, now I'm a demonologist. By no means, but it's a life path. Let's just say that.
Well, I guess. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, but there is one book that I fully read cover to cover, How to Use ESP. Great book. And another one, Carlos Castaneda, one of his books. And if you're more of a visual person for any of those aspects, look into the Dead Files. If you're familiar with that show, their investigative techniques where they use a retired police detective and Amy, she's a psychic, and some of the stuff she describes is absolutely amazing, and 100% on point, in my opinion. But
I like want to read. I want to read more on it because I get not because I don't want to jump into that realm. I have like one book about that guy that they made the movie The Pope's Exorcist about. I have a I have a book on him or something to do with him that I just been leaving on the shelf. But I don't have an obsession. I really have a curiosity about like the compartmentalized investigations by the Vatican for that stuff, throughout history, because it's like really like classified and very interesting. And when I was a kid, my dad used to make it more interesting because he'd bring up the Jesuits and just not anything to do with any conspiracy, but just more of a conspiracy around how they treat exorcisms. Because he used to say like if he's like I don't have proof God is real. When I was a kid coming up, he's like, but there is investigations against the devil. So if you have that, it's like a way he would teach me about higher powers. But anyway, so yeah, thanks. I'm gonna look into those books. Have you ever seen The Pope's Exorcist? By the way, cheesy movie, but have you seen it?
no, I think I've seen it
It's with
advertised. I've been meaning to check it out. Yeah.
the only thing interesting about it, Tulai, is that it's Russell Crowe, so at least the acting's pretty good. The story isn't cheesy, and the man it's about, he's got an interesting story. I forgot his name. I'll post it here, but he's tied to that Netflix documentary as well, The Vatican Girl, and they say that he lost his life not because of demonology, but because he really understood the whole story behind the Vatican Girl and what happened. But it's interesting because it's two pieces of media about the same character, sort of. I don't want to say it gives him validity in the concept of his demon chasing, but it's just really interesting. So yeah, if you've seen Vatican Girl or anybody here, if you've seen both, that's the same
Well,
man.
there's an awesome documentary called The Devil's on Trial. I don't know. I think it's on Prime. I can't recall where I quite watched it. And it goes along with some of the research that I'm doing. I follow a lot of true crime episodes, and I started.
Testing. Does this mic work?
It sure does. With the true crime episodes, I've noticed an anomaly, if you will, where there's this very small handful of these murder investigation cases where there's literally no motive, no intent, no nothing. It's just sporadic out of the blue. The perpetrator of said crime has no memory. Sure, you could blame it on schizophrenia, bipolar. The person's just off their fucking rocker, or they're lying. But regardless, there's still a small aspect there where some of these cases are anomalous. What I mean, like within those regards, with there's no motive, there was no intent whatsoever. It basically it seemed in layman's terms, it looked like there was an outside possession that just happened just like that. Now, if you study oppressions, there's multiple stages to a spirit taking over the human body. There's isolation, food, lack of appetite. The list goes on and on and on. But the anomalies that I'm looking at, where it is pretty darn bizarre how, in one hell of a coincidence, that some of these cases where it just, I don't know, man, when you see the suspect in the interrogation room, I'm good at watching. Like, I could tell you who was the murderer at the watching the movie Scream for the first time. I'm like, yep, that's the guy, and that's his buddy. You know what I mean? I'm always been good at that. I should have been a detective or something. But in some of these cases, when you're looking at that, you kind of believe the suspect. Like he had no motive to kill his mother or father or whatever the scenario was. You know what I mean? It's something I'm working on, and I don't know if it's going to lead down a dark path where it involves demonology or not. I hope not, but I think it's going that way, unfortunately. But
It sounds
regardless,
like Nicolas Cage in 8mm. Like, where am I going? And when you get there, it's so dark.
yeah, exactly. So I'm not putting too much time and effort into it, but in researching criminal psychology and these serial killers and whatnot, it is kind of strange that there's this anomaly that I call kind of like David Paulides' work in Missing 411. Like I said, there's a small handful of these cases where it's the only word I can use is anomalous, and that's about it in a nutshell.
Thanks for all that.
Back to talking about this microphone I got in my hand.
Dude, we
Is
got
this
like
any
a
better?
row of mics. You're just testing each mic.
Uh, well, I mean, I have the one I'm holding in my hand, which is just like a regular microphone, but then because the other one doesn't seem to be working, the one that's like in my earbuds.
This one's good. Check your earbud. Did you get them wet?
Nah, they're just shitty.
Okay, that's real. Damn, I didn't. Nah, I'm not gonna mention it. Fuck.
Well, I mean, if you don't want to mention it, then you just don't mention it.
I just did it. This is okay. It's just the morning, but you guys have been up for a while anyway. It's interesting that the guy that's actively shooting right now, he was what Tool I said about voices in your head. He was reporting that like a few weeks ago.
Isn't it like a transgender person?
Nah, he's an. I mean, I don't know. He looks like a man, but I just know at work. We have to reschedule a lot of stuff right now because Maine is under shelter in place. It may spread throughout the rest of New England if they can't catch him. But yeah, he was reporting voices in his head.
See,
Okay.
I've ran into that too within paranormal investigating cases. Long story short, I was downstairs with the client, and at that time we weren't getting any preliminary evidence that there was any form of paranormal activity. Then all of a sudden we hear a crash. Then we hear her daughter go, "Mom, it happened again." And we're like, what? So me and the other investigators go upstairs, and a bunch of the plastic dishes with a sterling silver, um, I think it was a plate that had some of her plastic dishes on, was at the end of the hallway. So I had a camera stationed up at the end of the hallway as well. So that was one of the daunting tasks, is reviewing all of the footage after said investigation. Man, sitting there watching a blank hallway for over 8 hours can be very daunting. But anyways, I reviewed the footage, and you actually see the client's daughter come out and throw the dishes down the hallway. So I'm like, oh, okay. So throughout the entire investigation, we got nothing on the EVP, nothing on the spirit box. Nothing on camera, a whole lot of nothing. So then I had to go to the client and say, okay, there might be something else here that you and your family need to work through. There could be, I suggest either family therapy, uh, a, a licensed clinical psychologist to maybe look into these factors. And it turns out that she had the onsets of uh, bipolar. The girl was getting the onsets, the beginnings of bipolar. What is this? What are you doing out here? What are you doing? He's just sitting out there. Anyway, yeah, it was. We were able to bring light to another situation that helped the family, ironically enough, which was very unexpected, and that happened quite a few times. We were able to bring light to a mental situation that was happening within the household that the rest of the family didn't even know about. So when you're able to help clients like that bring light to some of these other situations, like I said, that was a very unexpected. I, I can't say pleasure, but a very good unexpected event to happen, if you know what I mean, to bring help to the clients in those types of situations. It was very interesting.
God damn it! Now I can't fucking hear anything.
No one's talking. What are you gonna hear?
George, how dare you lead to crickets? I'm too high for this right now. The sunrise, I smoke well. Cool morning, many tell.
Oh man, I'm trying to figure out how to. Is that a bong that you have there?
Bubbly, 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 ego duck, dodo.
I can hear Stone Brook bubbling. I feel metabolism flowing. A good morning.
You got some on your chin.
That's what she said, my good friend Jim.
It's Thursday morning, 5 a.m.
Logan, have you slept at all? I'll take that as a.
Like, you mean like today? Like, I don't know.
Well, isn't today like 5 a.m. to you right now?
Yeah, that's right.
Today, you were far away. Remember that song?
Today.
It's the National. It played at the end of that movie Warrior when Tom Hardy and his brother fought. Deep scene, man. If anybody remembers that.
Today I set up my TP.
I went to drop my kid off at daycare before Tulai, but yeah, when I was whatever, dude, in adult camp for 30 months in prison, but I ended up at one camp in Florida that has like it has a lot of high psych. Not because I have psychiatric issues. I just had like good community custody, they call it. So you could do like sort of whatever outside the compound. And you're not housed with the psych unit, but it's a massive compound near the Air Force Base in South Florida near Homestead. Anyway, I've never met in my whole life more people. And now I work in mental health and stuff, but I still think about it sometimes because I'm like, man, there were some people there that was beyond any sort of science. And it was dark, man. And the first thoughts are always, like, that motherfucker's possessed. And then it's sometimes like now, even though it's like a fantastic and kind of like outside reality first thought or inclination, like when I think about it now and I hear people like you or I read anything about consciousness and stuff, like there's no darker pit of consciousness than a prison. And like, you know, in that environment, people become very resentful, and resentment's like a nasty characteristic to go from. But then they start jumping into weird things. There's a lot of people trying witchcraft in prison, like like true demonology. Like they have no other time. And so yeah, I mean, if it's all real, the woo, like those are hubs of just darkness. Period. If you ever get like that far into it and get a chance, like civilians can visit prisons pretty easy, and I'm pretty sure on your journey you'd find some interesting people interviewing that crowd.
I went to Alcatraz as a young man, and one of the most frightening things was actually the giant sea lions that protected the coast accordingly. Made the dock area quite dangerous for young little 3-foot me. But yeah, I could feel the presence at Alcatraz. It was pretty intense, and I'm actually close to a few closed mental institutions. And if you want to talk about juju, dude, yeah, there's a reason why they're completely shut off from the public.
Yeah, dude. I always like cinema, and you know, and I guess analogously with these conversations. Did you ever see it's a ridiculous show, but it's based on a real asylum because a documentarian, is that the right word? But they this one guy did a documentary on a Massachusetts mental institution. He kind of set the
Yeah.
tone. He set the tone for documentaries. He studied in film. I forget his name, but you might know, Al. But the what is it, American Horror Story Asylum? That was technically.
Danvers State Hospital, brother. I've been there a bunch of times, and the weirdest thing is that they set up apartments there, and then they all burn to the fucking ground.
Did you see that season, by the way? Because I only picked it up because there's mad aliens in it, and I thought that was fucking nuts.
There's nothing scarier than angry aliens, man.
Yeah, I mean, if nobody's seen American Horror Story, in my opinion, it's hit or miss. But if you could watch Asylum, it's not just like horror; it's full of a lot of sci-fi. And I was actually disturbed by that whole season, and I don't talk about it much, but that was a fuck. I'll never watch it again. It was just fantastic, though. I still got to give it respect, and in the sense of this discussion, it's based on not true events, but a real place.
You got to see Session 9.
Al, you're up there in New England?
Yes, indeed. I'm a born and bred masshole.
No, my ex-wife's from Woburn. I love Massachusetts. I think I've told you that before, maybe.
Dude, your wife's from Woburn, kid? You send it down the packy. Get us just a few beers, son.
Yeah, we got to go down to the Packy and pick up a case of Yingling, but we got to go to New Hampshire because they don't sell Yingling in Mass.
Yeah, there's no sales tax, brother. We're just gonna hop over the line, go through Matuin, dude.
Dude, could we go to Bill and Bob's today and then Southie for some heroin?
Fucking Mingo, kid. I already picked it up. Got the work and the shirk. You know what I'm saying, son?
Yeah, I was with, like, when I got sober, right? When I got better, not to ruin the combo, but it was 10 years ago. But it was with a lot of Boston dudes. And so yeah, and it was. I always think of it like the universe kind of gives you these little crumbs. We all talk about like predestiny, stuff like that. I always thought it was weird. Like at the worst point in my life, not her fault. I was addicted to oxys and a horrible husband and very young. But she was from Boston. My whole life was like Boston. I was there 9 times a year. And I'm like, how did I even end up in this scenario from the Bronx, New York? And then when my life starts to change, I'm still surrounded by Boston. And then even to this day, it's always, I don't know why I went on that rant, but it's a weird thing.
Beantown is definitely an interesting place. I mean, it's just really weird because, like, you get the Chinese mafia, obviously, in Chinatown. Then you get the Russian mafia that's pretty much doling out everything from, oh, God, I can't even remember the name of the factory. But yeah, it's a fucking wild place. And then you got your Italians in the North End, son.
Well,
Then
yeah.
you get your fucking Irish kids, kid. And
Well,
it's
that's
just
what
a fucking wild
I
ride.
married into that. Back then, it was like the circle for Mike's Pastries. And if you've been, I know, I mean, everybody. I don't want to say everybody knows Mike's Pastries, but it's always recommended, and so that's what I was married into back then.
Yeah, trust me, I felt incredibly lucky being so close to Boston because, I mean, I had the Orphan Theater to go to. I remember going to the original Boston Garden. I was lucky as fuck being a half hour north of Boston, and I knew that every time I went in there. And then we had the Big Dig, dude. No, only lasted about 35 years, son.
It's tough out there for like people from Lynn or Revere that are trying to get better because, like, fuck, man, I read about some of these hospitals. I've had arguments with like Gosnold and fucking is it AdCare? Wait, but yeah, it's a tough. I mean, I love that state, and in the future, honestly, I want to move there. But in the sense of this conversation and move, it's wild New England's history with back to Tool Eye's concept like demonology, witchcraft, like the deep rooted history, and it's a lot of haunted areas right up there.
Oh yeah, it's just so weird because I've lived in Woburn. I've lived right next to Lynn and worked in Lynn. I've been around the North Shore quite a bit, and yeah, the amount of haunted places, it's almost innumerable depending on what you choose for your source.
Yeah, dude, and a lot of people don't realize a lot of these corporations we bring up in the UFO talks, like they have big hubs in Massachusetts, like Lockheed and such.
Oh yeah, I know multiple people that work at Raytheon, and it's tight lips kind of shit. I'm actually going to Salem, Mass for Halloween. It's going to be interesting because I've lived in Salem, Mass before and it made me hate Halloween. But now that I don't live there, I think I'm actually going to enjoy it.
Yeah, man, when I hear all those towns, I just get a little jealous. I'm in Florida, which actually has the same kind of mafia as you mentioned, but it's just worse.
Last time I was down in Florida, I almost died. Dude, I don't dance, okay? Like, ever. I ended up in an 80s disco bar, which is now closed for a multitude of reasons. But yeah, I was dancing the night away, and then the next thing I know, I was walking through the canals. I fell in a canal and somehow didn't break my legs. I think it's because I snowboarded for so long that I kind of knew how to like break my fall. But yeah, I fell like 12 feet into a canal. Good times.
Yeah, sorry, man. Yeah, it's crazy down here. Like it's literally a hub of.
You could have fallen into some shit.
Dude, did you switch mics?
Was my mic stuck again?
It went back to quiet again, Logan. Like I could hear you, but you sound like the mouse in Alice in Wonderland that comes out the teapot.
Yeah, I swear they purposely like do this shit to me.
Nah, this isn't so bad, I guess. When now, yes.
I think it's your profile pic, Logan. I think the algorithm is intimidated, and I'm being like somewhat serious.
You look like the leader of the bad guys in an Amazon Prime movie. But it's a cool picture. Josh.
He looks like the Chancellor. Well, and this is just because the thumbnail, right? You don't actually look like him at all, but the thumbnail looks like the Chancellor from V for Vendetta.
John Constantine.
Dude, you guys, this made me. I'm sorry, I always bring up cinema, but you guys got to watch this show because it's like so weird. There's this British show that came out pre-COVID called Years and Years, and it's just too fucking weird. And a lot of it's like sort of short futuristic, like it's like 10 years in the future, but like the first episode, it's even in the trailer, like Trump gets a second term and nukes a Chinese island before he's done in his fourth year of his second term. And Britain and a lot of Europe is struggling and turning really nationalist, and it's fucking not like woke or nothing stupid. This is really good. If you look it up, it's got high Rotten Tomato score, but it is getting weird for fun. A lowercase w, like not like they knew something, but just should watch it. Years and Years. It's on HBO.
I just watched The Continental, and I was actually very much entertained. I think it was better than John Wick.
John Wick, I love 1 and 4. In the middle, I'm like, bleh. But 1 and 4 are like action masterpieces, in my opinion. I'm going to watch The Continental. I finished Bodies yesterday. Did anybody? I think a few people started it. It's based on a graphic novel, so it's hard to miss. And it's just the story's really cool. It's a timeline. It's a time story. So it's a body's found in 4 different timelines. And it's only 8 episodes, which is cool because on Netflix they usually run 13 episodes, and that's kind of like too much. So yeah, if anybody is bored today, check out Bodies because it's really cool in the discussion people have here. That time, Logan, if you spoke, I didn't hear anything. Try again, or else I'm gonna drop out. Did you hear him, Al?
Yeah, it was just it's just a weird sound effect. It's not working. That's all.
Logan, are you back on the west coast?
California.
You're still over here, like on the east.
I'm on the I'm in California, baby. But yeah, those were meant to be chimes. They came out like I was bapping or something. But I don't know why it sounded like that.
I only asked because last time, was it last week or before you were in Mississippi? So I just asked.
Oh yeah, I talked to you when I was there.
Yeah. Glad you're out, bro.
You don't like Mississippi?
I know so when I say this, I love Mississippians. That's what you call them. I love people from Alabama. Both those states are just not helping people to a degree that's like somebody in my position gets upset. Not politically, like they don't help. So Mississippi, I talk to people struggling from Mississippi all day, a lot, and then it's a lot of stuff is our own fault, but a lot of stuff is like infrastructurally like not supportive, and some places are really far behind. And probably the 2 bottom of that list, or top of the bottom, is Bama and Mississippi.
Yeah, I was just saying earlier they got like the highest crime rates in the country.
Yeah, dude, they're so ridiculous. So just to give you guys an example, but not make it boring, we'll go back to Woo. But like if you're from Alabama and you start struggling with dope, and somehow you have Blue Cross Blue Shield of Alabama, which is really shady, and I don't know how they're allowed to do this, but you can't. Their insurance doesn't cover your detox or your real residential treatment, and your parents or you still pay like $900 a month or whatever for the insurance, but it just doesn't support the individual, and that corporation's allowed to do that because of the state laws. Mississippi, poverty has never ever gotten better, and some people could say that's based on the people, but in other areas poverty's really gotten better. So is that the people or is that Mississippi's fault? And when you start really digging, it's Mississippi. in Alabama, and Missouri too. I think is up there now in the murder rates. But there's a lot of great areas in Missouri, and so I don't hate on them as much as the other two.
Yeah, well, I can't say that I'm a big fan of the people myself.
There's good food.
Where?
So did you like your trip to Mississippi, Logan?
I don't. No, I didn't. I don't really want to talk about it either.
Oh, dude, cool. My bad. Yeah, that's all.
It is now referred to as Mrs. Slappy.
I don't miss that ippy.
I kind of missed out on the whole Mississippi thing. I got locked up in Mississippi, bro. Did you know that?
You did?
Yeah, yeah.
That would
I'm a
fucking
big fan.
suck. Well, you're from Cali though. The jails aren't too much. I mean, jail's jail, bro. But yeah, jail in the South.
They were nice jails in comparison to like the ones here, bro. Like, man, they were pretty open and like, I was like, damn, I can relax in here and chill out. I was actually having a good time until I got out, and yeah, but yeah, they were pretty nice.
Did you meet anyone named Bubba?
Nah. You want to laugh about the Bubba stuff? When you go to prison in Florida, maybe a lot of states do this. They show you a fucking orientation video. It's really comedic, and I wish I could get a hold of it because people need to fucking see this thing. So they have this example of like why not to accept food from somebody because you end up their bitch. So it's like Bob walked into a room and there's a honey bun on his bed. What should Bob do? And literally, this is at a fucking major violent institution's orientation.
I've seen this video.
Oh, they play that everywhere. This was like Florida DOC, but yeah, if they had that example everywhere, somebody needs to get a hold of that video. We need to drop that on Twitter because it's fucking nuts. Welcome to prison. Here's what not to do.
I didn't see it in jail. I don't know where I saw it. I forget.
Yeah, I'd love to watch that again because that was. I mean, it's been 2009, whatever that. How long is that? 14 years since the first day.
When in the shower, please consider sticking your soap bar directly up your asshole. Otherwise, you may drop it to the floor.
It's really like, I would say it's not even, I don't know, things are different everywhere, but people are so open about their sexuality now. You don't really see a lot of craziness like that, although I did, and that usually comes in the form of people that like to jump into gambling, drugs, or something related to the two.
The thing that's so fucked up about it is the racket inside, that the drug availability is actually quite open and free as well.
Well, that's actually, man, that's a part of my core, not resentment, but why I was like, when I get better, I'm gonna keep climbing until I could fuck with this. Because if you guys look up, when I was in prison in Florida, the feds raided our prisons in South Florida. This is a real story. It's open source. The FBI took over the prison I was at. It's called GCI Glades, and that's been shut down since. What happened was the guards, along with certain municipalities or people representing them, were taking inmates all the way to Miami to collect the keys. They would then take the keys to a work release facility in Palm Beach County to break it up in the kitchen overnight and either cook rocks in that kitchen to distribute amongst the prison systems or take other re-rocked kilos into the prisons. And so, yeah, it was really wild, man, down here. And the feds literally came. They took over watchtowers, armed, and everything. It was really bad. But that's an example of what you're talking about. That happened within the last decade.
Oh yeah, it's been like that for a long time. It's just it's gotten even worse, which It's the cell phones and the ability of being anonymous to a certain regard, burner phones and all that goodness.
Dude, I see crazy shit now. So back, like, man, people used to get phones in, and cell phones are like treasure. Because I mean, it really is unfortunate. People would probably get out in a better way if they had better communication. Like, they shouldn't make it so hard to communicate with family and stuff. But anyway, if you have 3 packs of soup or something, or some batteries, you give them to somebody to use their cell phone. It's like, oh man, that was really special in a weird way. But the way they get them in and the way they hold them is fucking gross. And I don't understand to this day how they're like, you see people with like crazy size iPhones. Somebody snuck that fucker, and somebody is hiding it if they get searched. And that's the fucked up part. Like, who's shoving an iPhone Max up their ass?
It's all about the diameter of one's own being. But yeah, they don't let there's no open communication with families because they want the cyclical nature of the arrest record because it keeps the private enterprise of prisons flourishing. There's a multitude of problems with the judicial branch of municipalities essentially just cycling the same inmates with the same offenses, and it's been discovered across the board. Blatant misuses of impunity and power to send, especially the the Hispanic and African American male population off to the gulag of continued reoffense over things that the more fortunate rich get misdemeanors for, or they get a slap on the wrist. I've read into all of that stuff. The whole system's fucking disgusting.
Well, living it, yes, you're 1000% correct, and it's really dark because from my position, and unfortunately was like a sale, like working this long, and even when you're helping somebody get better, you're kind of pitching them, right? So what happens is, in the sense of law, now that that's like my like where I climb to, I see that state attorneys, prosecutors, they're just great salesmen. Of course, there's real fucking criminals. Don't get me wrong, but like, I did my own motion to mitigate and concepts like that. And if you saw the reciprocation, the rebuttals, you would be like, "What the fuck?" These people will make you sound like a career criminal. And even like, I liked oxys, man. Who didn't back then? You chew on fucking 30 a day and live your life. It was really normal, but it was quote unquote normal for the times. And I got in a few fights and things like that. But when a prosecutor wants to make you look like you shouldn't be on the streets, you should see it, man. I mean, they mentioned like my first charge was punishable by life, and that I'm a danger to the community. And meanwhile, in high school, and I was the first one to start a peer mediation program for our school, and ended up in the paper for that stuff. And these prosecutors, it's just their job to create a really good pitch with legal language, and it doesn't matter the target, and that's what's unfortunate. And then to support the privatized prison claim, that's very true, because I was in one in Moorhaven, Florida, and it's owned by CCA, and they don't really have to follow state laws or state prison regulations. And the example I'll give there is, their money is sourced from the government subsidies, right? They're subsidized. And so they have all these courses. And when you get into the state prison, you're very excited because, like, those courses, what they do is another pitch. They convince you that when you get out of prison, listen, you're going to be a fucking sous chef, or you're going to get a CDL, or this is going to be your thing, and just go to this class and shut the fuck up. And I got kicked out of that prison because I started writing a lot, like writing up to the state and everything, how they're not following the regulations of sending me to work release and any grievances, have my mom calling the state, things like that. And their reciprocation was to send me to that prison I mentioned, the psych camp. And so that's how they really handle this stuff, and it's really dark. And nobody who goes to prison is aware. Like, when I got out, I didn't realize, like, when Donald Rumsfeld was in office, crazy name to mention while you're talking about prisons, he actually restructured a lot of like clearance and the military and intelligence so that they don't just push somebody away if they have a felony or even went to prison. There's reviews. But nobody talks about how the world changed while you're in that sector. They're just like, this is what you're going to do. Shut the fuck up. And they collect their money.
For instance, in my case, being underneath the gavel, I was said to be a threat to the public, and the bail was raised in a way in which I wouldn't be able to pay for it, so they'd be able to keep me for as long as they cared to. But little did they know that I had some money stashed away and paid for it. But that's what they do, is that they gauge the individual by their social security, they look up their taxpayer information, and then they levy the bail fee accordingly to make sure that they're going to go into the system. And then they're given a court-appointed attorney, and then they play the whole backgammon game of "I'll scratch your back if you don't stab mine. I know you know I fucked my fucking secretary. Don't tell my wife, okay?" And the racket continues.
I always find it interesting, like the old like MK Ultra prison stories, like Whitey Bulgers, man.
Bizarre you say that because the place that I got arrested at, that's actually where I met a man that went through MK Ultra, and he told me all about it.
Yeah, that's fucking nuts. It must have, dude. I mean, you look at a few people throughout history that either they suspected were MK Ultra or were proven a part of those studies, and they became very powerful individuals. I mean, a good chunk in the evil sense. I mean, you have Whitey, and all his stories are so like, damn, he affected people's consciousness. That's the only way I could call it. Like, he affected people. He affected the law, like the feds, like in a deep way. And some people could say, "Oh, he was a snitch." Yes, he did work, but he also like ran both those. So he ran the feds that he was snitching to. He was their boss, and then he was the boss of his crew, and that sort of power is really wild, man. And when you think about it, he was under MK Ultra. That's like, what the fuck? I mean, you look at, was Manson MK Ultra too?
Well, one of the things that doesn't get discussed that often, but this is what the gentleman told me, is that in MK Ultra with LSD, they were giving LSD to infants. He was one of them. They were giving him lysergic acid diethylamide up until he was about 7 years old, and that's when he started being privy enough to pick up the phone and to call the authorities on the authorities. So that ended very quickly.
That's nuts. That's fucking. If somebody gave my kid LSD, I'd kill their family, any surviving members of their family. Like, I'm not even gonna say it. That's just nuts. I didn't know they did that.
Well, here's the worst part. His father's the one that pretty much gave him over into the testing. His father was FBI.
That sounds like the current story of Gen V, that show on Prime, where all the parents are giving their kid the juice to get them to be heroes later.
Yeah, they wanted him to be the next kind of spy, to be the nearly kind of superhuman thing. He told me that what they would do is they would show him a picture of an individual, and he's a kid. They would park their car at said complex or house that he happens to live at. He would follow the individual once he saw him and make his way into his house. And, you know, if you find a 4-year-old kid in your house, you're going to be like, what the fuck? Like, what is this kid doing? And this is all that he told me, but they had him going into these houses. They taught him how to pick locks as a child. And if he was found, he was just to say, "Oh, I got lost. I wanted to come in and make a phone call," but he was grabbing all sorts of shit out of houses, and that was like fun to these people. They wanted to see how well the lysergic acid and being able to train children was going,
because once again they wanted to turn them into like the super spy soldier.
That's nuts. Well, I would say that sounds like not if it's true. Let's just talk as if it's true. It would be like, I wonder if they did that as an idea against, that's not Directorate S, but the illegals, like the Russian illegals that were spying, and then they found out really raising their next generation here to be, a part of the infrastructure. And I guess I wonder if that was like a counter to that in a really crazy way, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly wouldn't doubt it. Like, you have to understand, when I first talked to this guy, like, I took it with a huge grain of crack. Like, like this is a heavy stuff. But when someone can speak well enough and their explanation is nearly flawless, and I don't know, I have discernment and a way of reading people, and I could just tell that this guy had no need to lie to me. And he knew so much, and these were things that I had read about, that it just seemed a little too serendipitous to have some, you know what I mean? He's not the guy at the airport wearing a Navy uniform and he's never been in the services kind of deal. I could immediately tell that he was being genuine. And I really wouldn't doubt it, because when we think about all the things that the State Department has done and the CIA, I mean, let's give thousands of men in Guatemala syphilis and, see how it spreads, and, just keep tabs on all these people so we see how that goes. Like, makes me think that MK Ultra was just like fun for them. The other things they were doing were absolutely atrocious and evil.
Well, yeah, you look at Sidney Gottlieb, man, and that story's fucking nuts and sort of amazing, not in a good way, but they kept him such a secret. It's nuts, and the only reason anybody in America found out about Sidney Gottlieb is because I think Congress or the Senate called him to a hearing at one point.
Yep.
What's that book? The Doctor in Chief. Hold on, I'm gonna find it. There's a phenomenal book on him. I just finished a few months ago.
Yeah, it was a different world. What the fuck was that movie? Catch Me If You Can or something? That kid that was like the perfect con man.
Frank Abagnale.
Thank you, Logan.
Frank Abagnale Jr.
Oh, the Leonardo DiCaprio was in that movie, right? That's a while ago. I'm gonna watch that and re-review that. That was a wild ending too. He ended up really working for the feds. That was all a true story.
100%.
A different. Yes, that's what makes that movie worth watching, really.
The book is called Poisoner in Chief. I'm gonna put it up top because it's actually an entertaining read too. Sometimes this stuff could be really boring, but that one's not.
George, are you done cleaning your canals?
No, I'm working away.
Sounded like a lathe in the background.
Biscuit joiner. Biscuit.
Do you guys dress up, George, for Halloween at work?
I dress up every day, or else I'd show up naked and it'd just be weird.
That is weird.
That's a solid point. Do you wear a cup at work?
Every year I've been going as a different iteration of Wolverine. I'm not like Old Man Logan yet. I think I'm at Days of Future Past. So I'm going to have a couple of gray streaks. Maybe next year I'll be Old Man Logan.
Just put one hand in your sleeve and be Patch Logan from the Age of Apocalypse.
Yeah, that's what my wife said. You can be Wolverine again. You've been Wolverine. I'm like, no, I've been different versions of Wolverine. Now that we have the multiverse, I can keep on going.
George, you should be Borat that Wolverine with the claws and have that really long Speedo thong going over your shoulders, I think that'll be a hit, dude, with the claws.
You could be Batclaw, so get a Batman mask and Wolverine gloves, and you're that character they made in the 90s.
I forgot about that.
That's technically an iteration of Wolverine, right?
Does that mean Batman and Wolverine had like progeny? Are they
I'm 38. I don't know everybody else's age, but mid 90s they did I never pronounced that word right. Amalgam, whatever, and they created like characters of each of them. So Batman and Wolverine were Batclaw. Superman and Captain America were merged together, and it's something like this. I forget that one. Maybe the Super Soldier was his name, but that would be whatever. But yeah, that's why I brought it up. They mixed them together in the mid 90s.
But
Yeah.
how'd they do that with DC and Marvel?
Yeah, it was DC and Marvel. Oh, Spider-Boy was that 90s Superboy and Spider-Man. So it was like Spider-Man with a leather jacket and a Superman emblem and shit. It was pretty cool, but the story sucked.
Comic books defined my childhood, to be quite honest with you.
There it is
Yeah.
there. I pinned it to the top. Batman and Wolverine. I actually had those photos in my fucking camera roll as soon as you mentioned it. It's a long story.
I'm going to be Old McDonald this year, so I got a t-shirt that says Old McDonald.
I'm gonna be a wizard like I was almost like the past 2 years.
Aren't you a wizard every day?
not really, but no, I am going to this Spring Fest thing, so I'm definitely dressing up. It was an expensive costume. Like you can go to this medieval collectible site or something like that, and those costumes are like high end. So I think I paid like $600 for some of my costumes, but it's like full canvas, like robe or whatever. It's a good one. So I'm like, well, if I get use out of it once a year, hey, after a couple years, it's worth it.
I'm not a Halloween fan, right? Not to be a bummer, but my wife probably sets up Halloween than she does better than her Hanukkah. So I respect her love for it. And my kids are the farmer and the cow. But I'm excited because when my son's older, I think I'm going to do something real nice for his Halloween, and we'll be the Green Hornet at Cato, and I'll take him somewhere cool. But yeah, I can't wait to get my expensive Green Hornet costume.
That's fucking awesome. I think next year I'm gonna be William Wallace.
You could go. Yeah, that's a good costume because you're just in a kilt and no underwear.
One of my buddies said he was going to go this Highland fling at the Renfest, and it's like the Celtic Scottish stuff, and he said he's going to wear a kilt. I said, "You gonna go the true way?" He's like, "Oh hell yeah!"
Nobody's sitting in a circle.
Well, that's why I'm gonna start growing my bush now until next year, so it's not too cold on me.
No way, he's wearing underwear. Look.
I was in the pool.
Oh, classic episode, man. I was in the pool.
Imagine that though, like if I were following like the movie script, you know how William Wallace fucking moons the the high court guy that comes over to negotiate. Imagine if I like mooned people and they were like, was that a bush? Like what the fuck was that?
Yo, that fucking William Wallace. Did you see the movie that like came out a few years ago, The Outlaw King, about the like Robert the Bruce after that with Chris Pine? They totally. I mean, it's a true story, but they didn't even give Wallace any credit. The first scenes are just him ordered on.
William Wallace and Robert the Bruce, I don't think were even like at the same time period.
They were.
Like my ex, she hated like Braveheart because they screwed up like the time period and the history of things. She's like, this didn't happen here. There was no way he was getting with this one chick because of such and such. She knew so much world history. It was like, okay, I just liked the movie.
The funny thing is that Braveheart was Mel Gibson's first Passion of the Christ, and not a lot of people understand that, but he totally took the whole component of having like there being a sword wielding Jesus. And he's like, you know what, this sounds like a good story. I'm going to do this and use this avenue to make my sword wielding Jesus. Because I watched a documentary on Braveheart, and yeah, Robert the Bruce and William Wallace was already dead by the time Robert the Bruce came around.
They lived at the same time. The part that was debated was that they had, if they ever met, and but it really did go to Robert the Bruce right after. And that movie's not bad, but I don't, it's not funny, but it's like right away, instead of like any history of Wallace, it's just him quartered, like a piece of his meat just hanging on a pike. And that's how you're introduced to this is the continuum of that story to some degree.
Nice. Do they sit down and eat it?
Wait, you didn't see The Outlaw King? If nobody's seen it, Chris Pine is somehow he did a Scottish accent for a whole fucking movie. And I've always thought he's kind of like a mediocre actor. In that movie, I was like, what the fuck? And it's really aggressive. Like, it's not fun. You're not like feeling like somebody's a hero. And it's visually aggressive, and people should watch that. Yeah, it's on Netflix, Outlaw King.
Yeah, I grew up with Mel Gibson, so despite his pullover monologue, I still enjoy all of his work. I mean, I grew up with Lethal Weapon, dude. That was like a Paramount fucking series, dude. What was it? Not oh, Joe Pesci, dude.
Yep. Okay.
I played the Joe Pesci.
He was one of the greatest characters of that series. Everybody sleeps on Joe in that series. But my favorite part of the Lethal Weapon series is actually Danny Glover as I've gotten older. Maybe that's because he is that character. But I just was talking about like that 90s, 80s style of the buddy cop. Or I realized I just stumbled on a movie where Robert De Niro was kind of playing a sort of comedic character in the 90s. And he was a former cop, bounty hunter. And it was really good, and it made me think of Lethal Weapon the whole time. Like, I wonder if they were trying to make Bobby like that back then. I'm gonna find that movie real quick.
The 90s were littered with like classic action films like that.
Yeah, I mean that's what like the whole point of the Expendables was to like pull that nostalgia back because I mean that was like the decade of Die Hard, Lethal Weapon, all those just over the top action flicks that guy never uh guy just keeps going like Terminator style. And it's like, okay, in real life, no, that wouldn't happen. But it was like superhero movies. It's some fantasy. But yeah, Expendables. I'd like to see Expendables 4 just because it's like that touches that nostalgia of yesteryear.
Did any of y'all see Split Second with Ruger Hauer, the fucking alien that looked like Venom?
Wait, what? I want to see that. I love
Oh,
Rutger Hauer back then, like the one where he was Blind Fury.
It's amazing, dude. Split Second. It's one of my favorite movies of all time. It's got a little campiness to it, but the whole thing, the setting, the cinematography, the darkness of the film, it's just fucking great, dude. And Ruger Hauer's character, he's the badass cop. And Dick Durkin.
Was Rutger Hauer in Lady Hawk?
Yes, I think so.
I want to watch that now.
I think I bought that one time for no reason, and I still haven't watched Lady Hawk.
was Kevin.
Big Trouble Little China, man. Still a great movie.
For instance, how definable of a film was fucking Tremors when it came out, dude?
Damn right. I wish they would have did that on Mythbusters, where they take the 50 cal and shoot through an engine block and then hit the tremor on the other side of the engine block. I've always wanted them to do that.
Tremors was such a classic movie. I could still turn that on and laugh my ass off.
That's where the worms were coming up from the dirt, right? That used to be like, that movie used to like play almost as if it was in syndication on, I grew up in New York, so like Channel 11, it was Channel 11, man. Yeah, and it would always play on the weekends. All the Tremors.
Dude,
I hated Kevin Bacon as a kid. I can't lie. I'm sorry, guys. I grew up and I like Kevin Bacon now because of a show called The Following. And that show, I don't ever want to watch it again. It made me just a little disturbed. But yeah, he was good in that.
I remember back in the day, TNT, it was like all Tremors, like Sleepless in Seattle. Yeah, oh
Dude,
god.
those Tremor sequels, they just kept coming, man. They stayed in the B, like, sci-fi horror section, just kept rolling them out like what do you call it, like some like a cereal. Yeah,
I even found a good poster for that movie I was talking about, Al, where like they're trying to make Bobby De Niro a little more comedic before we saw Analyze This, and it's up top. And the poster's even like shedding a lighter light on Robert De Niro for that time, because he was always really serious back then. And then yeah, so anyway, but just wanted to show that. It's a good movie, and that actor on the right, I don't know his name, but we see him in everything when we're kids, and I forget how good
he
of an
always
actor.
played the dad, like some
Yep,
dad.
he always played the raging nice dad, like with deep rage.
Was he in what was the one about the Saint Bernard?
Oh, that's Beethoven dad.
Wasn't Beethoven?
You're right, dude. That's Beethoven's dad. Oh yeah, Bobby De Niro and Beethoven's dad. Midnight Run.
Turner and Hooch.
That's a classic, man, for sure. But remember back in the 80s too, like they used to try to clone each other's movies. So there's like Turner and Hooch, and then there's Canine, right? With Belushi. Did you guys know Ghostbusters was originally only supposed to be 3 people? And it was gonna be Dan Aykroyd. It was gonna be the Blues Brothers, I think. Yeah.
Oh, you know what I found out yesterday? I was listening to true crime shit, and then my YouTube was just set to autoplay. So and then the next video loads, and it's Unsolved Mysteries, but it's a special about Unsolved Mysteries with Robert Stack. And they're talking about how they picked the music, how they picked the actors, and they went into the stories in the reenactment. Sometimes they couldn't get like legitimate actors and shit. So sometimes they I thought the person would do the acting that was actually in the story. So it was the person that told the story that was also doing the acting. And I also found out that Matthew McConaughey got his start through Unsolved Mysteries, where he takes his shirt off and he's mowing the lawn in this reenactment. And, well, if you know Matthew McConaughey, he's famous for taking his shirt off. So I thought that was really interesting. It was a very young Matthew McConaughey, but it was still pretty cool to see that nonetheless.
Dude, that's funny you said that. I stumbled on a super young Ryan Reynolds in X-Files like a few weeks ago, and I was like, what the fuck? Ryan Reynolds on X-Files? And he's like crazy young.
Man, I found this Texas Chainsaw Massacre with Matthew McConaughey in it, and Matthew McConaughey is playing some like crazy, insane, serial killer group of people or whatever. It's such a horrible movie. But it had
So
Renee
bad.
Zellweger, and in it, I was like, I watched it just because they were in there. I was like, this is just
Was that the one with Dustin Hoffman as well? He plays the cop.
What? I think I remember what you guys are talking about. I know the Matthew McConaughey part
Yeah,
because there was like a part in the kitchen, and I was like, "This movie fucking sucks." And I
yeah.
actually
He
saw
plays
that
one of the
Texas Chainsaw
brothers.
before the old one.
I didn't remember Dustin Hoffman in it. He may have been in it, but
I'm
yeah.
looking this up now. I mean, he did weird. Dustin Hoffman has the most eclectic like list of movies. Like he's never been typecast. That's for sure.
But this Texas Chainsaw Massacre was so low budget and so bad. I don't think Dustin Hoffman would have stooped to this level. It's like seeing Paul Rudd in what was it, Halloween 3 or one of those old Halloweens.
Yeah, this was like I guess you're. So I had never seen Texas Chainsaw, and Matt McConaughey was in the remake. That was the remake. That was like an attempt at a remake in
Was it
2000 in 1995. It's called Texas Chainsaw: The Next Generation, and Renee Zellweger's in it too, but
Yeah,
no
it's
Dustin
so
Hoffman.
horrible. It's just god awful.
Yeah, that was a bad movie, man. But Matthew McConaughey, thank God, is probably going to go down one of the greatest actors of our time. Oddly enough, two of the guys that, in my opinion, were like just known as pretty boys in the '90s turned into these like phenomenal actors. And one is Brad Pitt. And you can laugh if you want, but like Ad Astra is not a joke. I mean, a lot of his roles he's recently depicted, even Fury, is not just an action tank movie, and his role is pretty deep for his acting.
Since we're talking about the '90s, dude, Legend of the Falls, dude, what a cast, what a man.
You know what, that movie though, there's like a clone or sort of like a cohort, and so it was like Brad Pitt and Legend of the Falls, but then you had the one with Tom Cruise, sort of around the same year, I think, that came out where he came from Ireland and he was a boxer. Does anybody remember that with Nicole Kidman? That shit was fucking good too, man. I remember as a kid. It's really not the best kid movie, but I was like, this is entertaining. And he was a boxer. I just remember.
I mean, talking about kid movies, I think I was like 5 years old when Basic Instinct came out. And since I had three little brothers and my dad, my father was like, here's the scene, boys. Watch under the table. I'm fucking sitting there. I'm like, what's going on, dude?
Dude, to make this funny, I remember my dad didn't do that, but they left, and I was like 9. And back then they used to like leave us alone, whatever. But and I put that in the VHS player, and like I knew what sex was, but I didn't understand anything. And all I remember is she hurting him is what I remember. Like, does that hurt? Because that scene, man, that sex scene, the way she's on top, bro. I was like, what the fuck is happening? I still remember that, like, very, like, clearly.
Talk about the ice pick.
Oh,
Nah,
shaking his
bro,
head.
just if you're that young and you don't understand sex, and then the way she's like on top, the whole scene, and he doesn't even look. It's just the way they acted back then. Like, he looks like he's in pain, and so it's like, god damn, that shit fucking. I was like, what the fuck? I just remember like being like, what, when she's on top, are you supposed to look like that? And it took years for me to figure it out. But yeah, that was fucking funny. They were real melodramatic in those scenes back then. Like, you had Woody Harrelson in one with Demi Moore. Indecent Proposal. You had like Michael Douglas was like the sex guy back then. Like, he was like in every romance scene, and to me that is a waste of his career because he's a phenomenal actor, and the movie The Game was great with Sean Penn. But yeah, those sex scenes are hilarious, man.
He fucking ate so much box in the '90s that by the time the fucking 2000s rolled around, his voice box had fucking cancer, dude.
So my mom's like mad. What's the word? She just has no filter and just like in normal public. But she's always like, women wanted his dad so bad that the minute he had his son, any actress was ready to jump on top of him by the time he hit Hollywood.
I'd love to be Ron Jeremy back in the early 80s and 90s.
Not now though. Actually, I would never want to be Ron Jeremy because that dude's ugly as shit. I never want to be Ron Jeremy. I never want to be a pity sex.
That guy's almost slept with every woman on the face of the planet.
And they all had to get paid to do it. Like that's what's crazy. No offense, and I don't want to be too Harvey Weinstein in this conversation with respect to women here, but that guy's whole list, they had to get paid.
Yeah,
Unless they were on powder and it was like one of those weird Hollywood Hill nights, I'm sure. But
well,
Like a Danny DeVito with a mustache.
well, I mean, they didn't really have to look at the guy, and if he was hung like a horse, I don't think they gave a fuck.
who knows, man? Shit was weird back then.
Yeah, that definitely goes without saying.
You know what's funny? Boogie Nights came out when I was like really young too, or maybe like that was middle school. Boogie Nights came out, and I remember like this is a good like that was my first like this is a film and understanding what good film was. But then when I saw that movie with Val Kilmer, Wonderland, or you guys know where he plays John Holmes, and I realized it's the same story. That was a real weird night. I was like, "What? This is real?"
Yeah, fucked up. Hey, did you ever see Sleepers? Robert De Niro. I think Brad Pitt might be in it. I don't remember.
Yeah, it's a classic where
The
they ended up
Stephen
at
King.
that school.
That's
Yeah,
awesome.
that's not a family movie for sure.
Yeah, that movie is crazy, but fuck, what was it? Seven Monkeys? Or no, Seven,
12,
and then
12
yeah,
monkeys.
12 Monkeys in the movie Seven. Yeah.
Yeah, he was getting some
Jessica
good roles
Stone
back
was
then,
in
but
that.
if you look at those reviews back then, Brad Pitt wasn't getting any sort of like they didn't get like for Seven. If you look at the review, I mean Morgan Freeman's next to you. You know, even though Brad was great in it, you're still next to Morgan Freeman. But like now he gets, it is different for him, and even in the language in these reviews. But yeah, man, he's our Robert Redford, dude. That's it,
Dude, that 12 Monkeys character was just, I mean, that one in Fight Club, I mean, that just shows like a Brad Pitt that just, I guess he, once he played that 12 Monkeys part, he just became that guy who could just act like that crazy dude at some point, and he just
Yep.
fit the typecast.
Yeah, he did. I mean,
Oh,
Snatch definitely snatched when he played the Piker.
oh yeah, that was a great movie. You brought up Robert Redford. You ever seen the movie Sneakers? That was a great one. That
Say it again,
redhead
Tulad.
Sneakers is great.
Oh,
Sneakers.
Tweakers. Yeah, that's
No,
a
No,
classic.
Sneakers.
Oh,
Sneakers.
where
That's
he's running the hacker crew, right?
yeah, exactly. Yeah, such an awesome movie. And that redheaded chick that was in that movie. Oh my god.
Holy shit. You guys, I totally forgot. I'm sorry, I got so excited. They're in a movie together, and it is one of my favorite spy films of all time. I think it's Spy Game. Robert Redford and Brad Pitt.
Oh, hell yeah, man.
That's a fucking phenomenal film. And I was about to say it's my favorite Robert Redford movie without remembering that Brad Pitt's in it. And yeah, if you've never seen Spy Game, that's like Robert Redford, in my opinion, is like just peak, like in his like he's older in it, and he's just like this is not it's not a thing for me to act, and it's amazing. And he really made Captain America's sequel, The Winter Soldier, like he set the template that made that not a superhero film. That's actually really another spy film for me, but just with some craziness.
This only counts because it was 1999, but I've always thought that Sam Rockwell's performance in The Green Mile was fucking incredible. Talk about playing a crazy guy.
That's another Hollywood. I call it, the Hollywood clones. You got Kurt Russell, Patrick Swayze, Sam Rockwell, and Gary Oldman. In my opinion, are in some way the same person. And Sam Rockwell does not get enough credit. He was in another film where he played a true story about a spy. Hold on, I own it. I gotta find it. 1 second.
Well, yeah.
Did you know Jason killed Brad Pitt? A young Brad Pitt.
I never knew that. No, that's fine.
Has anyone seen the Sam Rockwell movie Moon? That's a real trip.
That's what I was gonna bring up, Mistress. That movie's fucking incredible. And if you haven't seen oh fuck, what is it? the Cheney movie. Sam Rockwell plays fucking George Bush, dude. It is classic.
Yeah, he was a great George Bush. Way better than Josh Brolin. That movie W. It starts out really good, but then it gets really weird. And I don't know if Oliver Stone did that on purpose, but it whatever. But he was way better. And then the movie I was talking about with Sam Rockwell, which I think isn't in circulation as much or spoken about because of the story. It's based on a man called Chuck Barris, or his name was Chuck Barris. He was a game show host, and he supposedly, after his career was over, started telling people he really worked for the CIA and was a hitman for them the whole time. And so it's like sort of like a quasi based on true events, and it's called Confessions of a Dangerous Mind. But it's a fantastic. It's like, man, that's like Sam Rockwell's Oscar movie, and it never gets brought up. I think because the CIA is really dark in that story. Dude, I think a classic from the 90s people don't bring up because one actor was a rapper, and we're talking about cop films earlier, was the one with Belushi and Tupac. Fuck, what was the name of that movie? That was phenomenal.
Oh, I remember that. I forget the name though.
They're really bad cops, both of them. And it is, dude, that movie, I've watched that. I saw it the first time in my adulthood, and I only watched it because I remember my father. He was, an old school kind of guy, so he wasn't like the coolest about Tupac, but he was like, this guy is a phenomenal actor. And he was like really sitting there, and he got emotional in the scene when whatever the character loses his life. But that was weird. So I bought it and I watched it. And I've seen it like probably like 7 times since in the last 2 years.
All right, fuck it, I'll be that guy. True Romance is a fucking classic, and a lot of people have never fucking seen it. That one fucking scene,
Damn right.
yeah, that monologue, dude, when he goes off about the
Sicilians.
yeah, thank you. That is just so fucking good, dude.
Yeah, Walken's a G in that movie, and honestly, I think it gets slept on because like Christian Slater's like the main name in it. So like people don't bring up Christian Slater because honestly, minus that Mr. Robot, he wasn't the greatest actor. But actually, not minus that because he played a great teenage angst character.
I
So he was.
heard, I heard they're gonna do that. Bring back Young Guns too, but it'll be like old guns.
Oh, Young Guns was Young Guns with that was crazy. That's two good movies to mention. And Christian what was the movie Christian Slater, the one where he was like a radio host, a pirate radio host? That's a
Bump up
fantastic.
the volume.
Yup, that's really good. And the one with Winona Ryder is slept on a lot. What the what's the
Yeah,
Heathers? Is
Heathers.
that the
Yeah.
movie about the Heathers? What's that called? Is it called
Yeah, it's
Heathers?
called Heathers.
Where they bombed the school? Anybody remember that?
Yeah.
Demi, Winona Ryder and Christian Slater. That's a very good movie.
Oh, I got one for you. I'm pretty sure it's the guy from Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? He's got the fucking funny-looking face, but old Henry. And damn, it's not an old movie. Like it just came out not too long ago. But yeah, I don't want to tell you what it's about because it's an awesome old school, well, not old school, newer westerns. But it's called Old Henry, and it's a pretty damn good movie. You know?
It was Torturo's in that? Yeah, I
Yeah, it
just
was the
found it.
guy.
I'm gonna watch that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the same actor that was in Oh Brother, Where Art Thou, isn't it?
There's George Clooney, there's Torturo, and then there's a third guy.
Yeah, I think it was
Oh, it's the third
Tortoro.
guy, Tim Blake or something like that. Hold on, let me find it.
Yeah, yeah, you'll have to look that up. But
He was great
both,
in Watchmen.
yeah.
Yeah, this is that investigator from Watchmen. His name's Tim Blake Nelson. Yeah, that guy's a good actor, man. Old Henry, I'm gonna watch it. What's your classic '90s sci-fi? All sectors.
Not a lot of people like it, but I love Sphere. Dustin Hoffman, Samuel L. Jackson, Sharon Stone. Liev Schreiber. I fucking love that movie. The book is better, but I mean, for fuck's sake, I thought that was a good movie.
I love it in my adulthood. When I was a kid, I didn't understand it, but yeah, you're definitely right. I didn't, but I'll admit I did not understand that when it came out. Now I do, and I'm like, this. I've seen that several times.
Right, and The Fifth Element, though. The Fifth Element wins.
Oh, you're right. That's peak. That's 90s. That counts.
Morning, folks. I was just about to say The Fifth Element. How y'all doing?
Yeah. That was done so well, and I'm like an aficionado myself that I forget that was the 90s. That was done so well. Do you remember
what he was doing for that one?
Do you guys remember the Dolph Lundgren film where he was chasing an alien that was shooting people with drugs and shit?
He played the Punisher as well.
That's a classic. But the one with the alien's hilarious.
What was the name of that one? I vaguely remember seeing that, but I can't remember the name of it. So long ago.
It's got what's crazy. I think Matt and me were friends back when I was trying to find the movie, and they sell it under a different title than what we were raised with. Let me go 1 second.
I tell you, one movie I was put onto that I absolutely loved. It came out before The Matrix, and it was just as
Okay,
trippy.
so when you buy it now, I had to buy it on Prime as Dark Angel, which I don't understand why they changed it to that name, but it used to be called I Come in Peace.
Oh.
And that's what's funny.
I remember.
Fucking movie. He goes, "You come in peace, you go in pieces."
Yeah.
Yo, but that movie was crazy because the alien like shot people with dope, and then like while they were fucked up, then he was like whatever, and then like another version of an alien came hunting him, and Dolph Lundgren was caught in the middle of like an alien bounty hunter war. That's peak B movie sci-fi. Species was interesting.
Damn right.
The two movies that come to mind for me are
Species probably fuels half of the hybridized theories that come out on UFO Twitter.
And
like,
don't
one time my grandpa said he was in a jacuzzi with an alien, and now I'm here.
don't forget Relic. I loved that when it came out.
Relic's dark. Relic's kind of right. Like now when we talk about this stuff, Relic's sort of like an ultra terrestrial tale.
what about Dark City and Existence?
Dark City was great.
Yeah.
Classic.
Existence, that the plot twist in that was wow.
Damn, since everybody brought up I can't hear
Event Horizon.
Damn. Actually, I'm gonna pick that with now I'm gonna tie. Because technically The Crow is a sci-fi, man. And so if I go I pick The Crow, but Event Horizon is really good, man. It's just so horrific that it doesn't come up on a lot of lists. And that little clip, I remember being a kid when they had that clip where everybody like hell turned into the ship. If you ever stopped on the clips of the screens, it's really dark that they even made the scenes for the little videotapes.
My favorite feel-good film was easily Blank Man.
Oh, mine was Multiplicity. Damn,
Remember, dude, those are both great.
Or Short Circuit, but was that in the 80s?
Short Circuit's 80s with Los Locos, the gang.
Input.
Los Locos kick your butt. Los Locos kick your face. Los Locos
There's also
you to
Demolition.
outer space.
Demolition Man was pretty good too. With Stallone.
Yeah, that's a classic, dude. You know what?
I love how they predict the future with that movie.
I'll take a remake or a sequel of Demolition Man. Make Sly the second character and give me a good actor. I'll take that remake actually, because that was a good story, man. I think it deserves a second shot.
13th Warrior with Amir Banderas.
That's a Michael Crichton as well, right? Eaters of the Dead.
That's and he also wrote the TV series ER. He wrote the pilots for. If you notice the main character doctor that it's about that comes in as an intern is John Carter, an Edgar Wright character, you know.
Oh,
the Lawnmower Man.
Classic.
Yo, you guys want to hear a weird classic we all probably saw but just disappeared after? The kid from Terminator 2 did a movie where his video game was coming to life after, like while he was playing it, and it was really dark.
Edward Furlong movie?
Yeah, it was
Is that
Edward Furlong. He was a kid, and his video game was a murderer.
was that the one where like it starts like hacking into
Nah, I
like
think that one was Ghost in the Machine. So all these kind of came out in the same time because people were like, Hollywood was trying to distribute like fear of technology for some reason. So there was Denzel
yeah,
Washington.
all the writers that were on that topic were like they're like, yeah, give them all money. Terminator did good. We'll explore that whole thing for like 2 years.
Yeah, so you had Virtuosity with Russell Crowe, Denzel Washington. You had the movie you just mentioned, Ghost in the Machine, and then this one. Let me get the poster. I'm gonna put it up top because the video game character is kind of creepy looking too. Let me get the poster for this.
That Strange Days movie when people would like have like implants, like was it like Johnny Mnemonic and all that? But like I'll say like 90s, like y'all were saying, like sci-fi fun films was Tank Girl.
Yeah, Tank Girl.
I love
Tank?
Tank Girl. Yes.
What about toy soldiers with the little toy figurines? And they had the
Toy
toy
Soldiers was
soldiers and the monsters.
violent, but it was good.
I know.
That might have
It was
been
a
the
good movie.
90s still. That was 90s technically, wasn't it? Tommy Lee
I
Jones.
I think I'm gonna gain the favor of every male in the room here, but Desperado, Antonio Banderas with the guns in his guitar case, and the first time we got to see Salma Hayek. I mean, that movie,
I was
amazing.
going to bring that up earlier when he brought up. Oh God, you were talking about Expendables, and that one scene where Antonio Banderas is like, "Come on, guys, I can join you, right?"
Did you guys see the movie where? Oh, dude, that's a classic movie. But he's got a more recent one that it didn't get good reviews, but it's not bad. Where he's like hunting. He's hunting robots, and it came out like 3 years ago.
Oh shit! How about Surviving the Game? Do you guys remember that when they hunt the fucking dude out the woods?
Yeah, Ice-T. Is it Ice-T? I
Mario
think
Van
it
Peebles.
was.
Oh
Yeah.
no, you're right. Wait, they both did one of those movies. I think Mario Van Peebles did one, and Ice-T both did a manhunt movie.
Yo, another good one was
Isn't it?
Soldier with Kurt Russell was a really good one too.
And that's supposedly like in the Blade Runner universe. They tell us now.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, if you read about it, I forgot why it's all connected. Like it's the same universe. Blade Runner and Soldier.
Sick. I remember watching that when I was younger, and that was a really good one. I like that one.
I watched it because I was a huge fan of that Asian dude. I forget his name now, Jason Lee, because he played Bruce Lee in the movie The Dragon, which is a peak '90s classic, the Bruce Lee documentary.
Oh,
Legendary.
speaking of Asian actors, you know who I saw in Loki? That kid, Dr. Jones, that little
Dude,
Chinese kid from Indiana Jones. He's
Tula,
in Loki.
you
Oh,
didn't
that's
see
awesome.
Everything Everywhere All at Once because he won awards
He's
for
in
that.
that. He's in that too. I love
Dude,
that guy.
yeah, that's
He's
why he
awesome.
wanted you. That's why he's such a special part of that movie, man. And if nobody liked it, that's okay. But I don't really get emotional. That movie made me fucking cry, and I cried heavy for that movie. I openly
Was
say,
he in Goonies as well?
yeah,
Was
that's
he?
Goonie.
That's
That's
him.
Indy.
And
Yeah, that's
and
now he's an adult.
Indiana Jones.
There's a
David
Yeah,
famous.
that's awesome.
They gave him.
David Peoples wrote Soldier, and he also co-wrote the Blade Runner script, and he put little tidbits in it, and he does consider it in the same universe, a sidequel spin-off, he calls it, of Blade Runner. Very cool. I didn't know that.
There's another one that's a very good one from the 90s. I'm just going to use a quote from it to remind you guys. I am the law.
Yeah. And that's probably one of the only movies that got a really good remake because Dread is just good.
Yeah, I got one better. Paper. 15 minutes with the rewind. I must have seen Waterworld. I don't know how many times, man.
Dude, that was a great time. That was a great time. I mean, it
I
was how many times?
It's always
All
good to
those
bring
black
this up.
films that they made. I mean, with Christopher Lambert, Mario Van Peebles, and Ice T, they would like pump out like the worst movies, but they were like they came on all the time, and they it was just some B movie to watch that was pretty decent. But
Chris
they
Lambert and Mario Van Peebles were in a movie together. Remember, they did like Highlander 3, and it's horrible, bro. Highlander 2 actually is a great sci-fi. Highlander 2, because it's sort of steampunkish. If nobody's seen Highlander 2, actually it's hard to find. And Prime sells it, but that shit is really good
I
because it.
got my ass kicked by Highlander. I was on the TV show. I actually killed his girlfriend in the TV show. I started out as an extra, and I remember that day I had to sign a bunch of waiver forms to do the stunt. It was kind of funny.
That's nuts. That guy with the slick black hair and the ponytail in that show back then.
Yeah, that and Viper and Ninja Turtles. That was my 15 minutes of fame.
That's super cool, man.
How about 1994 Alive? The what was it? The fucking soccer team that crashed.
Oh, it's a classic. Yeah, true story too.
Oh, can't forget Fire in the Sky.
I saw that as a kid too. I think most of us in here might have been kids when that came out, and that shit. I just remember that alien scene then was scary.
Yeah, I
There's
think that they might have shocked a few people into being like, "What the fuck is that shit, man?"
I remember being a
Yeah,
kid, the whole movie. You're like, "Where's the fucking aliens?" And then they show up, and you're like, "Dad, turn it off! Turn it off! I
Yeah, get the fuck out of here, man.
don't want aliens!"
there's a Sean Connery movie, either Outland or Outlander, that was supposed to be out on a moon out in the solar system. I forget which planet, but they're mining it, and it's kind of a story. It was very cool for its time. I think it was in the 80s or early 90s.
I
Whenever
always go ahead.
whenever someone brings up Sean Connery, I can't help but think of Nicolas Cage and "We'll never get off this rock."
dude, whenever I was in school, like I watched The Rock and I was taking anatomy and physiology. I had to write a paper. I wrote on acetylcholinesterase inhibitors just because of that movie.
BX gas. Honestly, man, I'm just gonna say it. I don't like that movie now, and I don't like Face Off now. And they were like, I did love them then, and now I watch them, and I'm like, because we have movies with like Nicolas Cage at a different acting caliber, and even like, yeah, both of those films are Nick Cage. It's now I look at them and it's different, but they're still a classic, especially one that has Sean Connery, like Dragonheart.
I still think peak Nicolas Cage is Con Air.
I brought it up earlier. 8mm, in my opinion, is peak, like top Nicolas
That
Cage.
was crazy. The guy who played Tony Soprano in it, and he was also in True Romance beating up the girl. It's
Yeah,
crazy.
Gandolfini. Actually, unfortunately, he was typecast, but he was a phenomenal actor, man. And so it's a trippy thing because he's in a lot of movies where he's playing like the same kind of guy, but he's a phenomenal fucking actor. Remember The Drop, like his last film with Tom Hardy? If nobody here has seen The Drop, got
did
it.
you know Tom Hardy was knitting when he played Bane in Batman? Anybody ever see him knitting?
Have
I
you ever
I,
seen his first interviews when they were
I
like,
was baffled by that.
he's hilarious. His first interviews, he's very open about his sexuality. So back then when he did Warrior, they were things were coming forward where like he meant he mentioned he had that was his first fight training, and he's such a good actor. You thought he was like always like that. I was like, this guy's a fucking nut. But he was like a male escort to other males and struggle with addiction. And in one interview with Rolling Stone, he was like, I used to bang blokes. What do whatever.
Oh, you just reminded me. His name is Robert Paulson. His name is Robert Paul. That's like my favorite movie.
Leave me away. How about for weird fucking sci-fi, 1995 Powder?
Yeah, I'm good on Powder, man. I like
Damn
that out.
right.
Made Powder and then they made Phenomenon like right after it, and those were both like,
Guys,
similar
do
movies.
you know the movie Plague about a time traveler who end up the world with madness when he speak and everyone get lost on that time when he speak the word end time in this quantum realm thing and the consciousness they have is astronomical. You don't like even know how to comprehend your thoughts and make it a fine straight line when he talks. Do you even know that movie, guys?
Oh yeah. That's what reminded me of Jet Li the One. That was a classic.
Well, I watched that for that's my favorite movie for 2 years, bro.
Find the name.
And I never get tired being on the same movie for 2 years. So I imagine, bro, even there's new films out there, I'm still doing the same thing.
That's okay.
But that's the thing when you're hooked up on something, and maybe I really like to watch that. Well, can you tell something about time travel that makes our mind like think differently? Like to give us the question. Oh, he makes some. He have some points. Like yeah, that's really nice. Make us work for our brain. Like let us think something about that time. Well,
Wait. No, I don't know.
oh wait, I have. So if there's nothing, I will give you a question. If you have something to do tomorrow, do you think it already happened? When you think about it, it's happening tomorrow. Can you have like something in your mind that tomorrow I will do this, and in your mind it's already happening?
My question is, how far into the future do you think you can do that for?
Well, when you look further than tomorrow, maybe you can see further than what your mind can. But if you can do that tomorrow, maybe you can do that 2 days, 1 week, or a month. It's just like a little bit of time management and scheduling of life.
There's a meditation technique called quantum jumping or quantum leaping, in which case you can project your consciousness years into the future to learn from yourself in that capacity so that you can strengthen yourself in this time.
I'll tell you. There's the Monroe Institute has an app called Expand, and I had there's one on Starcy was just is it Starcy? What's your Star Captain? But
Is there
the what's it called when
Captain
you
on deck?
dude Matt or he's here. What's it, or even Al? What's it called when you like just in meditation they train people to like just put their consciousness somewhere else really fast?
Remote viewing or
Astral
No,
projection.
nah. Hold on. I'm coming right back. I gotta get this word for you guys because this is
Astral projection.
nah. It wasn't that. One second.
Remote viewing.
Well, can you tell me about that quantum realm that like it's kind
So
of like manifest kind of thing if you think of it.
to a large degree, it does have a capacity of that nature. Now, in your brain has photons. Okay, they are called biophotons in biological senses. That your nervous system uses biophotons to communicate along the like your along your nervous system essentially. So it's like your body uses light to communicate, but it's a biological form of light. Now, light in itself has, or photons have properties of quantum entanglement with other photons. So if by means of quantum entanglement, the mind was capable of accessing that biophotonic network of yourself in the future, that you might be able to draw that knowledge and information that sits on that network of light in your consciousness in different parallel realities, right? So it's not just one potential reality. You could look to a future where you were a movie star. You could look to a future where you were a pilot. You could look to a future where you're an engineer, you're an architect, and utilizing 10 years worth of knowledge that might exist in that field of you going down that road, draw from that, and essentially build an understanding from where you might sit in that capacity. So you might, in that process, learn some things to understand what that road might look like, that will lead you down paths of development, right? So you might kind of see the index, and then by understanding what the index is for you to be sitting in that realm as a pilot, for example, what would a pilot have to do? He would have to go through pilot training and have to have a lot of different skills and physical capability.